24-hour Series Esports from beautiful Sebring Raceway. We had a really thrilling, strategy-driven, close opening round to this 2022-2023 season. And so it's exciting to be back after 4 weeks for round 2 at a circuit with a lot of history in Creventic competition and in sim racing competition here at Sebring. Once again, with our 4 classes for a 6-hour race, the 6 hours of Sebring. Always thrilling, multi-class endurance racing in this championship with some of the best teams and drivers available in iRacing and sim racing. So it's 6 hours ahead of us and qualifying before that. It's a delight to have you. I'm David Haynes with Joey Tebben for this section of our coverage, being produced by Tyler Maxon. First up of our 4 classes for qualifying is the TCR class, and after being a one-make category last season, Joey, it's really exciting to have just that little bit of variety, a battle between the Hyundai Veloster and the Honda Civic Type R.
It's always exciting to have a little bit of competition in these classes. Every single class, other than the single-make 992 class, which we'll be getting into in about 40 minutes or so, there are multiple different cars being used. There's always the optimal car. In the GT4 class, it'll be the Mercedes, it looks like. In the GT3s, it's been the Porsches as of late, but there is some legitimate competition down here in the TCRs. It's almost a 50-50 split between Velosters and Civics.
Yeah, of course, all of them turbocharged front-wheel drive and with the same rear wing on them, so theoretically quite easy to balance against each other, but it is often said that the Civic excels with the higher speed stuff, and some of the other manufacturers and models available from Hyundai and from Audi maybe a little better under braking or in some of the slower technical stuff. I think it's fair to say Sebring, a pretty high-speed circuit. Now, fast through that final corner at Sunset Bend. You've got the back straight, the Ullman straight there. You've got the pit straight. And whether we're just watching some of these cars come through Big Bend and down towards the hairpin here, also some pretty high speeds. Slipstreaming, a super strong thing for these TCR cars, not just in the race, but as you see in qualifying right now, we're broken up into the different classes. TCR first, then GT4, then 992, and then GT3. Well, it's all cars, all teams from TCR on track together, and so the slipstream also could affect who starts on the front row in this class.
That's going to be the critical thing here. The slipstream in TCR cars, in closed-wheeled cars as a whole, if you're just thinking about physics, it's not ever really as strong as it is in open wheel cars, especially lower powered open wheel cars in a straight line. But still, you're really going to want it, like you mentioned, in all of the long straights at Sebring. You can count them on probably more than one hand. There's so many long high speed places on this track. We're going to ride on board with the number 176 rather, Corentin Guinez. Probably not going to be getting much of an effect of the draft. There's probably a few too many car lengths between the 2 TCRs here. There's about 10 car lengths there, but Corentin still getting a good lap, hard on the brakes, almost clip the concrete wall on the inside, get as close as humanly possible to both of those concrete walls through Sunset Bend, then stretch it out as far as humanly possible. Don't clip the grass on the outside. It's a rock solid lap. It's a clean lap for Corentin. Let's see what it is at the line. 2:13.9. Good enough for first for now.
Yeah, not bad indeed. First flying lap starting to come in. You see that on the timing column to the left of screen. And for these TCR cars, the tyres seem pretty durable. We're not necessarily going to see that so much when we get up to the faster GT3 cars. They behave a lot like Formula 1 cars on qualifying laps. You get one good lap out of those tyres, and while they're not quite ready to be thrown in the bin after that, they never give you that same peak performance again. For these TCR tyres, though, well, they tend to last just a little bit longer. You'll see a lot of these drivers then still pushing into a second, third, potentially flying lap on these tyres, and they will stay out there for a longer IMSA-style qualifying run even, that we might not see from some of the other faster cars, which of course more downforce, potentially more weight, and of course more power. Just puts a little more load early through those tyres and just wears the peak off of them. So with that first couple of runs in, it is Hyundai up top at the moment. That Sim RC lap from Guinez, good enough to put him to the tippity top, just ahead of Pure Sims and then Team Hoisingfeld. We ride on board with that Team Hoisingfeld third place car of Fabian Siegmann. He's been doing very well in these sectors so far. You can tell that improving through the first sector, still improving in the second sector. And he does seem to be well positioned for a slipstream, not so close that you're being impeded, but at that distance where certainly it helps your straight line performance.
It's pretty competitive through the lap. It seems like the top three are all finding speed in completely different places in those first two little mini sectors of the track that kind of make up the sector one traditionally in our timing here. Fabian Siegmann was quicker. Then in the next two sectors, Corentin Guinez was quicker. And then in the next two sectors, it looks like Steen Ledger is actually going to be the quickest of the three of them. But we'll see if Fabian Siegmann can pick anything up here. There's still two more mini sectors to go, again through Sunset Bend, just absolutely sending it. And it always amazes me to ride on board with the highest level of iRacing driver through Sunset Bend there, because it seems like they're finding inhuman levels of grip, inhuman levels of commitment, and it is always incredible. But let's see if he can find an inhuman lap time here. He does, about 5 thousandths ahead of our current pole sitter. Team Houstonville goes up there.
Yeah, so Steen Ledger from Pure Sims looks like he also improved on that lap, but again, just thousandths of a second in this TCR class. After that run, Fabian Siegmann goes to the top. Now 9 teams with their times to the board. Of course, with a 6-hour race ahead of us, it is a multi-driver format. How do you pick who's going to qualify the car? Well, whoever has maybe practiced it, whoever feels confident with it, because there's no restriction on that driver then needing to start the race. So whoever you got available, whoever's demonstrated that lightning in a bottle for qualifying, probably the driver you're going to stick in for this session.
That's always the toughest part about being a driver, and frankly just being an endurance driver. There are a lot of drivers who can put together one good lap, especially at Sebring. With how many corners there are here, putting together a qualifying lap is kind of an area of expertise of its own compared to being able to race here. So you want that driver who can get that most pace out on one singular lap. You're literally likely going to be watching those lap times in your practice, which all of these teams have done a ton of that. You're going to be seeing who could do the fastest lap over just a one-lap run, a quick blast out of the pits, put that person in the car for qualifying and see how high they can go, and then, we'll see what happens in the race later. We've got 6 hours to figure everything out, but track position, not going to be that important in a 6-hour race necessarily, but you still really want it.
So no pit stops in this session yet from any of these drivers. They could peel into pit lane and change their tyres if they desired, have not done so. I think what you're seeing from these three here currently occupy the top 3 of the timing as well, that this is a cool down lap and then they're going to try to attack again. There's some other drivers that are on pushing attacking laps like MSI Esports, Gabby Montoro. And yeah, look at a little bit of gamesmanship here down the Ullman Straight, letting some of those cars full send Carbon Sim Sport go through that are on attacking laps, and just cycling to the back like a peloton, cooling off those tyres and ready to attack again in this session.
It's a very, very new qualifying dynamic for, I'm sure, a lot of people who are tuning in, and for just, you don't always see this on iRacing. You don't see open qualifying sessions with everybody packed together. You normally see quite a bit of separation. You see everybody trying to get the cleanest possible lap they can find, the cleanest possible track they can find. But no, we see literally every single car in the TCR field here in a train, because frankly, they know they're not going to be getting held up by the cars in front. There's only a second that separates all 9 of these cars. You're not really in traffic here. You're only in a tow train. You're in the peloton, like you referenced, David. Everybody's pulling you forward. Being in this train is not really a deficit to you.
Beautiful conditions for this kind of hot lapping as well, isn't it? It's just heading in towards the evening. The sun is low in the sky, beautiful orange tones. If only there was a corner here named after that phenomenon of where the sun meets the horizon. And yeah, the track temperature then about 25 Celsius, so it could be cooler, it could be grippier, but it is not stinking hot. It's pretty good for finding the peak of the grip for these cars and these tyres. For Steen Ledger though, has he managed this gap a little bit wrong? Because he does look like he's now too close, potentially being held up behind, I think that's Carbon Sim Sport in front of him.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Steen Ledger has completely disproven my previous anecdote there, because he has gotten just a little bit too close. I think he's definitely getting held up. You can see it in his lap times. There's purple sectors all over the board. Steenledger is not quite doing purple sectors, just stuck behind the back of that Veloster through the final corner, or the second to last corner rather. He's going to try and set something up here, but this lap is already dead. The run, he's getting down the back straight. He's actually going to go for it. He's going to dive to the inside Carbon Sim Sport. No, I knew that was going to happen. He's going to back out of it, go to the back of the train, maybe build a little bit more of a gap this time so he's not getting held up, and see if he can pick up that little bit of draft from being about 5 car lengths back, but not get right to the bumper of the Veloster in front this time.
Yeah, that's a little touch and go side by side in a qualifying session out of Sunset Bend, and they're going to start another flying lap side by side, Huizenfeld and Carbon. Now you see almost all of our field in TCR bunched up together, and that means the new times come together in a flurry, and Corentin Gunez has improved quite significantly, now 2/10 clear of the rest of the field. Also a little improvement from Fabian Siegmann in the Team Huizenfeld car there, and that's why he was pushing so hard through Sunset Bend. Might have been even quicker if he wasn't. So everyone has put a time to the board at this point. Now it's about the gamesmanship and the positioning, trying to find a place that will let you improve even further. That's maybe why you saw some drivers in clean air initially, then throw themselves into this pack. Didn't quite work for some. Could be said for Huizenfeld, could definitely be said for Steenledger in the Pure Sims car. On this go, this time around, they are still pushing on these tyres, still finding performance, because it's personal best to that first sector for your current provisional pole sitter in SimRC, and it is all-time purple sectors for Impulse Racing as well. They currently sit in 6th. We haven't mentioned them a whole lot, but they're pushing on in this lap, and easy to see that maybe a slipstream has helped that performance as well.
Definitely has helped, but Miguel Freitas isn't going to have the full effect of the draft that everybody behind is going to have. When we were just looking back there, you saw Fabian Siegmann for Team Huizenfeld. He dropped off. He clipped the curb just a little bit. I think made a little bit of a mistake, and then elected, I'm going to take my losses here. I'm going to go to the back of the train, and then when the next lap comes around, I'm going to try and get a sextuple draft from the 7 TCRs in front of me. Miguel Freitas is still getting a draft in front of him, but it's only one singular TCR car, which will be helpful, but it's not going to be the most helpful in the world. And now his draft is gone about halfway down the straight. That's basically fine. You're not really going to need it down the front straight.
I think he'll be happy with that.
Very deep.
Gets a super clean run through Sunset Bend just to finish off the lap. He'll know he's improving on his previous, and you just want to bring this home. So from 1.2 seconds away from the pole, some very good sectors from Freitas. It's going to put him 6/10 away from the pole. Only gains him 1 spot, but in the grand scheme of things, that was a pretty good lap. It might have gotten a bit scruffy somewhere in the middle there, but it started off very well. He did get the slipstream on the Allman Straight and a clean run through Sunset. Is there a requirement to be Iberian to drive a TCR? Because I'm just looking at the nationality of the drivers we've got out on track right now. It's looks like 1 Frenchman, 1 German, 1 Australian, and many of our Iberian friends with Jonathan Alvarez, Miguel Freitas, Gabi Montoro, Isaac Jane, and Christian Perez. So they very, very well represented in this TCR field.
Yeah, a lot of representation, a lot of European representation as a whole, but that's 5 out of 10. So no, 6 out of 10. 60% Iberian in the TCR class here tonight, but there's a Polish driver in Bartosz Groszek. There's an Australian in your own Steenledger. There's Fabian Siegmann of Germany. There's Corentin Gunez of France. So we're pan-European, we're pan-worldwide here, and I'm pretty satisfied, even with 60% Iberians. Let's give them some representation. Why not?
Let's see how that changes in the race as well, because every team will be utilizing at least 2 drivers in this race. Typically we see 2 for these 6-hour races, so there's nothing stopping the teams from using 3 or 4 drivers if they want to. Checkered flag is out on TCR qualifying now, so this will be the final lap for everyone. You saw a couple of drivers sort of abandoning the session and calling that Maniti Racing, one of them as well. So it's do or die right here. Corentin Gunez looks like he's improving. So that SimRC Honda looking very good for a pole position. Huizenfeld quick as well, but in front of them, a little bit of a tangle here between Full Send and Pure Sims. Those two don't look like they will improve in this. Checkered flag for TCR, as I say, is out. The GT4 cars are going to start lining up in pit lane. Gunez abandoned that lap, it looks like.
You had to abandon it. I don't think there was no improvement coming there. There were a few quicker sectors at the end of the lap, but yeah, it was not going to be improvement overall. And all these drivers are watching their predicted times coming in. And if you're like 3/10 down coming into Sunset Bend, there's not even any point in really sending it in there. It looks like Zenith Esports, by the way, will get one lap in. So just at the dying end of this session, they've waited until the very end, but they've got one lap coming here. Not with much help, but, you know, they're all green sectors, and that's what matters. You're at least getting a lap time on the board. Here's Zenith Esports. Ivan Dominguez Gomez, all on his lonesome, but he will get a lap on the board at least.
Yeah, rubbing my eyes double-checking this. I think the first sector is 10 seconds off or something. I think this is even functionally an outlap for the 1, 2, 3. Waits to be seen, but Team Hoisingfeld, they improved on their final lap. In and amongst that gaggle in here into the pit lane comes Zenith, Ivan Dominguez Gomez, but it was not enough to take away that pole position. So you see it half a tenth around a big old lap. That is Sebring. It's 5.5 kilometers or so around here. It is a big lap. Lap time's over 2 minutes for these cars, so to see under half a tenth to split the cars that are going to make up the front row TCR, that shows you how competitive this style of racing is and our teams are in TCR.
It is ridiculously competitive, and it's ridiculously close. Over the whole field is only 1.4 seconds over the entirety of the TCR class, and that's kind of an unthinkable gap. Over a lap that's 2 minutes 13, 2 minutes 14, depending on how quick you are. It is going to be very, very close, and I look forward to the next 6 hours. If that's not selling it for you, I don't know what will.
Yeah, they qualify very excitingly. They race very, very well as well. This is round 2 of the championship for this season of 24-hour Series Esports. If you joined us last round at Spa, what a cracking race that was. Another globally recognized, amazing sports car endurance venue. We roll on here to Sebring. And then next month, my goodness, that's not far away, is it? That's 3 weeks to the 6 hours of Kota, which is then, at its conclusion, going to be the halfway of this championship. Got great Creventic and endurance racing circuits left in the calendar after that, with 6 hours of Monza, 6 hours of Nürburgring, and 12 hours of Barcelona to complete us with a double dose of 24-hour Series Esports action. That's our season finale, some champions crowned after that one. TCR, well, we've just seen their qualifying. We've seen how close it is. How close is it in the points after the first round? Well, Pure Sims took the first win of the season, and they're going to start from third today. Then you've got MSI Esports, Team Hoisingfeld, Impulse, SimRC, Full Send, Maniti, Carbon Simsport, Aspar Team Esports, and Zenith Esports, our 10 cars for this season in the TCR division. What you see with just 10 cars in TCR is points gets paid down to every finishing position. Absolutely critical that you finish.
Always helps to finish, doesn't it? But especially when you're fighting for every single points position. It's not like some other racing series in the world where you only get points if you're in the top 10, top 8, whatever positions. Every single position matters, and that anecdote works better in classes that have more than 10 cars, but still, every position matters. You're going to be fighting for the whole of the 6 hours to pick up every single point you can for when we get to Barcelona in a couple months' time.
We ratchet up the speed, we move up the classes. Look at this, it's GT4 qualifying time. You've got predominantly Mercedes AMG GT4s in this class, but we did see some good performances at Spa from one of the few Aston Martin Vantages. Juncos, you can see in and amongst this group. Again, as we saw from TCR, the GT4s looking for a tow, maybe to see if they can improve their time in this qualifying session in that way. But yeah, the Aston Martins, not as popular, but definitely didn't underperform last time out.
The Aston Martin's not necessarily the GT4 car of choice anymore. It's one of the newest ones, but when it gets replaced by an even newer car, such as the Mercedes, it always seems like the newest vehicle is the one everybody decides to put their hands on, and it's always the one that ends up likely being the strongest for a couple seasons time at least. And the Mercedes has been the car of choice, at least for the past couple of seasons since it's been added to iRacing, especially now. There's two Aston Martins, like you said, in the field, two Vantages, but you can see them all kind of moving to the back of the train here. I think they're all trying to steal a little bit of the straight line speed from the Mercedes.
We'll see how it plays out in this qualifying session, and then eventually we'll see how it plays out in the race. But series and track-specific balance of performance for this category has put a very modest 2 extra kilograms on that Mercedes-AMG GT4, and to try to equalise the strategy, have had a litre or 2 cut from their fuel tank capacity. So 100% power from both models and marques, but hopefully that equalises the strategy and equalises the pace around Sebring. You can see everyone setting up through Sunset Bend, preparing their tyres, winding up for the first qualifying flying lap in GT4. Some decent spacing here. Again, we saw you want to be close enough to pick up that slipstream, but you don't want to be close enough that, you know, if you do get a good run, that you end up at the bumper of the car in front and no longer able to progress and give full attack.
It's exactly the trade-off you need to make. We saw it come to blows in the TCR class last time for a few drivers. For the Team Hoisenfeld team especially, they kind of felt the brunt of the unfortunate realities of qualifying timing, but looks like we have some decent separation here in the GT4s. We up the straight line speed just a little bit, if my calculations are correct, but a little bit of separation, a little bit less draft heavy in these cars as well. Dylan Scrivens isn't going to get much of a draft, I don't think, here. He's a little bit too far back. He's going to get some, especially from the double draft, but there's about 5-6 car lengths between those two, about half a second. He's going to get some effect of it, but it's not going to be all that much once we get to the back straight.
Always one thing to keep into consideration is that if the slipstream's not worth much, but everyone is so close anyway, that it only needs to be enough to tip you up, you know, in the case of pole in TCR, half a tenth, and it can gain you some positions, which could be very, very valuable come the race, to start as high as you possibly can. Still riding on board with this first attacking flying lap on board the Mercedes Urano with Dylan Scrivens through this section here where the drivers really want to open up their run and put down the clean power onto pack straight here, the paddock on the right, down the Ullman straight, clicking up through the gears. Oh, gotta follow the snake as well. A little bit of weaving happening in places, and everyone trying to follow the slipstream of the car in front to the final corner of the lap, trying to balance the rotation of the car, trying to keep it stable across the bumps. Always a little unpredictable what the car is going to do in that corner. You can be half a tyre track to one side or the other of where you were a lap before, and the bumps in the car behave totally differently. So times start going to the board, and that is provisional pole for Scrivens and the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano 490. But again, pretty damn close up and down the field. SERIES Esports second after the first run, and SRC Movano Corsa third.
That might be that little bit of separation that really helped the Team 490 there, just being that little bit further back. I mentioned that he was probably a few car lengths too back to get the full effect of the draft, but he got a teensy little bit of it coming down the back straight. He got a little bit of an advantage in a straight line. That probably wasn't what made or broke the pole there, but that was a great lap that Dylan Scrivens put together. He basically had the track to himself, even with a couple cars ahead of him. He is slowly catching that little 2-car tandem in front of him, so he might want to back off a little bit, give himself a little bit more room for the upcoming laps, but he's going to be happy with pole right now as we ride on board with Adam Isaacson here, who also has a little bit of separation in front. Might bode well for him.
Yeah, as you can tell, the tyres still giving performance, still personal best in purple sectors up and down through the field. They continue to improve as they find their rhythm, as the tyres get a little closer to their peak, and they've burnt off a litre or two from the previous lap as well. Quite similar engines between the AMG GT4 and this Aston Martin Vantage, but they do have quite the differences in the cockpit layout, in some of the handling characteristics as well.
This car seems to be a little bit
burning out our
happier
retinas.
in the high-speed corners.
That's how they grow all the oranges with that sun. One last corner, and it's probably the most challenging one on the circuit. Look at that, really good rotation on the way in, but he had to just save it a little bit, did Isaacson, and try to square off the car, use all the track and maybe a millimetre too much. Improvements up and down through the field. The timing column jumps around as everyone crosses the timing line. Urano back up to the top, 12 thousandths from Sabelt. Team Fordzilla jump through into third.
And that's going to keep on changing here for the rest of this session. There's not going to be predictable whatsoever. These GT4 cars, even just like the TCR cars in the last class, or even more so rather, they can go for a pretty long run, and those tires will still be just crisp and clean and giving you as much speed as they gave you about 10 laps ago. So everybody's going to be out here for the whole of this session just trying to build up a little bit of speed, maybe scrub the tires a little bit more, burn off that fuel. It's basically a 20-minute hot lap session here. There's no breaks in between.
So 10 cars in TCR, but 15 in GT4. You notice the track is a little busier, and this is the first class we get to where there's any teammates in the field. 2 cars from Pure Sims Esports in this division. I wonder if they can play a little bit of a game together in this qualifying session, how that could work out for them. At the moment, what are they? 10th and 12th. So I'll be hoping to improve later on if they can. Here are those 2 Pure Sims cars coming towards, that's Cunningham, so Tower just a little bit further up. They are, for the most part, by themselves away from the rest of the field. Hasn't massively contributed just yet, but if the track continues to improve as that sun gets lower and cools off, the fastest times definitely could be at the end of this session. And you saw a hint of the pack starting to trip over themselves a little bit, a handful of cars pulling out a line and saying, okay, I've had 2 flying laps, let's try to reassess, reset, reposition myself to go quicker again, deeper in the session. Eric Grove, we continue to ride on board with towards the end of this lap, being towed by their teammates, and it's Elva Gomez driving. A couple personal bests, but not every single sector of the lap so far, and he is going to be... Is that helpful or is that compromised by his teammate? They didn't look super on the way into sunset. I think these 2 are going to pull in... No, not going to pull into the pit lane? All right.
I don't think that was so much his teammates' fault. I think that was just Eric Grove sending it in a little bit too hard. Maybe he wasn't expecting the level of speed he had built up there, but he still improves. Improves up to 3rd for the number 417. Eric Grove, you know, in the bright sun of the back straight, said that was good for your oranges. Well, it's probably a good thing he's named Grove.
There you have it. There you have it. Hey, if you're really bad at listening to your Google Maps and you try to drive from here into the town of Sebring, you'll drive through plenty of fruit groves. Ian Dagnall Renault, the teammate, the team car, shoe on the other foot, it must be said. Now it's probably time for the 417 to tow the 416 around. How's that going to go in a couple first sectors for the 416? Well, yeah, a personal best, a good second micro sector, so they're tracking well so far. Oh, the traffic, the traffic.
That's not going to help. That is not going to help whatsoever. They were doing their best to get out of the way, but through the middle sector at Sebring, there's just no way you can get out of the way through, you know, turn 10 all the way down to Bishop at turn 14. Basically, you're just kind of hanging out in the middle of the track. Unless you're literally off in the grass, you're not going to be able to let the cars behind you behind. So that's just an unfortunate reality of, even when you only have 15 cars on track at Sebring, you're still going to hit traffic somehow.
Of course, one of the strengths of this championship is the live stewarding, so you can get penalised for impeding in qualifying, just like you can get penalised for incidents and other things during the race. Poor driving standards can and will be penalised. We'll keep you up to date with that when we get into the race and as that goes on. We did see in round 1 penalties given for impeding in qualifying. So the drivers who aren't on hot laps know what's up. They know that they can't get caught blocking anyone who's on a flying lap. Interesting positioning here to try to slot between the Pure Sims cars. It's not going to affect Gagnon Renault as he completes that lap, but it did seem like maybe something on that lap didn't click, whether it was the traffic or whether it was the pace before that.
You can see Gagnon Renault flashing the lights here. I think he wants the little sandwich car to get out of the way. We want a Pure Sims fight here. We want a Pure Sims tandem here. You're not going to be able to get any help from us if you don't have the Pure Sims name on your Mercedes GT4. You can get the heck out of the way. But he's not going to be able to do that unless his teammate decides to abort this lap, back off, let the middle car in the train by. But the middle car in the train says, no, I'm staying in this train. You can't stop me. And there we go. The Pure Sims esports drivers finally managed to jump each other and meet each other again. But there was quite a bit of gamesmanship that had to be done there.
There's as much strategy to qualifying as there is to a 6-hour race in 24-hour Series Esports. It does seem what we've seen from TCR, what we've seen from GT4, and what no doubt we're going to see from 992, those one-make Porsche cars, and of course our fastest overall category and our most populous GT3. There's 18 cars for that category today. There has only been one penalty so far on the race control sheet, and it's not from impeding in qualifying, it's from incorrect registration for one of the BS competition GT3 cars. So they have, well, brought the wrong logbooked car to the track. They're still going to be able to start the race, but that is a penalty for not abiding by the registration rules. There is yet more what are we doing here happening on the Ullman Straight. Plenty of drivers taking this last sector opportunity to let some cars go by, try to position themselves, try to set themselves up. It's 15 minutes per class in this qualifying session. So as I rack my brain, I think they've got about 5 more in this class with the GT4 cars. You really are kind of setting yourselves up for the last maybe 2 flying laps at this point.
Yeah, that last lap was kind of an organizational lap for everybody in this lead pack, basically. Just letting the cars go by, let the water hold me down. So yeah, everybody's organized now. 2 more flying laps, maybe 3 more flying laps, depending on when the checkered flag comes out. And these are going to be the ones that really, really matter. And the fact that the Pure Sims esports drivers have found each other at the head of this train again, that's going to be pretty scary for everybody behind them. They might get a little bit of a double draft. They might be able to steal something off of the teammates working together. But when you've got 2 teammates working together, that's what's important here.
Teamwork makes the dream work. There's no I in team. Team stands for together. Everyone achieves more. That's my cliches rolled out. I'll have nothing left to lean on for the remainder of this broadcast. Oh, there's a couple teams looking to improve. Some sectors are off. Junkos Racing Esports at the end there, they were just trying to position themselves. Who is going faster? Well, the currently pole-sitting car from Dylan Scrivens, you can see he's just in the back of the shot here, maybe trying to slipstream off the Junkos car. This again does seem like the right distance. You can attack the start of the lap on your own terms, and this car has been through pit lane to pick up a fresh set of tyres, so we didn't see that from TCR, but the GT4 team's finding only 2 good laps on a set of tyres potentially. So you can push on those new tyres in the opening part of the lap here. And if you are quicker than everyone else, you will be catching them over this lap and hopefully just in time to pick up a bit of a tow.
It's kind of a surprise to see Scrivens come in and put a new set of tires on, but I guess with how hard they're pushing here, it's not the hottest day in the world in Sebring. It's only 25 degrees Celsius on track right now, so it could be far hotter, especially in Florida, but clearly 2 laps in the tank when you're pushing as hard as you are in qualifying. Tires aren't going to go necessarily as long as they would in the race. They're not going to be in the optimal window for high qualifying speeds like they would be in the race. But this looks exactly like it did for the pole lap for the 490 team. Maxi Stefanon for Junkos Racing Esports, though, has about the same distance to a few Mercedes fighting ahead of him. He might be able to improve. Looks like it's tracking pretty good. Let's see what it is to the line here. 2:08.4. No improvement, or is there? I gotta do the math in my head.
I think just a couple tenths shaved off there. Not a great deal. Maybe half a tenth, and that'll pretty. Yep, they have taken the checkered flag in GT4 qualifying, so that's the final lap, the final attack for everyone. Dylan Scrivens was able to improve and just put out a little bit of an advantage, a little bit of margin up front there. Going to be sharing the front row with SERIES Esports. As happens, you got someone called Ferrari, but they're in a Mercedes. So that's Roberto Ferrari for SERIES Esports, doing a really great qualifying job there. Going to start front row, and as we move up the classes and up the speed, I think the qualifying becomes more important, because suddenly, you know, it's 15 cars in class. You don't want to start at the very tail of that. You put yourself on the back foot before a 6-hour race. Speaking of those classes, working from bottom to top, as we do in qualifying, we've had TCR, we've had GT4, we're about to have the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, the latest generation machines from Weissach in the 992 class, our only single make class. That's I guess good to have. It's great to have the variety in the other classes, but then it's also good to have one class, just single make, no bop excuses. It's just all about the setup, the team, the drivers. So we look forward to that coming up in a couple of minutes, their qualifying. And GT3, I mean, for many, many good reasons, one of the most popular racing categories around the world in full metal, and of course in sim racing as well. Massively popular for the style of racing it produces. Let's look at the championship points then in GT4. It's looking like a Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Toulouse kind of category. Our winners last time out at Spa, and they're on pole here at Sebring. Things can change very quickly with the way points are awarded though, because SRC Movano Corsa right there lurking behind with their two cars. And then SimRC, our highest finishing Aston Martin of last race. Got Pure Sims, Fiercely Forward, Impulse Racing, Pure Sims, Torque Freak, and Sabelt. Junkos not up there because they didn't get the result they wanted, but pace-wise for a good chunk of the race, they were in the top 5 at Spa, so look out for them again, and they've qualified 6th this time out. Again, 15 cars in that class, so the points continue to pay a little bit further down. 1 minute until the 992 cars get out there, so you can see some of them preparing on pit lane. They will line up at pit exit. Potentially, there's some gamesmanship to this as well before the green flag drops. Do you want to be right up the front, or are you waiting for someone else to go line up at pit exit so you can be behind them?
You definitely don't want to be the first car in line, I don't think. You don't want to be the driver who's helping everybody else out this early on. You're going to end up there eventually. You're going to have to kind of repay your dues eventually, but yeah, some poor sod, the Koos Team Bernhard drivers are at the head of the train here. They eventually said, you know what, we don't feel like waiting anymore. We might as well just head the train here. We can back out on track if we want to. And now the second they go out, everybody decides it's time to join the train. 10 seconds to go until qualifying begins here for the Porsche Cup cars, so you might as well get in the train now.
Green flag at pit out. These very free revving cars roar into life. What a sound they create around the racetracks of the world. What's the preparation going to be like on this outlap? How hard are they going to push? And are we still going to see some drivers, some teams hoping to strategize, say a little bit, no, you first, no, you first? We'll wait and see. Some of it does come down to how the tyres perform in a qualifying session as well. There is definitely, if you've got significant tyre drop-off, something to be said for getting out there, pushing on in clean air, setting a banker lap, and then trying to fiddle around with the positioning with your teammate, trying to pick up a tow, trying to pick up a slipstream. So we are being led by a relatively steady Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC 975 of Jürgen Frank.
It's about as steady as you could ask for the head of the train here. Of course, last event's winners in this class, so it's about the best driver you could ask for to have ahead of you in Jürgen Frank. I'm sure he's going to be kind of disappointed that he doesn't have anybody ahead of him giving him a tow, but he's given a free tow to the Havu car behind, and a few others are going to be joining this train too, I'm sure.
Yeah, it looks like second in line is the Apex Tech Racing, or ATRS. They want to be pretty close behind SimRC by the looks of things. This is the camera angle where at real Sebring you can see some private jets parked there, and I love to run the registration tail numbers and see who they belong to. Roger Penske, obviously an IndyCar man through and through, because his jet is registered 500 RP.
That's a pretty power move there. If you get your 500 RP registration number, normal people get denied license plate numbers, and I guess if you're rich, you get denied airplane numbers. But what would your registration code be, David? What are you going for?
Well, the Australian planes are in a different format. I think it's just 3 letters, VH, and then 3 letters. So I don't know. I could easily do my 3 initials or something like that. Is it bad that I know Taylor Swift's private jet registration number?
I don't think. How many carbon emissions have you counted from that one?
I don't know, do we count the ones where it's her friends, not her, on board? Regardless, there's some jets on the racetrack as well, because this is the first flying lap, first full attack, full commitment from our 992 class cars, and it is going to be SimRC leading the way, and Kane Halliburton for Apex Tech, hoping to ride those coattails.
Like I said, good coattails to carry. Keeps it out of the cones on the outside. I did just see a message in chat about is there no kindness towards the orange cones here tonight? Well, Kane Halliburton just proved that wrong. There's still a little bit of human decency on those orange cones on the outside. We wiped out a lot of them at Sunset Bend on the opening laps, but that was just because Kane Halliburton was trying to build up as much speed as humanly possible down the front straight, trying to steal some of Jürgen Frank's straight line speed. He actually lost quite a bit of time there. He's going to lose even more. He spits it out onto the grass on the back straight, and that's basically the lap over when you're minimizing your speed there.
Yeah, really, either you go all the way off the circuit and your lap's invalidated, or, you know, it definitely compromises your run onto that back straight, one of the longest straights where you're hoping to maximize your straight line speed, hoping to get a slipstream, and you don't start it well, you're not gonna end it well. He's still on the attack on this lap, hoping to put something to the board. First times come in. And of course, first to the line, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC provisionally go to the top. Looks like that time did count for ATRS Esports and Kane Halliburton, but he missed about 4/10 compared to Jürgen Frank. So one little mistake, pretty costly on the first run of the day.
Luckily, you got plenty of time coming up, but you can see all the times coming in here. They are flowing in. Urano Esports again. They could go 2 for 2 in GT4 and the 992 class here. 2 poles in 1. They'll be pretty happy with that. Fordzilla, strong in both classes as well. I'm always interested to see the teams that have elected to they've kind of widened their load a little bit. They've got a wider shot here. They're not just going for the win in one class with multiple cars. They've got maybe one car in multiple classes. Give yourself the maximum chances to maybe even win more than one race in one race.
The rising number 1 of Formula 1. If one were to win more than one race in Formula 1 in 2001, would you want to win it in round 1? I think goes the copy pasta. Sam Coutert, Urano, well, strong performance they put on in GT4, a little higher up the ranking in a faster car, more downforce, more power, but no ABS, no traction control. It's all down to the driver's feel to drive within those limits. Oh, it looks a bit skatey through Tower Turn as well. Sometimes that means it's fast though.
Skatey does sometimes mean fast, but that's always, again, another trade-off. You might be really extending the limits of this Porsche Cup car. That's how a lot of drivers drive it. That's how Sam Queetert is driving it here, but you also you need the smoothness here through the final corner. It's all, or the second to last corner rather, it's all out of shape. It's not quite as bad as we saw from Kane Halliburton a little bit earlier down the Ullman Straight, just completely killing his momentum, but still just that little wiggle. You're going to be down that one critical mile per hour, the critical couple of miles per hour that could really make or break pole here when it's separated by, what, 35 thousandths of a second, and he knows he wasn't going to improve there. That lap's done already.
Yeah, clearly seeing just one flying lap out of the tyres for these cars in this class. And you'll probably see the same thing again, very likely out of GT3. So, yeah, interesting to see how the different styles of race car work their different compounds of tyres. And in race conditions, typically tyres on the 992 Cup cars have been pretty durable. But every tyre has a different sort of wear performance curve, and there's some where first lap they give you great performance, and then they just keep losing after that. I think we find the tyres for these cars, they've got that initial amazing peak, and then there's another hour after that where they're 0.3 slower, but they don't keep giving away time. They hit a sort of plateau just after the peak, so it makes them great for racing. It does make them a little tough in this qualifying session, because you need a new set every time to try to ride that peak, that one perfect lap.
That's why this is a whole different game from the race. That's why you might have a different driver here qualifying for you than you'll have starting the race or doing the majority of your stints here in the upcoming 6 hours of racing. You need somebody who can maximize that short operating window here, and you also need a driver who can maximize the longer operating window and minimize your losses over the course of an entire stint. That might be the same driver. There's a lot of drivers who occupy both of those skill sets. I know personally, I don't, but it really depends on the driver. There's some drivers who are just phenomenal at maximizing every single 10th here in qualifying. This isn't going to be a lap. This is an out lap. We're murdering cones, much to the behest of that guy in chat there, but we got a legit lap now. The cones are spared for the next 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes.
Yeah, and it must be said, while our fastest overall class in GT3 gets an undue share of the attention and praise, there are some really strong drivers in this class in 992. Out here qualifying at the moment, we've got two World Championship drivers, black stripe licenses, if you will, in the form of Sam Queetert and William Chadwick for Team Fordzilla. So the level of driver that you find in this type of car, it can transfer across from the sprint racing of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup to 24-hour series esports as well. If you know the car and you know the tyres, you can transition from one to the other. On board with the Williams Esports car, Kamil Grabowski, 5th at the minute. I want to check the sectors, how are we tracking on this one. Not an improvement in the first sector, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looked a little bit sloppy through turn 5 there. Just got a little, actually through turn 3, it's got a little bit wide, and then he was kind of off kilter for the entirety of the rest of the first sector there. But there's plenty of time to get it back, to recover some of those tenths here. Under braking into Collier here into turn 10 looks to be back on track, not too squiggly. It's not like some of the other Porsche Cup drivers we've seen with that have had speed, but they've been kind of all over the place. Kamil Grabowski here just smooth sailing here through the rest of the lap. Couple of overcorrections, but other than that, Kamil looks very comfortable. We'll see if comfortable is fast though at the end of the lap.
Yeah, we will. Still tracking this one. He's found a little bit more speed through the middle, so maybe he's adjusted how he prepared the tyres or how much attack he gave in the first part of the lap to try to optimize the end. Good traction, using the curb, opening the corner, but not finding that grass. Oh, so critical as you track out of that section of the Le Mans corner. Sunset, you almost turn in before you start braking. Really try to carry the speed, dropping down a third to try to get the rotation. Whoa, that is not gonna end how Kamil Grabowski hoped, and takes out some of the frustration potentially on the pit entry cone.
Yeah, that might be partially my fault for saying that there was smooth sailing all the way around. There weren't any overcorrections, and then literally the final corner of the lap, everything was going perfect, and it all goes wrong, and you just went chunka, and the car doesn't want to go in a straight line anymore. So there should still be a couple more minutes to get back out and do one more, or maybe even two more good runs, depending on how well timed it is for Grabowski and Williams Esports there, but that's always the worst laps. When you make a mistake on literally the last corner of the lap, you're maybe looking at your relative, you're saying, hey, I'm 3/10 up here, this is gonna be a great lap. Oh, I threw it away in the final corner. Oops.
I'm such a sucker for that, you know, down the back straight there, looking at the delta, whether it's on your dash or on your monitor, or you can see the one inside the car. You know, you're like, okay, cool. A tenth up, a tenth and a half up, and it comes down to just one braking zone, one corner, and if you get that corner right, you know, you bank it, or you make that mistake, and you see your work from every single previous corner sort of dissolve.
And there's some drivers that elect not to put the delta up, and I mean, I guess why they do it, because it's pressure, and it kind of pressures you into making that mistake, but I don't get it. I feel like it kind of hypes me up, you know, when I'm 3/10 up, and gives me a little bit of extra energy for the rest of the lap, but that's the trade-off, and I guess there's far better sim racing drivers than I. There's far more, whatever the word I'm looking for is, disciplined drivers than I. So I wish we had some zooms here tonight so we could see everybody's monitors, see if they've got the deltas up.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. It's one of those just little personal preference things that, in theory, it doesn't, you know, matter to the performance, but it is always interesting seeing the, what do you call it? The habits of highly successful people. You know, what information do they think they need at hand? Where do they, you know, cast their eyes on a full attack lap like this? So, yeah, certainly churning through plenty of tyre changes in this session for 992. It gets darker, it gets cooler as we go on. There is still a chance for someone to nab pole away from Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. There is definitely room for improvement for everyone. It's not a sealed thing just yet.
For all of our American viewers, I have converted 25 degrees Celsius. That's 77 degrees Fahrenheit, apparently. I did have to use Google for that. I should know that, but I also got a 37 in Chem 1 when I was an engineer 3 years ago, so that tells you how much I remember about that. But 77 degrees Fahrenheit, pretty cool track temps here still. Could be even cooler, will get even cooler as it gets darker here. And you just saw Ace Tech Sim Sports Visceral, the number 996, already improving all in their lonesome on the track up into 4th.
Yep, Anders Dahl, I think formerly a Black Stripe Pro driver, definitely a couple seasons under his belt in 24-hour Series Esports as well, so he's put in a good time. And you see these two, some of our fastest cars, just starting to wind up on another full attack lap. Great little hop over the curb, straightening it out, but the car still looked well balanced for Urano Esports Heineken Media. Sam Couturt, first sector, matched what he's capable of. He's going to trip another timing line as they go onto the braking zone here at the hotel at turn 7 hairpin, and he's up there. So this is a lap tracking good enough to steal pole position away. There's a lot of corners, a lot of challenges between himself and the end. We've seen everyone's qualifying setup looks very pointy, very stiff rear anti-roll bars, maybe a lot of rake in the car as well. Certainly no ABS, no traction control. The places that you can make a mistake are many here, and you've got to just skirt that fine edge. There is half a kilometre an hour and 1 millimetre between a successful pole lap and throwing the car in the wall.
Yeah, that's basically the two-sentence description of Sebring that I would go for. There's lots of corners and there's lots of places to make a mistake. That's why it's one of the most difficult racetracks in the world, and the fact that it is literally a 1940s era air base where the asphalt is breaking up underneath your very tires and your very feet. It is a very, very difficult track challenge. And it's difficult in different ways than Spa was a few weeks ago and some of the other tracks we go to. Sunset Bend especially, just a very, very deep line there, kind of cut it back onto the front straight. It's interesting to see the differences in the line through Sunset Bend as we up through the speeds of the cars, as we get into these faster classes. Looks like no improvement for Sam there. Yeah, no improvement.
Just a tenth short of improvement. Checkered flag is out for everyone in this class, so that is final laps completing. For ATRS, they also looked like they weren't able to improve on that one, if I'm reading it correctly. So who's still out there? This is the Apex Racing Academy 99, Mads Johansson, through some of the final parts of the lap. Le Mans, that's perfection there, isn't it? You want to use all of that curb on the exit and just get right up towards the grass but not touch it, just like a wall on a street circuit. Well, it's not going to wreck your car, but it'll wreck your lap time. You've got to get close but not touch it. So through Sunset Bend, no tinted visor, you can see from that. Oh gosh, you'd want it into the sun, and he realizes he's not going to improve on this one. That's that for Mads Johansson, and I think that's that for everyone in this class as well. Your front row is going to look like Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, a pole lap set by Jürgen Frank. Sam Coutert, he was right on it for Urano Esports Heineken Media, but not able to snatch away that tiny last half a tenth of a second. Really, really close stuff. In fact, I look at 5th and 6th, and there's a thousandth of a second between Apex Racing Academy 99 and Manidi Racing Black there as well. So everywhere you can cast your eyes in this class in 992, really, really close. Look at the championship standings for these guys as well. So we wait for the GT3 cars to get out on track for the final bracket of qualifying. Again, your pole sitter is your championship leader, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. And it's the same for the next car. Your second place in qualifying is your second place in the points, Urano Esports Heineken Media. And it's Asetek SimSports Visceral who got on the podium last time out at Spa. Williams Esports, Sabelt Esports, Apex Racing Academy, ATRS Esports, Maniti, Pure Sims Esports, and SRC Movano Corsa are our top 10 of the 15 cars making up that class. Look at the balance of performance up and down the field. Of course, none needed in 992. It's just the one car. In TCR, the fuel and the power getting a little bit of a haircut on the Veloster N. And then GT4 we spoke about, just a tiny bit of extra weight on the Mercedes and trying to equalise the fuel stints there. The Astons were very good on the fuel at Spa, it must be said. GT3 with 3 cars, things get a little bit more complicated with the BMW M4 GT3, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, the Porsche 911 GT3R. Well, that Porsche 911 GT3R sure is carrying some 16 kilograms. Tiny, tiny little trim to the horsepower. Realistically, that's maybe 2 horsepower or something on a 500 horsepower motor. And the fuel back just a little bit as well. The Porsches were good on their fuel economy at Spa. The baseline is kind of the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, no changes there, and just 2 kilos on the BMW M4 GT3. And those 3 GT3s are getting ready for their qualifying. It's the green flag on GT3 qualifying right now. It is a little bit of a car park at pit exit there, Joey. We've got 18 cars in this class.
18 cars, just a few more than some of the other classes. 10 TCRs, 15 in the 992s and the GT4s, but these cars just physically look bigger and they crowd up the track far, far more. There's just visibly so much more traffic, even with a similar amount of cars, and this is kind of craziness here in this train. It's more cars than we've seen, and they're just taking each other over here, and everybody's gonna have to organize here really quick because this lap's already halfway over and we've got like 10 car trains formed up.
And what beautiful light for the GT3 qualifying as well. They're weaving in and out of lanes like it's I-95, trying to set up. Look at that sky. You could put that on a stick and sell it at the state fair. Headlights ablaze on all the cars as well, especially the Porsches, the BMWs there. My favourite thing for the Lamborghini Huracans is who's got the endurance lights fitted. We'll find out. We'll find out for sure. But positioning, setting up for qualifying, gamesmanship at its finest. Once again, it looks like Team 75 Bernard by SimRC not afraid to break out on their own. It's worked pretty well for them so far with their other cars in other categories.
I mean, yeah, of course, it worked out for him to get pole in the Porsche Cup category just a couple of minutes ago. So why mess with something that's worked out for you? Why mess with success? Might as well operate in the same strategy, and they're kind of operating in their own window here. A little bit of individualism up front. They've got one Lamborghini ahead, the only Lamborghini in the field, but quite a few car lengths ahead. They're not going to have to worry about them on this outlap. It's just going to be all Team 75 all the time for the next 2 minutes or even the next 18 minutes. They're all on their own for the whole time.
So a bunch of our cars about to start their first flying lap. A bit of a glut a little bit further back. I'm watching our Nage competition, for example, heading into Sunset Bend at 140 kilometers an hour when normally it'd be 260, 270. So they are pottering about back there. Let's look at Christian Lamella as he starts. What a view forward for him, trying to really open up the arc, late apex in towards turn one, another place you don't want to go out wide and kiss the dirt, and then square it up for the braking. Tough little section here. How much curb is he gonna hop? A lot at turn 4, monstering that, bringing it back for another late apex, riding some of the curb on the exit. You can see not leaving a whole lot in the bag for later in the session with this one. This is a statement so far from Lamella. You can brake super deep with the ABS, with all of the grip and downforce and the wide tyres of the GT3 car, downshifting all of the gears and then screaming up through the revs out of the hairpin. Lamella tracking well, it must be said, in the 14. Fastest of all through the sector that is Big Bend and braking into the hairpin. Car is right where you would want it as well.
Great little driver's eye shot here. Our producer Tyler Maxson giving us the goods here. This is very, very incredible to see. Christian Lamella, clearly a very tall driver though, but it's amazing to see, just to look literally from the driver's eyes here. This is basically what Christian Lamella is seeing in his cockpit, maybe a few inches lower, but this is just like in real life. When we have a visor cam, you're riding with the driver here through the second to last corner. Oh, little bit wide, but that was perfect. Didn't get in the grass. Might have done a little bit of a lift mid-corner as to not put it in the grass, but that looked very, very strong. This lap has looked quick, but we'll see if it actually is quick, because there's been a lot of laps that have looked quick. Through the final corner here, Sunset Bend, perfect stuff. Here comes Lamella to the line.
Yeah, we're about to get our first taste of what the pecking order is in GT3 as the first runners cross the line. Immediately to the top, German Sim Racing immediately eclipsed by Altus Esports, then by MSI Esports. Williams slot into second. So for Lamella, that's the fastest we've seen so far, but there's still a lot of cars a little bit further back on the lap crossing the line. That's a good little 2.5 tenths at the moment though. There's one of the BS competition BMWs. All these cars look like they are on in-laps. I don't think we're going to get back-to-backs. Certainly not from MSI Esports. Biela go to the top. Sven Haase, number 46. By a bunch as well. Those Biela cars have blown everyone out of the water so far. Look at the gap that they have to everyone else on the first run.
And critically not in a Porsche. They have put that BMW on pole. Not the preferred car here. Not the preferred car for anybody, but a little bit of BOP, less BOP than the Porsche last week. And is this the first we're seeing of this turning around? Potentially. Still early days, still a lot of time to go in qualifying, but Biela Racing and their BMWs, 4 tenths over the field right now.
Yeah, massive. The only... we got Havu and RSR pushing at the moment. We got Koana Gaming pushing as well. BS cars obviously not. And same for Biela, they're on their in-lap, trying to get around, get a new set of tyres on, see how many runs they can fit into just 15 minutes. I mean, I talk about Sebring being a big lap. Of course, we're still 1.5 kilometers, 1 mile short of how large Spa was for round 1.
Feels like, at least in my head, that Sebring is longer than Spa. I know it isn't. It physically isn't. That's just not a true fact. But it always feels like when you come to Sebring, it's a longer lap than Spa. Maybe it's because there's kind of more corners taking up a smaller amount of space. It just feels like you're operating for a longer amount of time. And also the bumps are kind of chattering your brain into some false memories or something. But this place always feels longer than Spa, at least in my head.
Tell you what, it's not longer than Bathurst, though. So here's Arnage competition. They're improving as they go. And across the line, not bad. Up in 7th place for Diego Pace-Solipa. Still 6/10 away from that blistering lap that's currently pole by Sven Haase. I mean, not only the gap that they have over the rest of the field, the gap that Sven Haase has over his own teammate is pretty impressive at about 1/10.5.
I must admit I wasn't watching the Biela Racing laps when they came in, but I wonder if Stefan Hofbauer was actually the giver in that situation. If they were working together, gave Sven Haase a little bit of a draft, and then when they come out for their second runs, they'll reorganize and see if that's how Stefan Hofbauer can make up that extra 1.5 tenths in the 45. But we'll have to see. I think they are going to meet each other on track here to go for another run, and we'll see if they switch around. We'll see if they give to each other what they have already given to each other the other way around, if those words made any sense.
I think we get the idea. Are they going to switcheroo, so to speak? Is it someone else's turn to wear the conductor's hat and such? And they're doing. I think they, positioning wise, out on the lap and the timing of it, did pretty similar to what Pure Sims did in GT4, which was say, forget all the nonsense and the traffic and the gamesmanship. Let's go out half a lap later, just us two. Not get tangled up and see what's possible. So they're halfway around on their outlap this time around. They are still about half a lap behind where everyone else is on track and on the run plan. So if we see the 46 in front of the 45, it wouldn't surprise me. But it looks like it is the other way around at the moment. That looks like Hofbauer in front of Haase. What does flashing the headlights at your teammate mean?
I think it means there's a Havu car coming up. Get the heck out of the way. What are you doing? Are you not watching your relative? We got to get out of the way. Just a little bit of help there, maybe from a couple of buddies trying to make sure neither of their teammates are getting a penalty for impeding here. But that is interesting that they haven't switched.
There's only been one protest for impeding in qualifying so far. And the stewards dismissed it as no further action. Certainly we haven't seen anything egregious, unfair, or deserving of a penalty. But teams are able to submit protests, and the stewards will look at it. So setting up through sunset, squaring off the exit, opening up the turbocharged power for Sven Haase. Currently, with the pole lap, this needs to be better, but where do you improve on perfection?
That's the question that has questioned physicists forever. That's like a Nobel Prize level question. How do you improve upon perfection? How do you find time where time doesn't exist? It always seems like it's possible, especially for a driver of Sven Haase's caliber, but they find it in impossible places, and places where we could barely even see. It looks pretty decent through the first sector. I'm watching his timing. He hasn't actually improved through the first sector. Through the second sector, he is purple. Stefan Hofbauer was actually purple through the first sector and then lost like 1.5 tenths to his teammate in our second mini sector here. So that might be where Stefan Hofbauer lost all of his time on the first lap. See if he can bring it back here. He's got 5 more sectors to go, but it's not tracking well for Sven Haase's teammate.
Yeah, both of them still there or thereabouts. There's improvements from a handful of other drivers. Like we said, about half of the lap ahead of the Biela Racing pair. So you're going to see that Timing tower, shuffle around. Look at that. MSI Esports, Christian Lamella improves, but still finds himself short of the first run, the first attempt from Biela Racing Team Euronics, plural, Euronixes? Euronices?
Euronices?
We'll find out. You do see that. Oh, for Haase, that's that lap done. He's gone wide at Le Mans. Hofbauer could still improve. Hofbauer could still press on into Sunset. A little wide of the start. Looking to track back for a late apex. Is Hofbauer still going to attack, or is he going to pit? He's going to pit. So for both of the Biela cars, not able to improve on their second run. BS Turner and Ruben Bonga are able to. Going to split the Bielas. Now that's a much easier plural, Bielas. And go to second.
I'm keeping Euronices in the book for the next couple of hours, because we're definitely going to need to break that one out again. But they might have thought they were in control here, 1-2 on the grid. Maybe that's why they came back and aborted that run. They think, we can maybe sit back for a little. No, you can't sit back at all now. The BMW, the BS Plus Turner and BS Plus competition with Julian Kesselhout and Christian Lamella, for that matter, in fifth for MSI Esports. They are all bringing that gap down. They're all bringing the time down. And again, it's all BMW on top almost. 5 out of the top 6 are the BMWs. Talk about that for a shift in performance, or a shift in the balance of performance, to be more specific.
Once again, as we saw in round 1, what's a great qualifying car? Not necessarily always a great race car. When you factor in tyre strategy, when you factor in fuel consumption, we will see. That's the great thing is, sure, this is a pretty exciting qualifying format, and it gives us an idea of who's on form and who's prepared, but there is still many a twist and turn to happen in the 6 hours of Sebring coming up in the 24-hour Series Esports, round 2 of this season. A lot of drivers on outlaps, in-laps, preparing for their final run in GT3 qualifying. Exception to that rule, Julian Kesselhout, this has got to be an in-lap. I think he's pushing around on an in-lap because those tyres have been on a little too long. So Biela cars on outlaps, BS competitions on in-laps. Who's about to start a flying lap? I'd say the first, Williams Esports Chill Blast, the number 5, Dino Lombardi. Pretty close to starting one. Altus Tristan Iglesias, you see him here. He's halfway around on a flying lap. 13th place for those guys. So here goes Dino Lombardi, Williams Esports, 10th place at the moment, quite wide in turn 1. Is that the optimal start to a lap? It doesn't seem like it. There's grip in places you don't expect at Sebring, with the bumps, with the way the track rubbers in, with a lot of the surface being concrete, not typical pavement.
It's a very, very strange track, and that might be the couple of bags of flour, the 16 kilograms in this Porsche that might be catching Dino Lombardi out just a little bit. Under braking into the hairpin, it looks okay. So even with that little mess up in turn 1, that little mistake that got him a little bit wide, he's brought it back. The time isn't really there. The first sector was off by about 0.2, and that's almost too big of a gap to really make up over the rest of the lap when we're dealing with the thinnest margins in the world here. Picked it up a little bit in the second sector and the third sector, so he's finding time again, but that was just such a huge loss through turn 1 that this lap right now might as well be a write-off, and he's probably going to need to focus on the next lap coming up.
I'm not convinced they're going to get another lap. I think this is it for everyone. Let's see, there are drivers out there finding time. It's getting darker, but it's not getting cooler, and if I'm honest with you, that makes it more challenging to find the speed. You do get all these great reflectors around the circuit. Makes you feel like you're in Star Wars or something. But for
do you feel like you're landing Roger Penske's plane on the runway?
He wouldn't trust me with that. He wouldn't trust me with a golf cart, probably. That is the checkered flag on GT3 qualifying right now, so this will be the last lap for Lombardi. Improving in the middle of the lap, but the start really set him back. 0.2 away from where he probably should have been. GSR IPR by ACV are flying. Williams Esports jump up to third, as you see. Getting ahead of Stefan Hofbauer, but he's on a really hot lap as well. Flat out, full charge out of Sunset Bend, shortest run to the line. And Hofbauer, where are you gonna go? No? No improvement?
The math in my head told me that he improved by like 20 thousandths of a second, but he must have gotten an off track somewhere, and that didn't count. So he's going to stay fourth, and at least their teammates on pole, but that could end here. One more driver on a lap. Or not. They backed off.
It's the MSI car. Christian Lamella, 6th. Not a lot of improvement for him through the middle of the lap. Still attacking. Shallow entry, looking for rotation in the middle, looking for pit entry.
A little bit too much rotation.
Lamella. Yeah. There is 75, one of them, I think. Yeah, Lucas de Vries looks to finish the lap 2/10 away from where the number 75 was, so they remain in 15th in this 18 car class. And that's everyone done, I reckon, in GT3. Not the Biela domination it looked like early in the session, but Sven Haase with a handy pole just ahead of BS Turner, Williams Esports BenQ, and their teammates in the number 45 car will be on the second row of the grid. Championship standings in GT3, MSI Esports came away with the win in the opening round, so they lead the way from Koana Gaming and Havu. There was some really, really interesting tyre and fuel strategy games afoot in GT3 at Spa. And so some of these cars like Havu, like Koana, that we didn't see maybe have the absolute pace, after about 2 hours into the race, suddenly appeared when their tyre longevity beat everyone else, when their fuel saving was able to save them a pit stop. Was certainly the case for Koana and some others. You got Biela Racing Team Euronics. Your pole sitters today are 5th in the standings coming in. Altus Esports BS Competition, Williams Esports BenQ, the other Biela Racing car in the 45, RSR by Butt Kicker, and Relay Sim Racing 10th. I'd say, are they with us today? I had to look. I don't remember seeing their car. I don't remember seeing their name, but they did qualify 14th. So if they rise up during the 6 hours of the race, definitely be a name more commonly on our lips. Just minutes away now from everyone gridding up, all 4 classes reunited for the 24-hour series esports. 6 hours of Spa, and it will be a classed start. You'll have GT4, then you'll have 992, then GT3, then 992, then GT4, then TCR. We talked about the stewards. Well, one thing we might have to look out for during the race is the penalty box in pit lane is to drivers' right immediately after pit entry. If drivers and teams get given, say, a 10-second or 30-second penalty, how that'll play out is they'll enter pit lane, have to park in the penalty box for the allotted amount of time, and then they'll continue down the pit lane to their crew and take their service. So teams have 90 minutes, which realistically is until your next pit stop, to take time penalties. The other zone to look out for when we get to the race is the starting zone. Your pole sitters from each class do have a little bit of liberty in how they start, but within a controlled zone. So it's from one of the seams in the concrete towards where pit entry breaks off. So they can't jump super early and they can't wait forever. They've got to start the class within the start zone. The end of the start zone, I'm pretty sure, is that Yokohama Bridge. So
yeah,
if you imagine
exactly
the
at the Yokohama Bridge.
Yeah, just in front of that. When I was there this year, it said Advanced Auto Parts on that bridge.
Oh. Maybe that's where the confusion comes from. They darn sponsors always changing, but I'll call it the Yokohama Bridge for now. Or maybe we just call it the Sebring Bridge. We'll be agnostic about it.
Yeah, maybe. One of the other little things that changed is the steps that take you from the paddock up to those observation areas. They had to replace the steps. The old foundations are still there. So, just waiting then on the end of qualifying for our drivers to grid up. Reminder, this is round 2 of the championship. 6-hour races all the way through until our championship finale at Barcelona, the 12-hour. Now, normally, double points for a season finale doesn't sit right with me, but when it's the only race that's twice as long as the rest, you can kind of think of it as double stakes, double or nothing, 2 races together.
Yeah, that's exactly what kind of saves it for me. That's what there's controversy about the Indy 500 in IndyCar being double points. I think that works because it's longer than any other race. It's kind of more important than any other race. That's not to say the 12 hours of Barcelona here in the 24-hour series is more important than any other race, but it is twice as long. It is 2 races in one, as David said. So if that doesn't deserve double points, no, I don't know what does. That's definitely worthwhile of a double points finale. And Barcelona's a tough place to pass, but with a championship on the line, it's guaranteed to make that a pretty exciting finale, no matter what track you were going to put it on.
So, to what extent is qualifying going to be a form guide to the race? I put to you that in TCR, you can read plenty into race pace from the qualifying. In 992, you can as well. But in GT4 and especially GT3, qualifying pace and race pace can be very, very different. A lot of talk about the one-lap pace from the Porsches, not there. But when they get into the race, they're kinder on their tyres. They can open up the fuel windows a little bit more. We'll see if the Porsches then rise back through under race conditions across 6 hours with driver changes, with pit stops to happen. Now, the time of day jumps around because it's sort of simulated as qualifying Saturday evening, race Sunday afternoon. So in a moment, you might have to turn your screen brightness down because the drivers are getting ready for the 6 hours. They're going to line up for the full formation lap, and this is our full grid, how they are going to start at Sebring. Sven Haase, strong pole position performance from him. Shares the front row with Ruben Bonga in the BMW Team BS Turner car. Now that's a livery that you can expect to see at Sebring again, potentially. Second row of the grid, your highest qualifying Porsche, Williams Esports BenQ, and the other Biela Racing Team Euronics car of Stefan Hofbauer. And in this case, looks like both of those are going to take the grid mid starting driver. It was BS Competition and MSI Esports for row 3 in GT3. Got Apex Racing Academy. We've got the German sim racing, Impulse Racing, I think it is, by ACV combination car. One of our very, very few Lamborghinis. And therefore our only mid-engine car in the race. How are they going to go out 8th? We wait and see. Havu on the podium last time out, start out in 9th, sharing that spot with that row with Altus Esports. You've got Williams Esports, Chill Blast, and Arnage Competition for 11th and 12th. 6 more cars in this category are Koana Gaming, 2nd at Spa, starting 13th. Got Relay Sim Racing, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, RSR by Butt Kicker, Sebelt Esports, and ASR Able Esports. That's the GT3 field. Over at 992, pole sitter Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, Eurona Esports Heineken Media. Team Fordzilla, Acitech SimSports Visceral, Apex Racing Academy, and Maniti Racing. And Williams Esports, Oris Rincon IRS, Pure Sims Esports, SRC Movano Corsa, Havu, ATRS Esports, and then ATRS Esports, Subelt Esports, Wave Italy Racing Team. GT4. Mercedes lead the way with Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, Sebring Esports, Pure Sims, your first Aston Martin, Junkos Racing Esports, good qualifying for them in fourth. Team Fordzilla and SRC Movano Corsa return the three-pointed star. And then SimRC, SCK Racing, Undercut Racing Team, CSRA by Entropic, Pure Sims Esports, and Impulse Racing. I was about to say the other three, but it is yeah, a little more populous than that. Got Fiercely Forward, 5-Star Motorsport, Torque Freak Racing, and Hardpoint by Delta Sport. It's the 16 qualified cars in GT4. In TCR, a split of manufacturers for the front row. SimRC's Honda with the pole position, but they're going to start alongside Fabian Siegmann and Team Hoisingveld in the Veloster N. Pure Sims Esports and Aspar Team Esports are the second row. The third row is Impulse Racing and MSI Esports. And Maniti Racing, Full Send Racing, Carbon Sim Sport, and Zenith Esports. That's our 10 in TCR. The whole field on the formation lap here, behind the pace car. At some point, you are going to see that generic Kirkland brand sedan pull in. And then it will be for the GT4 leader. I keep saying that instead of GT3. Biela Racing Team to lead the way. We are going to have a classed start. So there is a gap from GT3 to 992, then a gap to GT4, then a bit of a gap to TCR. So each class, each pole sitter gets to feel like a pole sitter, and there will be a little bit of separation class to class to class that hopefully will get us a clean start to this one. What it does mean though is that TCR starts already half a lap behind GT4. The traffic will come up very quickly and very ferociously when we get this one underway. Time now 3 p.m. in the afternoon, so we are going to start to race in towards the later afternoon, the sunset and the evening. Track temp up now to 33 Celsius. That's got to be high 80s in the Fahrenheit. We'll see how that plays in. The changing in the weather could be the changing of the strategy. Pace car in. Biela control the field. GT3 stacked up for the 24-hour Series Esports, 6 hours of Sebring, and they launch away down towards the pinch point of turn 1, all stacked up on each other. A good launch from the pole sitter leads through the sweep of turn 1, 2 wide, 3 wide almost, 992, their engines revving into life down towards turn number 1 as well. Not far behind them, GT4. Everything looks clean-ish so far. A lot of 2 wide in GT3. Drivers off the road in turn 1 in 992, and in GT4 they are 3 wide as they barrel down towards turn 1. Squeeze their way up against the apex concrete wall. Pure Sims and others around in GT4. Our first real incident, 2 Mercedes GT4s finding the wall. They got to get going, but here comes the TCR field at full speed through that section as well. I think the GT4s will just get clear, but your pole sitters doing well in all classes. SimRC still leading the way amongst the touring cars.
And that is why we have that separation. So if there is a little bit of trouble for the GT4s, if there's a little bit of trouble for one of the classes ahead, they have time, to recover a little bit and not completely, take out the rest of the TCR field behind them. So that is really just showing the separation of these classes in action on the start. Other than that little GT4 incident, completely clean throughout the 59 or so cars we have in the field right now.
Yeah, there was 3 wide on the way in, and at least 2 cars lost out in GT4. Your leader's having a great time. Okay, here it is. Pure Sims are on the outside 3 wide. Bit of contact. Yeah, with the... Was that undercut?
Yeah, it was 463.
Yeah, sure was. Luckily, that doesn't look like a lot of damage. Slow speed, contact with the tyres, and they got going before the TCRs could swallow them up, which is also pretty important. First lap in the books then for GT3, still led by Bieler. Line astern for the front part of the field. Stefan Hofbauer's picked up no positions on this opening lap. I thought maybe he had. He still runs in fourth. The other Bieler car in and amongst this. GSR in the Lamborghini picking up a spot on the opening lap. Altus 2 positions behind them, picking up a spot on the opening lap in their Porsche as well.
Looked like Hofbauer was up to third for a moment, but as everybody dives into the hairpin here, you can see that they have in fact lost that third place to Atte Kauppinen of Williams Esports Ben Q. BMW still have control of the field, but we are quite literally 3 minutes into this race. Multiply that by 120. That's how much longer that these BMWs need to be able to hang on here in the lead, and they're already being broken down by at least one Porsche. Like I mentioned, of Atte Kauppinen, it's early days, but the Porsche's already starting to fire itself up.
Warmer track conditions typically you'd expect to be to the favour of those Porsches. Track has heated up from one day to the next, qualifying into the race. There it is, partly cloudy. Of course, a 6-hour race is going to see us finishing at 9 p.m. That will be after dark. The headlights necessary on all of these cars. We get a good mix of the conditions. It's a warm afternoon now, then into a beautiful Florida sunset. How cool will it get in the early evening? Altus have picked up another spot. Saw a bit of movement here as the GT3 field almost splits in two. A little bit of air now between that Lamborghini of GSR that you see here in black and green to then Altus in 8th to lead the next group.
I think I just saw a smoking car on pit lane. I couldn't identify who it was, but there's been clearly some big trouble for somebody. I think in the back of the TCR field potentially. Might already have one car on pit lane with heavy damage. I think it's the Full Send Racing number 185 who is currently in a cloud of smoke on pit lane, unfortunately.
Christian Perez in the 185. I think Oris Rincon didn't start the race in 992 as well. Other than that, we still seem to have everyone shaping for a move a little deeper in the field there. Looked like Koana Gaming. Jonas Vanna didn't get past Arnage competition, but he thought about it. And right behind him, Sebring Esports have been the biggest mover in GT3 so far. 4 positions up from 17th on the grid.
Great advancement through the field already here. And here's the TCR battle kicking off already. SimRC, Pure Sims Esports. We already saw one bad luck for, or one bit of bad luck for Pure Sims Esports. They've already kind of lost one of their GT4 entries. It's still in the race, but it's got a little bit of rear end damage. But they still got one bullet in the tank in TCR. They've got another car up in GT4. That's the benefit of spreading your net really wide here and giving yourself as many chances as possible as there's a dive into the hairpin.
I'm sure having a bullet in your tank is a common occurrence in Florida. Yes, and GT4 moves at the hairpin, pretty much the biggest braking zone. A little bit of Aston Martin to Aston Martin bumps. SimRC were trying to make some moves. They try to get down the inside here. They're side by side with Junkos. Right in behind them could be the Movano Corsa. No, Movano Corsa is just in front of them, I think, in this battle. Looks like the Mercedes isn't going to be able to make any progress. The Aston Martins shut the door into Tower Bend. Super close. And there's one of your 992s cutting through.
Easy pickings here, difficult pickings, but luckily the GT4s are all kind of running in their own train here. That was very close with the Junkos Aston Martin there, but making quick work here. Porsche Cup cars just trying to fly through all this traffic. Should be easy pickings down the back straight area, down the Ullman straight as well. But wow, Junkos Racing Esports, their mirrors are absolutely full. The 476 as well. The Asher Racing driver, Adam Isaacson, is going to peek to the inside at Sunset Bend.
And with that door open, It looks like an invitation. Plenty of work on the brake lights, trying to get these cars to rotate when they're full of fuel, super heavy at the early goings of the race. The speed of the 992 is going to help it get clear. They are in a straight line, often faster than the GT3 cars. Different lines through turn 1. Can't really see where the apex is or the track out until you get to it with the concrete blocks with the walls at the apex. Plenty of movement.
Huge curb hop there.
Plenty of curb on the exit for SimRC there as well. GT4 cars trying to connect one corner to the next and getting away with a little bit of curb hop. Let's take a look at a replay then. This will be for Full Send Racing and TCR on the way into the braking zone at Gendebien. I think a little bit of side by side, and that sees Full Send nose first into a barrier. Not how you want to do it. The nose has popped the bonnet off, probably done quite a bit of damage based on the fact that that car was smoking and is still there.
And they've managed to clear the smoke a little bit, so I guess that bodes well. I guess they've done some repairs, but yeah, there's still a lot of repairs, and they've got to go find a free hood or a free bonnet in the paddock there to replace and get that Full Send Esports car back out there. There's still 6 hours. Like I mentioned during TCR qualifying, points do still pay for every single position, especially when there's only 10 TCR cars. So there could always be more calamity in the rest of the field, and it always pays to get back out there and log as many laps as you can.
Yep, DNF is 0 points. Finishing 10th laps down is 6 or so in TCR potentially. So you don't want to be a DNF. Up front, a little bit of movement in GT3 potentially. Still pretty close together, but they are all in a line at the lead of the 992 category. Jürgen Frank, who did qualify the Team 75 car, starting this one for them. Third behind him. Visceral Esports are up into third after starting fourth, so they've swapped with Team Fordzilla in the third and fourth positions there. And there really doesn't look like a whole lot to separate everyone.
And I don't think there will be much separation here over basically the entirety of this first stint, because everybody was so close together in qualifying. Pole was decided by what, like 35 thousandths of a second, if I'm remembering correctly. I might be mixing that with another class, but it was very, very close, and the entire class is in this train here. There's a few stragglers. There was, I think one of the 463 or one of the others a little bit further back was navigating through GT3 traffic, or GT4 traffic rather, but other than that, the entire Porsche Cup class here just running in a train, and everybody behind Jürgen Frank has been given a gift here. They're going to be able to save a little bit more fuel than he is, while he just controls the pace up front.
That's Apex Racing Academy, the junior team, out of line down the Ullman Straight, and I think they might have gotten picked off there by one of the SRC Movano machines. Certainly that creates a little bit of a break from the leaders to this part here, to this group. Now, about stint lengths, we typically expect about an hour from GT3, tiny bit longer from 992. But in GT4 and TCR, incredibly economical machines, they are often going longer than 90 minutes. So first pit stop, a long way away for GT4 and TCR. But for GT3, they're almost a quarter of the way to their next stop. And you saw everyone did a full formation lap, burning fuel on that as well. Big wiggly moment there for Movano. Lets Apex get away and instantly under pressure from the Hungary group behind.
Yeah, it was certainly a dive from the Apex vehicle, but it wasn't anything bad. We are three wide for a moment under braking into turn 10. That's very early to be going 3 wide, and I think every single driver in that battle knew that. They did manage to sort it out and, just go 2 wide, which is still just as terrifying, but Everybody just trying to take advantage of these positions when they can get them. We're running in a train here. It's hard to make moves when everybody's just running in a train like this. So if there's just that little bobble like there was from the SRC Movano car, you got to take advantage of those little jumps when you can get them, and they're still side by side here.
Yeah, Maniti tried to make a move on Movano, didn't work, and then it's immediately put them under pressure. You can see Pure Sims and ATRS immediately behind. It was ATRS who were trying to attack, Maniti getting a little defensive. There's the whole rest of your field. Pure Sims, the other ATRS car. You got Havu at the tail, but they are by no means out of it at this point. Pulling out of the slipstream, looking early into Sunset Bend. Moves could happen here. Sims are put out a little bit wide, but you can find a lot of grip. One car width away from the apex there, get a good exit, and boom, you've got the inside line for the next corner. So Pure Sims are able to hold on, and now it's the other ATRS car that looks to attack. When they're so grouped together like this, every time you try to make a move, it then makes you vulnerable to the car behind. Same is true up at GT3, where they're working their way through the TCR traffic for the first time. TCR as a group, difficult to cut your way through, because sure, all the GT3 cars are under a blanket. They're coming up on the TCR field, also under a blanket. Tough to work out which way to go to lose the least time and not be passed by the cars in your own class. On board with Julian Kesselhut in the BS car as he works his way through. GT3 thankfully with a great power advantage, able to use the straight line speed to get through.
I almost didn't want to say anything while we were riding on board with Julian there, because that was just masterful navigation to the TCR traffic. He did all the speaking for me there, just barely sneaking through in I think turn 13, I think, with one of those TCR cars. There was the barest of gaps there, but that is just trusting your competitors, trusting that they're not going to do anything stupid and cut you off. And Julian Kesselhut made it through a perfectly Porsche Cup or Porsche GT3 shaped hole.
Bit of back and forth between our leaders in 992 here. Urano Esports. Oh, maybe just hopping that curb at the end wrong there, but with the slipstream as powerful it is, being led by Team 75, Bernhard by SimRC, you can see the drivers right behind, getting the advantage down the Ullman Straight here. Not close enough to attack on first go. I've been seeing end of straight speeds about 260 kilometers an hour for these cars. They're at the end of the straight 3 or 4 kilometers an hour faster than even GT3 can manage. A little bit of drama potentially. Arnage around collects Sabelt as well. One of the Team 75 cars I think gets pushed off there. So GT3 to GT3 damage.
And all kicked off by a little bit of TCR to GT3 contact in the traffic there. I was complimenting everybody with Julian Kesselhut's masterful navigation there, but it still bites when you've got GT3 cars and TCRs on the same track. Not something you see often in real life. They're usually separated. They're usually in different races, but we've put them together here through the power of iRacing, through the power of physics simulation, and it's one of those things you have to learn. It's one of those things you have to navigate that's different from anything else you're going to do in any other form of racing.
Well, a blessing and a curse is 4 categories of racing in 24-hour Series Esports, because, well, it always gives us something to watch across a 6-hour race, but at the start here, you never know where to look. Action aplenty everywhere for everyone. GT3 cars have worked their way through the TCR field. Next up for them will be GT4. Next up is 992. Catching those TCRs as well. It's got to get messier before it gets cleaner in this opening stint.
It is going to get messier. Everybody's still got to navigate their way through this whole the first stint, and this train in the 992s in the Porsche Cup category, I'd say it's probably going to break up. It's already broken up just a little bit. It's broken up into kind of 2 trains here, but there's the GT3s finding the GT4s for the first time. But before they can do that, the GT4s have to solve their own problems. They're still side by side through the hairpin.
You could do pay-per-view from the SimRC perspective. They've been door-to-door in a whole heap of these battles right in the middle of the GT4 field. There's Movano trying to dive down the inside, not close enough. So Sabelts from SimRC, from Movano.
Everybody's just kicking up a little bit of dirt in the outside there too. They're playing with the limits here early on. But when those GT3s start to come up, is that going to be a help when they open the door a little bit more, or is that going to put all these GT4 cars on the optimal run for the GT3s coming through? Again, another thing you're going to have to navigate. It's always more difficult when they're all stuck together like this as well.
Yeah, your GT4 field. Good lead for Urano from Fordzilla, from Pure Sims. It's all about 4th place at the moment. Sabelt have got that. Hunkos have definitely dropped back a little bit within this pack. But yeah, confusingly a couple black and red cars, but they are very common race car colours. CSRA by Entropic there, just behind slightly similarly coloured Movano.
You're not going to be confusing the Hunkos racing car with anybody else, luckily. There's not many green, orange, and white cars in the racing world, which is why I'm always kind of biased towards the Hunkos racing liveries. They always stand out. They always look great with their traditional green. Unfortunately, that hasn't been helping them much from the start of the race. They've just been kind of hemorrhaging positions with that good qualifying. That Aston Martin in the background has just been slowly falling back. It's been swallowed up by this whole train. SimRC, though, still holding up an Aston Martin in a decent spot in 5th.
And it must be said for all of these categories, still super close since the start of the race within the 20 minutes. It's really after that first pit stop or two that you get an idea of, oh, this team was just saving a lot of fuel and tyres, or this team were having to burn through all of that just to keep up. So their pace relative to each other right now will be more important once we see who goes how far on fuel and tyres. Confusingly a little bit, different pit stop procedures one class to the next. So GT4 and TCR are able to change tyres while they refuel, but GT3 and 992 are not. So it makes the tyre strategy a little more critical and variable in our fastest 2 classes than in the next 2.
I'm always one for variable strategy. Always gives us more to talk about here, and always
here
gives
come the GT3 cars. Here's your GT3 leader.
Choo-choo.
That's right, bit of 3 wide here as you see the second running of the Biela cars under some pressure from MSI, who looked to cut back through a different lane, looked to carve a different path through the traffic, but has it worked for them? I think for Lamella it almost has. He's made a position 3 wide through Sunset Bend there. He's got to keep it up, got to do it again though, as the rest of our big GT3 field find just GT4 after GT4 after GT4. There's another spot for MSI through the traffic. They are a hot knife through butter in that Porsche right now.
Oh, and Hunkos Racing Esports just got bullied off the track, I think, right as you mentioned that. Trying to navigate through turn 5, and they're still off the road. They're still trying to recover as the whole GT3 field just tries to navigate through here. There's going to be no brakes for these GT4s. That one little mistake, it's almost impossible to rejoin. There's cars all over the road. They're almost 3 wide into turn 1. Oh, that's a car around to the hairpin. I think that was the BMW.
Yeah, more contact at turn 7, and dropping down the order goes Stefan Hofbauer, who wasn't getting a great run of the traffic before, and now around there was quite a bit of contact, maybe 3 cars or so involved. The biggest loser does look like it was Biela, but there were some others that might have a bent panel or 2 after that one.
Right after Biela got turned around, a car alarm just started going off outside, so there's clearly some connections here in the automotive universe. BMW's not having a good day here, but let's see what happened down at the hairpin if we can, or this might be an earlier. Yep, there it is, just kind of in the middle, and there might have been a little bit of help from the Williams Esports Porsche as well.
Yeah, 1 or 2 cars go scurrying away from that one. There is a few teams that have really picked up some spots as they've worked their way through the traffic. We saw just a masterclass out of MSI, but also big positions gained from the Williams Esports car, from Altus, and from Koana Gaming. Likewise as well. So even without the straight line speed of the BMWs, making positions well when they have to race offline, when they have to do unconventional braking points, etc., has all given a little bit of clean air to the race leader, Bila Racing Team Sven Haase, at the moment in the 46, from the BS Turner, call it the Taco BMW. Williams Esports third, and then what we're looking at here, MSI picking up some spots through the traffic as they did, just ahead of the regular liveried BS competition, Julian Kesselhut.
We've got a little bit of calm, at least for the moment. Calm falls on Sebring. There's not often calm in Florida, but we've got it for a few moments, and then, you know, tune in about 5 minutes from now, and we get to do it all again. We've separated the GT4s a little bit. We've separated the TCRs a little bit. We'll probably separate the 992s a little bit when that finally comes around. Probably not for a couple more minutes. But yeah, you're never getting out of traffic here for the next 6 hours. You've had your first bite at it. I hope you had fun. I hope you'll have fun navigating through it for the next 5.5 hours as well.
Gators, Hurricanes, Floridians, never a dull moment. But also plenty of race cars as well. Leaders oh so close. A little bit of the dirt there that everyone seems to take from Fordzilla, fourth in line. I wouldn't be surprised if for Urano this is just a little tactical at the moment.
It definitely is. Everybody in this train, all the way down to, well, it's been separated a little bit, so I can't say all the way down to like 10th or so, but all of these drivers in the top three, or the two drivers behind Jürgen Frank, rather, in the top three, they've been saving this whole time. I can guarantee in the straights, just lifting off a little bit, not doing anything crazy. We're not seeing any clutching or coasting coming into Sunset Bend or into any of the heavy braking zones, but we are seeing just that little bit of lift off, little bit of fuel saving, maybe even a little bit of tire saving, just to maximize the pit cycle here. If you can't make your move on track, you might as well make it in the pits with a little bit of fuel save, but that strategy might be out of the window now because the move looks to be made by the Urano Esports car. Peaks to the outside. Can't make the move on the outside there, though, but they've certainly shown their willingness to attack now 25 minutes in.
Yeah, very big deviation of racing line there for the leaders. And again, they look a bit defensive into turn number one. It's going to potentially back these guys up into the rest of the pack. There's traffic to be had soon as well. This is probably one of the better views, isn't it? Aztec Sim Sports Visceral. Watching what the two in front are doing. Looks like he stole those gloves from Ryan Hunter-Ray.
Ryan is from Florida, so he might be watching him. He might be wondering where his gloves are. Might have to go down the road to the Sebring, but the Sebring, I'm going to call it that from now on. But yeah, he might have to give those back. But Vince just kind of peters along here in the third in the train. He's doing double fuel save if the driver in front's doing any.
I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't hurt for Team Fordzilla and the rest to maybe just hook up to that slipstream. You see the Williams car in fifth there as well. Tower Bend, the biggest elevation change of the whole lap. Drops away a little bit at the apex. You get a little bit of camber. You can carry some speed in there, hook a late apex, and surprise yourself with how much speed can be carried there. Or you see plenty of drivers do dig up the dirt on the far side of the exit curb as well, getting a little too ambitious with that. A lap ago, it was a big movement to the right-hand side of the road for SimRC. This time, it's not yet. Conventional racing line down the Ullman Straight. Oh, Ooh, was that a little bit of a move in reaction, potentially? Just one car with defensive in the Sunset Band Urano. Their front bumper right to the rear bumper of the 992 leading car.
Yeah, a little peeky into the final corner, just letting Jürgen Frank know that he's there. But Sam Quitert still on the attack here on the outside into turn one again. He loves to send it to the outside, probably not by choice, just by kind of being forced there. And that's going to become the inside here. Great run through turn one, a little bit of a switchback, diving to the inside. And that's going to be a change for the lead for the first time in the Porsche Cup class.
Textbook over-under through turn one, wasn't it there? Just waited on the outside a little bit at the start of the corner, crossed back underneath, got a great run on the short little straight towards turn three, where he outbraked and took the lead. It does just bring everyone else right into this fight as well. Team Fordzilla, Williams Chill Blast, 4th and 5th are right there. It was a great view, I'm sure, for the third place man as well. So your top 5 get a little spicier and a little closer in the 992 class.
See if Jürgen Frank can repay the favor here. He knows the strategy that Sam has been using in the 911 for the past couple laps. He knows where he likes to go for the moves, but now that Jürgen Frank is on offense for the first time here instead of defense, can he do the old switcheroo? Can he switch the game around? Does he actually have the pace through the rest of the lap to keep with the 911? Or now that Urano Esports, Heineken Media have taken the lead and become the kings of the race, they might just be able to pull away here, but we've got to see.
Oh, we get
almost into the grass there. Maybe they've lost their point of reference now that they're in the lead.
Might be pushing on trying to open this up if it's possible, but you got 2 long straights joined together here for Slipstream to do what it do. Starting to see some GT4s in front of them. Oh, Maniti around at Sunset Bend, Maxim Mariotta. How much damage is on that car, and what happened for him at the final corner of the lap?
Definitely a little crunkle on the front right there, if my eyes aren't deceiving me. So there's definitely, there actually might not be. That might just be how the Manatee car is painted. But let's ride on board. Oh, just a dive to the inside, and that door wasn't quite open. There was a car there, and that Porsche loves to do that. It loves to pendulum around like that when you just make the barest of contact with the front end. And that is that's Manatee racing around, but they got away with it. They didn't get any damage. Nobody collected them. They can continue on, but a little bit on the back foot now.
Well, predictably, since the drop of the green flag, the race control channel lights up. They've had a few things they've had to review, and we'll get to those outcomes in a minute. And there's probably going to be another 5.5 hours of work for them, the way things are going. Leaders in GT3 having to cut their way through yet more traffic. The TCR field a little further spread out than last time, but it doesn't make the job any easier. There's the BS Turner Taco, followed by Williams, followed by MSI. And Vanilla BS Turner just
Vanilla
behind that
tacos?
as well. Now, dessert ice cream tacos are a thing, so yeah, and they're delicious.
Not anymore, then. They canceled the Choco Taco in the U.S. I don't know if that's been brought back after kind of the outrage, but I'm all for more sweet versions of savory things, especially in Florida. You go to any state fair in Florida, you're probably going to find an ice cream taco or a deep fried animal part or something like that. And maybe they do have to get down to Florida. Maybe it's not so bad.
Kind of guy. But yeah, they've just worked their way past the TCR leaders. Bit of a breakaway for Pure Sims and SimRC. The traffic providing the necessary pick to break that otherwise incredibly strong slipstream in those touring cars. So that's good news for those TCR leaders. I got 2 seconds to Hoisingveld and then another 4 seconds to MSI in 4th. So the split between your first 2 in TCR and then the rest of the pack is starting to form.
Porsche v Porsche here for second. It's interesting to see. Well, actually, is that for second or is that for third? That is for third. My eyes deceived me here. That's between Williams Esports and MSI Esports. Christian Lamella, we rode on board with him for a little bit in qualifying, and that just kind of excited me to watch him race again because he was so aggressive. He was throwing that car around, but he was completely within the limits of control. And if our old friend Atte Kauppinen was watching qualifying, he might be pretty worried here because Christian Lamella has a great hold on that car right now. He's to the back of Atte Kauppinen, but he might wait for just a little bit longer because pit stops are going to come up here soon for these GT3 cars. Not immediately soon, but certainly before the bottom of the hour. You might want to make that move early for track position, or you might just be content to stay behind and save a little bit more fuel like Porsches love to do.
Still exciting, close racing across all the categories. Through turn 1, a rubbered line really starting to form there, as well as other places. And stands out a little more with the light concrete as the contrasting material. SimRC saw the highest running of the Aston Martins. The leaders only just in front as well. You see first and second just a couple car lengths up the road as they head through the big, flat-out, sweeping Big Bend. Looking for your braking marker. It's after the bridge if you're brave.
I think we might have just had an incident for second place. I think second place in GT3 has just had an off of some sort. I think, yeah, the Turner Tacos car. I don't know if they've had an off, but they've lost position. The 2 Porsches that were saving fuel with each other have both swallowed up the Turner Taco mobile.
Indeed. Up into second place goes the purple Porsche and the blue one from MSI, the teal highlights following it through. So they've had an issue somewhere with their track limits. I would guess Genzibien Le Mans section, you can get penalised for cutting over the curbs there as well. So they might have been just getting a little too aggressive with the curbs in sort of penultimate sector of the lap. Reunited with their teammates. And no damage done, but it's it's a tough little break. They were trying to stay in touch with the leaders. This just opens up the lead for Biela Racing Team Euronics up front to about 3.5 seconds at the moment, with a little bobble, a little wobble for second place there.
Reese Carroll for Team Fordzilla riding on board with him, just as in this little chase here. Mercedes v Mercedes. Team Fordzilla in a Mercedes. That's always interesting. Maybe we will get the Ford Mustang GT4 here on iRacing soon. We can only hope. Expand the GT4 field a little bit more. Maybe even get the Camaro GT4 if that still exists. I think it does. Just a short little straight here. Let the Mercedes sing. Bring it up onto the power. Heavy braking into the hairpin. Typical stuff, but not so typical when you've got a Porsche Cup car to your inside, and that's the overall leader in the 992 class.
Yeah, it is the 992 leader, looking to put a couple of GT4s between themselves and SimRC. Remember, they were so close, those two together, first and second in 992. Suddenly, through the traffic, it opens up an opportunity for Urano to bolt away. If they can get through the traffic just a little tidier than SimRC can do. And it looks like that's what's happened so far. More 992s lining up to try to cut their way through the GT4s. Now, thankfully, the key difference in the performance profile for these two styles of car is the straight line performance. They're not that different through the corners, but the 992s will out-accelerate down the long straights.
You say thankfully, but that's always kind of frustrating when you're like, I'm in the faster class here. Why can I not catch these GT4s in the midst of the corners? Why am I still getting held up here? But then once you do get to the long straights, you can see the Porsche Cup cars just blasting out there to the outside. I had blasting on my mind because the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry, which will completely clear the GT4 train coming into Sunset Bend, but a few others still have a little bit more work to do. Looks like about 4th in the train. Fordzilla GT4 versus Fordzilla 992. That's a little interesting dynamic there, but they'll be able to solve that very straightforwardly. And the Fordzilla GT4 might get a little bit of help, but there's contact on the straight.
Wow.
RG Bargy.
A little something. We also had the Urano different class cars in the same shot earlier as well. Who moved over on who? Down the straight there, hard to tell. I don't think any damage was done, but rightly, when you're leading your class in GT4, you don't want to be up on 2 wheels like that.
No, it's not good to be a motorcycle when you're a GT4 car, and there was a little bit of a flashy on the straight there. I think that was Will Chadwick in the Fordzilla Porsche Cup entry, Race Spot's own Will Chadwick. I will reveal our own bias there, but I think he probably did move over a little bit there based on the righteous indignation from our GT4 leader, but no harm, no foul, just a little bit of contact, a little bit of hello on the front straight, and they've navigated it, but that was certainly a scary moment. Let's ride on board there. Honestly, not really even any movement from both of them. They were both running in straight lines. Unfortunately, they were running in straight lines that were bound to cross at a point, and they did.
Interesting. It doesn't look like any damage done to either, as you'd expect and certainly hope. Traffic's still going to be a little ferocious for both classes until it sorts itself out. See, this puts a little bit of space between the leading 2 in GT4, but Sabelt, Pure Sims, SimRC are still right there in this shot. Goes the big revs, high performance of the 992 cars, looking to the inside for Sunset Bend. TRS Wave Italy look to outbrake a car or two.
I think they outbraked one. They got one of them at least, and they'll get their second one in the straight line here. And whoa, look at that little switchback there. Urano Esports. The GT4 lead seems to be the scariest possible place to be because they are just getting hounded by GT4 cars and by Porsche Cup cars rather, and it's on the straights every single time. You wouldn't think that your scariest moments would be on the straights, but they're about to have another one. Here's how it comes through.
In that class, Will Chadwick, Team Fordzilla. He's had a moment. That looks like turn 5. It dusted himself off, which is what he's going to have to do. He did go through that dust. So that's a moment for one of the 992 contending cars.
How about that for a transition from Fordzilla Porsche Cup back to Fordzilla GT4 again? That was a beautiful camera shot there. Havu did make their way through the GT4 lead, so all the Porsche Cups, I think, or at least the majority. There's still a few more stragglers that have to navigate their way through, but it's been easy stuff. But let's watch what happened to Will Chadwick to the inside of a TCR. There wasn't even really contact there. He just slammed on the brakes to get it slowed down even more. And again, the old Porsche pendulum strikes again down there at turn 3, just trying to slam on the brakes to make sure he didn't get into the side of the slower TCR, and he ended up spinning himself around.
Yeah, Carbon Simsport was the Veloster N TCR, and yeah, it's tough through that section of the track. He thought he saw a gap, and then he realized there wasn't one. He stood on the brakes in the corner. And the Porsche Cup car is one of the cars that you definitely want the brake bias to be pretty far rearwards. The weight's pretty far rearwards as well. Working their way through. That means it can't be far from GT4 starting to catch the TCRs as well, which is kind of the only thing we've not seen yet. That and GT3s catching 992s, but the pace profile is closest between GT3 and 992 than any other class. Your leader in GT3 has just done a 1 minute 58. Your leader in 992 is doing 2 minute 2s. So there's 4 seconds there, whereas there's a slightly bigger delta than from 992 to GT4 to TCR. It's a 7-second delta, 992 to GT4. Is that the hardpoint car?
Yep, and Nick Risaputo, if I'm saying your name correctly, just got in the chat to say, let's go hardpoint. I think that might have been a curse, because right as we have somebody joining to cheer on hardpoint, they unfortunately get caught in a little bit of a tri-class traffic there, and they were the innocent bystander. Hardpoint by Delta Sport already not having a very good day, unfortunately, and it just got a little bit worse there with another spin in this class traffic here.
It's pretty full on in a lot of places everywhere you look at the moment. Opening stint to this race, no scheduled pit stops from anyone yet. I think the first we're going to see is going to be from the GT3s, and just like at Spa, the question will be, is it before or after the top of the hour? Are they making 1 hour on fuel, or is it going to have to be an extra stop?
That's the question, but I think you've got to be able to make it to the end of the hour. I think if they can't, that'll be a surprise. And I think the leader, actually, the overall leader, Beeler Racing Euronics, I think they're saving a little bit of fuel because they've really dropped the pace down. Might actually be from a slowdown, because they were 3 seconds slower on that previous lap. So I don't know if they're saving a little bit, bringing that lead down to be able to go to the hour, or if they got to slow down like their sister car. But either way, you really want to go to the end of the hour there. You don't want to make that extra stop, because if somebody else cannot make that extra stop, if they can actually extend it to the hour, they can make one full less stop than you. When the whole field is only separated by like 20 seconds right now, you do not need that extra time on your docket. Slower,
longer pit lane here at Sebring as well. The pit lane speed limit, I think, is 72 instead of 80 kilometers an hour, and I think it's a little bit longer than the Spa Grand Prix pits as well. Something to consider. The Delta at TCR, this is your leaders, being led by SimRC in the Honda, and then the Pure Sims Honda with them as well underneath the blanket. Sim Hoysinkveld's third, and they are just in shot in places.
SimRC, the 176, is kind of angry there. There's a little bit of a bump to the rear bumper of that GT4 or that Porsche Cup that just got by. They're still angry in the 176 camp. I don't know why. The contact I don't really think was the GT4's fault in front, but the overall leaders in every single class are not having a good time here. They're kind of getting bullied around. They're kind of getting themselves into weird situations, and Pure Sims Esports trying to take advantage here. They've closed that gap down to like 1.5 tenths.
Interesting, more flashes of the headlights. Every car on track today capable of flashing its headlights, and hopefully they've got some bulbs left by the end of this one. Certainly plenty of communication back and forth one class to the next. Risky
good
move
navigation
from
there for Porsche Cups.
There. Yeah, thinking halfway through the corner, yeah, I'll get around the outside. Well, if the car in front of you hasn't already committed to leaving space around the outside, you're going to have a tough one. That's DRS Wave Italy around the outside of turn 1 on ATRS. Havu get a great run at both of them. So 3 of them in contention for this. ATRS don't want to give up the inside, but Wave Italy certainly had their nose in front, have a wiggle, and surrender that one. Goes the way of ATRS.
They can't seem to keep these cars pointing in a straight line. Wave Italy almost threw it off the road, had to recover, and then ATRS, right as they make the move, has to recover coming into the big bend. And Havu here trying to take advantage of all of that in the Coty Pizza entry. Not able to take any advantage into the hairpin. Looks like both of the Wave Italy drivers and the ATRS car in front have recovered. But that's an interesting battle. You know, Finnish Pizza versus Wave Italy. Talk about nationalist pride. You think Finnish pizza can beat Italian pizza?
I have no idea what that kind of pizza is like. It's a great question. Maybe one day we'll get to try some.
There's some Finns in the chat. I saw Aussie Puhaka earlier. Hopefully he's still tuning in. Hopefully he can tell us all about our friends at Koti Pizza.
Wave Italy haven't given up on this one though, have they? They are still right to the rear bumper of one of the two ATRS cars in class.
See the effect of the draft here down the Ullman Straight. Just to keep this in your mind bank for later on in the race when we're actually fighting for, you know, the overall lead in this class with a couple of minutes to go in the race. You can see just a little bit of a closing rate, but not very much. The draft strong in these cars, but not that strong down the Ullman Straight. It's not like you're bringing down, excuse me, a full second or a full half-second gap in a Porsche Cup car down that straight. You need to have a better run off of the final corner if you want to make that move, and you also don't want to be saving anything, which I don't think Wave Italy is.
It's also closing up for that GT3 lead as well. Look at that, underneath second as I say that. Why did I say that? MSI Esports have a bit of a tough run. With the traffic, I think, was what cost them a little bit of time. But it's non-stop work in GT3. Traffic. Now they've got your TCR leaders, so they'll just work their way through the rest of the TCR pack. Shubei, the Taco Mobile. Outbreak 1. TCR into that hairpin.
And won't even talk about Finnish tacos, but this is the recovery drive for the Turner Taco Mobile after that little slowdown. It's really exacerbated the issues for this car. They got one slowdown. They only fell to, what, third or fourth, and they've just been kind of plummeting down the order a little bit. So I've just got a link in my production chat here on the Koti Pizza menu from Mr. David Haynes. I was already on that website. I beat you to it. I don't speak any Finnish. I'm just reading about the Koskenlastia Justokastika crudo pizza. I don't know. I got to go to Finland. I got to get myself to Finland.
You and me both, man. They got some maybe potentially tongue-in-cheek named ones here. The kebab pizza. I'm interested to try that kebab pizza.
Yeah, I want to try that one. The super seitan. That one's great. I want to try the super seitan pizza. And also they sell bags of licorice to go with your pizza. So there's your cultural differences. In America, you get like garlic knots, and in Finland, how about a bag of licorice with your pizza? Why not?
My exchange rate has gone to hell. I don't think I can afford 14 euros for a pizza.
Still better than our British friends.
Yeah. It's cold comfort. Unlike pizza, which is warm comfort.
Yeah. Finnish pizza might be cold.
No, if I'm going to have some cold Finnish delights, it's going to be Lonkero. I'll get me one of them. So, biggest gap for a leader across 4 divisions at this point. Almost an hour of racing under our belts. Looks like it's 1.6 seconds, maybe 1.7. Does ebb and flow, of course. Traffic prevents everyone from putting down their optimal lap every single lap, but it is looking mighty close still for all. In a worst case fuel consumption scenario, you could see some GT3s pitting in the next 5 minutes. That is where we'll get the first hint of the strategies different teams are pursuing. At Spa, almost everyone had to make it a 7-stint race, but there were some good performers in the fuel save game with the 6 stints. Koana definitely one of them. So what's the relative pit loss, relative fuel consumption differences here at Sebring? Only a couple of minutes till we find out.
Both tracks, lots of long straights. I think Biela's either made a mistake or they're still trying to save fuel because they keep losing time. They keep hemorrhaging time to MSI Esports in second. It's now down to 9/10 of a second in GT3. I think they might be trying to save a little bit. I don't think this is just constant mistakes from Sven Haase. That's not the kind of thing he would do. I think they are deliberately trying to extend this past the hour if they can. And also in this Porsche Cup class that we're watching on our screen right now, I think Jürgen Frank falling to second was actually a good thing for him because this allows him to run behind the Urano Esports driver Sam Kuitert and save a little bit of extra fuel, run in second instead of leading the race the whole time, and just kind of equal things out in the GT3 or the Porsche Cup battle. Those cars look too similar. They mess me up every single time.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough sometimes. This is the most clean air it looks like they've had in a long time, though. Not a whole lot behind them, not a whole lot in front of them. Savor this moment. It will not last forever.
Just enjoy your track day at Sebring here for a few more minutes. I'm looking at my track map. Unfortunately, it hasn't updated, but you can see the chaos will be emerging soon. This is just a little bit of GT3 on GT3 train action here, but soon they will be catching more drivers here. And that actually is, I think, the Porsche Cup field ahead of the GT3 field here. They have finally reached that traffic. That's the Biela Racing car with MSI behind, and then they've reached Havu at the back of the Porsche Cup field. So it's all kicking off here. They've finally reached the last little bit of traffic.
And this is the real challenge, isn't it? Because those Porsche Cup cars, Havu get well out of the way, are very, very quick in a straight line. Look at this. The GT3s will get initially better drive off the corner, but then by the time you get up into 4th, 5th, 6th gear, they don't out-accelerate the Porsches to the top speed. What they are able to do, though, is outbrake them and definitely able to out-corner them. Look, this is an example, a Porsche 911 versus a Porsche 911, but the GT3 spec car, way more downforce, round the outside, quite handily. For Christian Lamella, it was his work through the traffic that got him up into second place. So is the work through the traffic going to help him close in on the race leader? Even after that round, it's still just underneath a second.
Yeah, trying to make a pass in turn 1 on a couple more Porsche Cup cars didn't really work out for Lamella. He was able to bring the gap down, and then the optimal moment when he really needed everything to go right, it just did not go right. And that's what always seems to happen with the traffic. I think that was the ATRS car off in the background.
Yeah, they've got 2 cars in that category. They've been in formation. One of them is well off the road at turn 5. Not as far off the road as I was at turn 5. But yeah, I don't know what happened there, but obviously there would be a large queue of GT3 cars still trying to work their way through here. We've seen your GT3 leaders. Well, there's another 14, 15 or so still to come. Mirrors will be very, very busy for the next couple of minutes. Here it is. Well, there was definitely... There was contact from DRS Wave Italy, but there was a GT3 immediately behind them as well. Very complicated situation with a lot of cars there that you can't immediately read too much into it.
Well, we got our answer here. Let's see. Nope. That was all on Wave Italy. That was all on Simone Passoni there. Just tried to dive it to the inside, tried to take advantage in traffic, and Matthias Burke in the 913. You know, that was not quite going to work out for Simone there, and bad luck for ACRS Esports in the 913. One of their cars is down the order. Kane Halliburton still trying to fight back after some early trouble. Couple of steps back for ATRS, but we know they have speed. They've got 5 hours to recover, and they've got not very damaged cars. But apparently, from what I'm hearing, David, we need to hear about your damage in turn 5.
No
After
damage.
the GT3s come in.
Yeah, MSI Esports, Christian Lamella in well before the top of the hour here as well. He is not alone. There goes BS Competition heading to the penalty box. That's where it is, just before all of the pit garages. That's for the incorrect registration in the 89. A 60-second penalty is going to be very, very punishing for them. But interestingly, Biela carry on. Williams Esports BenQ carry on. About half of the GT3 field finding their way onto pit lane, and early. Both BS cars So BMW's there, but a bunch of the Porsches in as well, with Williams Esports, Chill Blast, MSI, Havu are in, Altus Esports are in. So it's not a BMW thing necessarily.
This is going to be tough here. I don't think, now that everybody, or that most of the field is starting to come in, I don't think you can go to the bottom of the hour here, the top of the hour, depending on who's counting. I don't think Bila and Williams Esports BenQ and even the fuel savers at Koana, I don't think they can go 2 extra laps if everybody else is coming in right now. And I guess I'll get my answer to that question here in a few moments when everybody has to come in.
Yeah, fuel only stops at a GT3, still too early in the race for tyre changes. It would add too much time to the pit stop for not enough advantage. So about 40 seconds to refuel the cars for everyone. MSI Esports get out ahead of Williams Esports Chill Blast, ahead of the BS Turner Taco car. Very brutal penalty for the other BS car, of course, that had 60 seconds looming over its head for the incorrect registration before we even started this race. Would that be an easier pill to swallow if they were running 10th than in the top 5? Here comes the leader.
It's never an easy pill to swallow when it's something like that. If you get taken out on track, it's always, you know, you're angry, you're emotional. But if you get a penalty for not filling out an Excel spreadsheet, that's like, what are we doing here, guys? We gotta fix that for next week. But Williams Esports BenQ have been able to go a full extra lap here. They will almost be able to go to the top of the hour, as will Apex Racing Academy, ASR as well with Andrew Karen. There are some teams that can go a full hour here, but there's going to be those few extra seconds because we're not running like 2-minute 12s. We're running 1:57s. You've got to find a way to save those 24 extra seconds of fuel and keep adding that on and adding that on and adding that on over the course of 6 stints. Do the math. That might be a full extra stint. Even if you can go to the hour here, you might still not be able to make it to the end on 6.
So again, a big split on the strategy fuel-wise. Still a while away from when we think we'll see these 992s. Urano's lead vanishing as 75 Bernhard Sim RC close right up on him. Still pursued by Acetec as well.
Some beautiful formation flying here between all of these drivers. Jürgen Frank has not been quite as quick on offense as he was on defense, and I think he's plenty happy with that. He's probably very, very happy to just run in second here, chase down Sam in the lead, and just run in second, save more fuel, save those tires up a little bit. It's a long race. They won last time out at Spa. They know what it's like to win after 6 hours, and here comes Williams Esports BenQ. This has got to be the hard limit for the fuel.
Gosh, you would really think they've gone 2 laps longer than quite a lot of other cars and teams did. For example, MSI. So they should probably lead in the whole rest of the GT3 field. 992 leaders working through some TCR cars again. I see Maniti and Full Send, I think. Yep. It can be tough to tell the Full Send from the Carbon, being them both Veloster and TCRs.
I think the Full Send car, if I remember correctly, that was the one that was in... Yeah, that was the one that crashed.
Yes.
Unfortunately, there's no smoke coming out of the bonnet, though, so that doesn't differentiate it anymore.
Nope, Full Send, I think is still out of this one as an Arnage competition. One of the GT3s we saw with some pretty severe front damage. And I think the Pure Sims 992 at Sal Herveus is still parked. Almost done with this whole round of the GT3 pit stops. Williams Esports Chill Blaster in 4th. Bila Racing Team Euronics back to the lead from MSI, from SERIES Esports BenQ. The teams that have gone really, really long, of course, are expecting to reap their dividend much later in the race. Oh, wide from Urano. Very wide from Urano. On our screens right now.
Not quite wide enough for Jürgen Frank to take advantage, but this will tell us if he's really interested in the lead right now. If he wanted to take the lead, I think he probably would have gone for a little bit of a dive into turn 1. Exiting turn 1, it's not quite good enough to go for a dive into turn 3 either. So I don't think Jürgen really wants the lead here. I think he's happy to continue running in third here. We're still waiting on Porsche Cup pit stops. Those haven't come around yet. And I don't think Jürgen's going to make this move until that finally comes. If he gets the lead in the pit cycle, I think he'll be happy with it. But right now, he really doesn't want the lead on track, I think.
Bunch of GT4 cars working their way through the lane at the minute. I'm not sure I've seen our leaders pit. But a lot of the Mercedes through the lane. Pretty similar pit stops for just about everyone. I think that covers the full tank of fuel and the tyre change, so not a lot of variation to the strategy for the GT4 cars.
Porsche Cup versus TCR here. Another demonstration of the differences between the classes. Vince Peters, I feel like I haven't mentioned him much since I mentioned that he was just petering along in third. But that is just what he's been doing. I mentioned that Jürgen Frank's happy to sit in second and just save a little bit of fuel. Well, Vince Peters has had the best seat in the house, third in line here, just watching both of the drivers in front of him do their own thing, run third in line, kind of fly under the radar, and then maybe when the pit cycle comes around for these Porsche Cup cars, he might be the biggest winner of them all because he might have been able to save more fuel than both of them in the double draft. He's been stuck to both of them this whole time. He's had the speed, potentially to pass both of them. I think Vince Peters might actually be in the best position of anybody of this three-car pack in Porsche Cup.
He's going to have a pretty filthy windshield, though, after running the whole stint directly in behind those in front. But other than that, yeah, very well positioned with the double toe. Even when Urano had a little bit of a gap, he was still with the 75 Bernhard car, so he was never short of a slipstream in third place. Just double checking, but I think we've seen a pit stop from everyone in GT4 now. You can see some pit stop times up there as well. So the last of the stoppers being Urano, Mvano, etc.
GT4, TCR, Porsche Cup, all on your screen in one single shot. That's not the first time this is going to happen. You're going to see all four classes in one singular corner, I'm sure, later on tonight. And that's going to be the most dramatic moments in traffic, when every single class somehow evens out finally after all the stints, after all the lap times even out, like the orbits of the planets when they align. The traffic will all align, and it's going to be in the worst possible spot for some driver. It's fine right now, though. Porsche Cup still just navigating a couple of TCRs, then they'll navigate a couple of GT4s. They haven't quite met in the middle yet, but things are starting to get even more clogged up here on this track. Only 59 cars for what, 6 kilometers? But there's not much room on track, even with that.
Starting to see some pit stops out of 992 as well, so what about our leading trio? Is this an in-lap for them or one more? Pit entry is just to the right here, and no, not for them yet.
I don't actually know where the limit's going to be. I don't know how far they can go. They've already gone further than I expected. They've already gone past the limit I would have guessed, but it can't hurt to go even further. It can't hurt to extend your stint as long as possible. Even if you are going to have to make 5 stops and do 6 stints, you might as well still just extend it for as long as possible. Get yourself a shorter stint somewhere in the middle of the race or at the end of the race. But yeah, they're just going to extend it until probably the hard limit of the fuel tank, I would have to assume, and it's going to be the same hard limit for all of them. I don't think any of them have managed to save an extra lap of fuel miraculously, so they should all be coming in together. But it's just a question of when that's actually going to be. They might be regretting coming in earlier because they're in traffic now, and fourth place Fordzilla, I think, or wherever they were in Porsche Cup, they're in.
Yeah, they are. About half of the cars that come through from this class, and for sure, if you're a bit further down, you think, oh, maybe we can pit a little earlier. We're getting on the new tyres. If that's what we're doing, maybe give us a performance advantage. Can we find an undercut? But when you're leading the way, if you've got clear enough track, pretty much always to your advantage to just run it as long as you possibly can. We've also had Maniti, Oris, Sabelt pit from this class, and SRC Movano Corsa Jan Terniak as well. So is this go one lap longer than half the field, or can they do like GT3, and is there a team that's going to really surprise us with how much they've been able to save? There's a car that has pitted just in front of them, now almost a lap down, until these trio need to stop. Side by side for the lead as they go into Sunset Bend as well, mind you. Be looking for pit entry, potentially. Urano still ahead, pit in. Interesting. The only one to stay out is Asetek.
If I'm thinking in my old head mind, I'm thinking about my fuel calculations here. I'm wondering if Vince Peters was able to save just that little bit more. There might have been like 0.95 of a lap left for the 2 leaders, and he's managed to save just that little bit more to go a full extra lap. But I don't know. They might have just elected to come in normally just to get in, but the Ace Tech Sim Sports Visceral entry of Vince Peters gets 1 lap all by his lonesome. He's got the ATRS Porsche Cup car behind him, but that's not going to be much of an issue even if they are on fresher tires. He just has to nail 1 qualifying lap here, and he might be able to jump the 2 ahead of him in the pits, but he's got 1 lap to nail here.
He really stands alone as well. I think he's the only car in this class to have gone this long. Everyone else has stopped already, so it's radically different to what everyone else has been capable of. That positioning for the whole stint, for whole longer than an hour though, really does help. That's the best case scenario fuel wise.
Just watching the sectors here for Vince Peters, seeing if he's really taking advantage here of this extra lap. It looks pretty good just on a baseline here. My timing is not quite refreshed, so I can't tell you the exact lap times he's doing, but it has looked rock solid here, all on his lonesome. No mistakes, just maximizing what is essentially an in-lap compared to the rest of the drivers he was fighting with. But it's been a qualifying lap for him. He's been throwing everything at this, and he should be in here. If he's not in after Sunset Bend this time, cut to a camera shot of my face. I'll be very shocked.
Yeah, fair enough. The one thing that's potentially shocking me, looks like almost everyone going for fuel and tyres except Havu, if I'm seeing that right. So I could have that wrong. I could be getting fed some dodgy data, but we'll see. For the pit box, 1 lap longer than everyone else, Asetek Visceral Sim Sports are going to have a driver change as well. Now, looking at the names in cars, I don't think that's been super common throughout the rest of the field. I think almost everyone else is in for a double, but at Asetek, Anders Dahl is going to get in. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think Anders Dahl qualified that car and then Vince Peters started it.
I believe you would be correct in remembering that, but it is... I woke up early for today, so my memory's not as good as it once was, but I think you're right.
Yeah, so Anders Dahl back in. This is your GT3 lead, just underneath 3/10 now. Christian Lamella and MSI Esports closing the gap to the lead, having it stand at 3/10. Both of these cars refueled, but on the same tyres that they started the race. Let's take a RaceSpot TV fan immersion right on board with the MSI Esports Porsche 911 GT3R. and get an idea, is he saving the fuel, is he saving the tyres, or is he looking for the lead in this stint? Enjoy the beautiful Porsche sounds. There's your second place runner. Christian Lamella opened this race for MSI Esports, still behind the wheel, trying to pursue Biela Racing Team Euronics in their BMW. The GT3 lead. It's round 2 of this new season of 24-hour Series Esports, season 2022-2023. Well, you can still see just behind them Williams Esports BenQ, but it's starting to feel like maybe a two-horse race out front with big question marks around the fuel stint lengths as well in GT3. The only class we're yet to see pit stops from is TCR, and if we're honest, they're probably still 10-15 minutes away.
I hope you were all satisfyingly immersed in our little fan immersion there. 6-hour broadcast. Gotta take care of some things. David, it sounds like you took care of a whole bowl of custard. I got my warm halibut oil massage, and I'm ready to go for 42 more minutes.
Oh, mate. That was something I didn't think I was going to hear when I first heard it, but apparently that's how we roll now at Race Spot. So then recapping your top 3 in GT3, it's Biela Racing Team Euronics with MSI Esports, and Williams, the BenQ car, in 3rd, over in 992. Have Visceral managed to put a jump on Urano and Team 75 Bernhard. In fact, Bernhard are almost struggling to stay on this train at this point, so a long run and then maybe a slightly short fuel from the Acetec Visceral car. GT4, it's still Urano, Fordzilla and SRC Movano Corsa for a triple Mercedes out front. TCR, well, SimRC and Pure Sims looking the class of the field in that category, and SimRC have managed to put some time between themselves and Pure Sims. And Hoisingveld runs 3rd, another 7 seconds off a 2nd place.
Yeah, Corentin Guinez in the lead of TCR has just been completely solid. I don't think we've mentioned his name once since qualifying began, or since qualifying ended, and that's because there's been nothing to talk about. SimRC in that 176 just been absolutely rock solid. Not a single mistake, not a single incident with a lapping car. Just been absolutely perfect for the first hour and 20 minutes. Now, I hope that doesn't jinx them. I hope that doesn't, they still got, 5 times more than that in the rest of the race. My math is completely incorrect there, but still, they've had a great start to the race. They've still got about 3/4 of it to go.
So, recapping the GT3 stops, fuel only for everyone in the field. In 992, it looked like it was fuel and tyres for everyone but Havu, who came out of the pit lane in 4th place, now in 6th place. And I dare say Team Fordzilla, Sabelt and ATRS, the next 3 cars, are going to be able to swallow up Havu pretty quickly in the next couple of laps. So they did something different. Irritoiminen, fuel only. Or is it fuel and 2 tyres? I can never tell. But regardless, it doesn't look on the timing sheet like it's the pace is at all holding up with that alternative strategy at the moment.
I think there's been a change for the overall lead. I just noticed MSI Esports, they got by Biela Team Euronics. They've gotten by the 46. I didn't see where it happened, and I don't know if there was a mistake from Sven Hasse in the lead or what, but Christian Lamella, we rode on board with him for that whole immersion, wasn't able to make the move, and he's finally been able to do it, and somebody not named Sven Hasse is leading this race for the first time.
Yeah, there you go. A couple of these, especially the BMWs, may be struggling with the track limits potentially, but we know Lamella was right there, right in touch and in contact since the pit stops. So yeah, MSI now lead the way.
Bad news for fans of advanced sim racing esports for ASR, the 27. They are DNF, unfortunately. Andrew Karen just told us in the chat, so before old Guillaume Levesque, our old buddy here on Race Spot, even got a chance to get in the car, the number 27 is done for the night or the day or whatever time of day it is for you. Either way, ASR by Able Esports, they're done.
Unfortunate for them and us, of course. Now, I'm okay. We're gonna have a look here.
Oh, that's our 27.
Oh, the Altus GT3 there as well. 3 wide through the big bend, and Altus take a heavy hit as well. So a couple GT3 cars in danger there. It looks like the TCR car maybe mostly got away with it. They were on the inside trying to hug their line. Now, a GT3 leader trying to put a bit of traffic between himself and Bieler, able to briefly hold 2 cars in the gap.
And there's masterful navigation by Lamella there, or with a little bit of luck involved as well. Atte Kauppinen is going to have a little bit worse luck. He's going to catch the Mercedes ahead in probably a worse part of the track, unless he can get by on the straight here. Let's see in the background if that yeah, he's easy. He's got him on the straight. That was actually timed perfectly for Atte Kauppinen. So all 3 of the top 3 in GT3 navigate through a couple of bites of GT4 traffic perfectly finely, and that is a full second gap between every single one of them, which is the first time they've really been equidistant. The 46 of Sven Haase is actually falling off just a little bit now that it's not leading the race for the first time, which is kind of a surprise.
We know there are different fuel strategies afoot in GT3, that's for sure. MSI were not one of the big savers, and they fell considerably short of the 1 hour stint that some would aim for to try to even up a 6-hour race without any remainder. Always nice when you can divide without remainder.
I always forget what to do with the remainder. They taught us that in like 4th grade. The remainders never came back. Can never apply them to sim racing. You need some kind of high-level math degree to figure that stuff out.
So then a little further back, the BS Taco machine, the correctly entered one, with some company, your 3 possible manufacturers from GT3, all represented in this image here, with the GSR Lamborghini just in behind as well. No endurance lights fitted, from what I can tell. There is the option to add that rather obnoxious light bar to the nose.
Well, if the team at GSR are listening, please tell us if the endurance lights aren't on that Lamborghini, or if you just haven't turned them on. Because if you do have them available and you're not using them, me and David are both going to have some words with you guys. We want to see those endurance lights. Those going to be a few words between GT4 and GT3 traffic there. Oh my goodness, almost in the Turner Taco Mobile almost took a bite out of the grass on the outside to get around the GT4. GSR Lamborghini just barely clears that GT4 Mercedes as well. It's only 2 cars they have to navigate through, but they are having more trouble with all of these guys than they have with a lot of the other traffic.
It's interesting, you know, just how the cards fall sometimes, how the timing is. Sometimes you come out of one corner, great momentum, get past the lap traffic easily before the next, and then sometimes they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time for you. It compromises your run through a corner, stalls out your momentum, and then, you know, maybe stops you from passing the next car, and it just seems out of the hands of the drivers sometimes, just exactly when, where, and how they catch some of the traffic. Bit of movement here from Koana Gaming. looked to the inside of Sunset but weren't close enough, still using the slipstream very effectively from the BS Turner BMW. And having another little peek. I like to just double check.
BMW loves to clip the grass on the outside of the track, and every single one of these high-speed corners, you're just seeing them extend the gap as far as they can, or extend the track as far as they can, rather. Again, coming up into Big Bend here on the exit of Turn 5 there, they clip the grass just a little bit. They're extending it further than just about anybody coming into the hairpin here. Don't be surprised if you see them on the exit of the hairpin kick up a little bit more dust. There's the turn-in. They were far more conservative that time. It's actually the Porsche behind that decides to disprove my point, but you get what I'm saying. They are pushing at 100% here. The pressure is absolutely on, and this is an extremely high-pressure situation right now.
I'm making a very, very carefully considered note of who made it to 1 hour in the race on that first stint in GT3, because now you see some pressure on for second and third. Atse Kalpinen, who did go an hour initially, has now found a great turn of speed to close in on the leaders. It looked like a two-horse race out there. Now it's 3. In GT4, your lead is nothing as well. Urano Fordzilla Urano.
I'm just getting immersed in some of these helicopter shots here. I just want to let him speak for himself sometimes. It's just beautiful to watch these GT4 cars navigating through Sebring, these Mercedes GT4 cars that are always the optimal cars in all the GT4 official series on iRacing. It's always been kind of a Mercedes fest, but there are other cars that work. There are other cars you can compete with. On Monday nights, we see in the Precision Racing League GT4 series on Race Spot, there are other GT4 cars that can compete for wins, but it's pretty clear that the Mercedes is the one to have. The Aston Martins of SimRC and Juncos Racing Esports have not really been competitive. They were decent in qualifying, but as the race goes on here, SimRC has lost 11 seconds there in 4th. Juncos Racing Esports has got kind of bullied, and they continue to fall down, but pair of Mercedes still fighting here for the overall lead, or not the overall lead, but the GT4 lead, I should say.
Yeah, especially I don't count out SimRC in this category. Known to do some interesting things in this style of racing. Very well could be set up for the conditions we expect later in the race, not the conditions we expect now. It has cooled off on the track, actually, quite significantly since the drop of the green flag, with more to go. Very excited for the fact that we'll be finishing this race after dark, which means we get a free fireworks display. So, keep the kids awake for that one. TCR pit stops happening now. Your leaders SimRC and Team Hoisingfeld are in. And a chunk of the rest of that field likewise. Pure Sims, MSI, the ones you can see pictured. Impulse Racing have already stopped. Same for Carbon Sim Sport.
It's like a group field trip in the pits for TCR in just about every single lap. They're all together. They're all running on essentially the same strategy, but I think as we get later on in the race, there's going to be some difference there, but at least in these early stages of the race, you can see first comes in, second comes in, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh and eighth should be coming in soon. It's just like a school field trip here. Nowadays, I think they have like, I don't even know where that anecdote was going, but they're all coming in. TCR's all evenly matched, so we got craziness up here. More GT3s, the overall lead in GT3, navigating with the lead in GT4.
Yeah, exactly. they've just been sneaking ever closer together. Atse Kalpinen in the Williams Esports BenQ, he's been catching first and second, and now he's upon them right as they are upon some traffic, but there's nothing between Sven Haase in second and Kalpinen in third there. So having saved very aggressively in the first stint, is Kalpinen free to push a little harder, while the two drivers in front of him still need to save in this stint if they are aiming for a 6-stint race?
I don't think he's going to be pushing it 100% yet, because it's still so early. We're not even to halfway yet. We're just barely past a quarter now. So I think Atte Kalpinen is still going to be saving a little bit here. He's going to make sure he isn't going to lose touch with the two drivers ahead. He's going to make sure he's within like the 1.5 second window, the 2 second window that he's in right now. But I don't think we'll be seeing full aggressive Atte Kalpinen until a little bit later in the race. I think the Williams Esports BenQ team have a wider idea here, a wider story arc that they're hoping that this race unfolds into, and they still got a little bit longer. They've got a little bit more saving to do, I think, until they can go full attack.
GT4 leaders.
So while there's a lull in the action here, David, you want to tell us about turn 5?
Oh, I had a really, really big moment, like as far off the track as you can get, and I'm looking out the passenger window at the wall that's coming towards me, and I was like, how am I gonna not hit this wall? So there's a point about halfway skipping across the grass where I just took my foot off the brake and I put it on the accelerator, and I thought I was still gonna clip the wall with the rear of the car, but it didn't. So that's approximately how close it got.
First person experiences with the pains of Sebring.
Yeah, I don't know, anytime you're looking at what's coming towards you out the side windows, I don't recommend.
Yeah, that's not really ideal, especially in a car where you're like, you know, if I hit here, there's actually going to be human body car contact with wall. It's not like on iRacing where I could just be like, hey, you know, whatever, get back to the pits. It's like, oh, I'm actually going to hit a wall here.
It was millimeters away from being very, very expensive. And I just distinctly remember I had time for just the 3 thoughts, and in order those thoughts were, oh no, wait, no, it was, oh no, I can't afford this, so I'm just not going to hit the wall, and sheer will and determination, because I was like, it's like, but I can't hit the wall, so let's not.
Maybe we need that in sim racing. Maybe we need, like, in the 24-hour series, esports series, if our race stewards are watching, maybe we need a monetary penalties. You got to pay for your own simulated damage if you cause an accident. That's always been theorized. I know a couple days ago, James Carter suggested a charitable donation should be made by any driver who causes an incident to the driver they affected's charity of choice. Well, we'll have to think about those. We'll have to workshop those a little bit more.
Just got to put money in every time you meatball a car, and we'll pull it all up. End of the season, we'll get some Coty pizza.
Oh yeah, now full circle. That's how you do it. Are the Finns still watching? Let's talk about Coty pizza some more, or maybe not. These two GT4 leaders, while we've been talking, nothing has changed, and that's actually kind of a good thing for the two of them, because they're both pushing 100% here. The Urano Esports GT4 flashing its lights like it loves to do so much. We're on the outside of a TCR. There's a Havu Porsche Cup. This is what I was talking about. This is every class in one shot, I think. There's a GT3 up ahead, too.
The Manidi TCR car just getting absolutely sandwiched one way and the other. GT3s to the right, GT4s to the left. 992s trying to squeak their way through as well. It's not an easy little moment for them, but everyone navigates it cleanly. And you see that kind of 3 wide heading into the braking zone, and you wonder, uh-oh, does the GT3 car barreling down the inside, have enough grip to pull this up? Does the car that's all the way around the outside 3 wide know what the car on the inside is doing? They can hardly see him.
It's kind of a mystery, and you're just hoping that the car behind you is a respectful GT3 car. They're a respectful lapping vehicle. You can see that same dynamic happening right here again. That's the RSR by Butt Kicker Porsche, I believe. Haven't mentioned them much so far today, but they've been trying to advance their way through the field after a difficult qualifying, and that got the number 490 offline just a little bit wiggly, a little bit, under pressure. And Team Fordzilla tried to take advantage. I think Reese Carroll is still behind the wheel of that car. I have not checked if there was a driver change. Yes, he still is. He still is behind the wheel of that car. Dylan Scriven's still behind the wheel of the lead car. No driver changes for either of these cars, and they've been fighting each other this close into the drop of the green flag.
Yep, incredibly close. Once you notice how colourful those Fordzilla wheel rims are, it certainly stands out.
Big fan of a colored rim. Big fan of a neon colored rim, especially. I always run the highlighter yellow rims, so I like how they look, and I love that highlighter yellow, that Hot Wheels yellow. Makes it look like a toy car. It's great. David is also slightly distracted right now because Aussie Puhaka has mentioned in our chat that they have a reindeer pizza at Coty Pizza to bring that back.
Possible meats of pizza. Things are close again in TCR though. Remember, SimRC had broken out to about a 3-second lead or so. Well, it's down to 4/10 now after the pit stops. Gotta wonder, did Pure Sims maybe short fuel it just a little bit to try to stay in touch? My pit stop numbers are not looking very reliable at all, but it's certainly the kind of thing you'd consider. Just shave a second or so off the fueling to try to get reconnected. Then the traffic comes along and maybe undoes some of that work because it's held wide through the right-hander. No dramas before Tower though. The 992 Porsche very easily clear before the commitment point there. And they're almost back together.
Two Hondas kind of lighten up the soundscape here. Miguel Marine in the chat says he wants to hear the VTEC. Now I'm no big car guy. Does this Honda Civic Type R TCR have VTEC in it?
Well,
and if it doesn't, can we pretend that it does?
They did apply the VTEC name to some turbocharged Hondas, but it doesn't really... At that point, it's just a marketing name. Honda need to come up with a cool street cred JDM name for a turbo. Having a bit of a dig, looking at that over-under through turn 1, but then the traffic arrives, your GT3 leading traffic, and they stick their way through. Wow, this is the life of a TCR driver. And so from thinking about the over-under making a move, sandwiched together, I would say that the TCR lead gap was approximately 1.992 Porsche at that point.
And I think Ross McFarlane, who we ride on board with here in the 116, would have actually been able to peek to the inside and take the lead there from Corentin Guinez, but there were too many GT3s coming on the scene. If he swerved over to make that move, he would have been a very, very unpopular TCR driver, and he probably would have been a TCR driver that was getting punted into the wall by a fast-approaching Porsche or BMW there. So he clearly has the pace right now. Whether that's been a better case of tire saving, whether Corentin Guinez and his domination at the start of the race has been not quite taking care of this TCR as well as Ross McFarlane has, but Ross is basically on the bumper right now. If he can just replicate what he did in the last lap and do it one more time, and also have no more GT3 cars on the scene, it should be a fairly easy way to take the lead here for Ross McFarlane. And he wants the lead. He's not content to just hang back here.
Super close, and it gives you a good look at the attitude of the Honda TCR car, straddling some of the curbs there, but particularly a little taily at points on turn in. The drive much better for Pure Sims. You have a pit stop number? Could there be any difference in tyres between these two as well? I thought you get 4 free tyres. I've definitely heard of some TCR teams though still opting to only change the front tyres, and it's looking mighty like a lead change. Pure Sims through to the lead. It wasn't done with the slipstream, it was just a much better run off Lamar corner. The front just hooked up.
SimRC doing a little bit of a swerve there on the front straight, maybe to try and heat up the tires a little bit more. That might be what they're struggling with. The tires might just be a little bit cold, but I don't know. I'm kind of dumbfounded here. I don't know what the differing strategies. Oh my goodness! Pure Sims Esports ends up putting a bumper to the back of the BS Turner car there. These GT3 cars are very, very desperate to lap the TCRs. They haven't been given them much room. They don't necessarily have to. It's up to the TCRs, I think, to get out of the way, frankly. Well, not to get out of the way, but to leave some semblance of respect to the GT3s, and they have been doing so, but the GT3s have not been really repaying that in turn. They've been very, very aggressive. They've been bullying these TCRs around for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good little GT3 battle that worked its way past as well between Turner and Cohen. Come on up.
I'm looking where third is in TCR. I'm not sure how far back third is right now. I think it's the Hoisingfeld 148 of Fabian Siegman. And yeah, there's a huge gap between first, second, and third. It's about 7 seconds, and it has not come down. Even in this traffic, the Hoisingfeld team, unfortunately, has not been able to bring that gap down. But we got a replay here. I think this is Atte Kauppinen in the Williams Esports GT3.
Would be. He's trying to outbrake some of the 992 cars. Biela have a bit of a check up. Okay.
I think this is actually live action with Atte Kauppinen.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, live in the battle. Second and third in GT3, I think it was. It should be. And look at the gap your overall leader's got. He's already now working his way through that hairpin. Christian Lamella in the MSI car. Certainly was a difficult little glut of traffic through turn number 1 there for them to work on through. One of the things that Christian Lamella definitely did well in the opening stint was in situations like that, picking the right way to go, made some spots that way.
Just riding on board here, you can see the intricacies of the inside of the BMW here while we sort out a few technical issues, but they will be solved in a reasonable amount of time. We will be back with full graphics here soon, but we're riding on board with the second place BMW. There's just so much to do in this car. There's so many buttons. There's so many adjustments you have to make. In the Porsche as well, it's as close as you can get to a spaceship in GT machinery. And we always talk about how GT3 machinery is easy to pick up, and it is. That's what it was designed to do. It was designed for the maximum amount of raceability around the world. But there is still a lot of complicated machinery that goes into these things.
And of course, it's one of those wheels that you can have in your own rig at home if you want. I'm not sure it's the the cheapest, and by that measure the best value that you could stick on your rig. But if you want to, you could. One of those buttons is the windscreen wiper. There you go. Don't often see that one from the onboard, but hashtag soon. Something we're going to see more of going forward. You know, it didn't rain when I was here. It threatened to rain both days and then decided not to rain during the racing, just to, you know, throw lightning immediately after the checkered flag and prevent us from having a podium ceremony. So thanks, Florida weather.
Can never rely on Florida to have anything good down there. Something's always going to go wrong.
Also cancelled one of the rocket launches that I spent like 5 hours camped out waiting for, so not salty about that at all. I did get to see some good ones. That's one of those sort of unique things you can almost get nowhere else in the world, but Florida or French Guiana is those just massive rocket launches.
Do a rocket launch world tour, go down to French Guiana, take a trip to Kazakhstan, you know, all the touristy spots that we all want to go to. I would go to French Guiana, because how many people get to go to French Guiana other than people from French Guiana?
It's the only part of the European Union that's in South America.
Yeah.
It's fun. Lots of traffic still ahead for second place in GT3. We ride on board with MSI Esports. The next Porsche GT3 just ahead, now 2 cars ahead. And in the mirrors we can see that third place car from Williams Esports. So still very, very little to separate your top 3. We're not far away from that next group of pit stops in this class of cars as well, are we? It will be interesting to see who hits that hour and who falls short again, because it really didn't seem like a whole lot of cars confidently, easily made an hour in that first stint. But critically, one of them that did was that third place car, Williams Esports BenQ, Atse Kalpinen. So track position, you look at this, you can see the leader just in front of him after almost 2 hours of racing. Great track position. But I think of all 3 cars, he's got the best strategy position as well. And interestingly, on circuit, they're in the order. The MSI car pitted, and then the next lap, the Biela car pitted, and then the next lap, the Williams car pitted. So you've got 3 cars together, and their strategy position is kind of the inverse of their track position. Which one would you rather have at this point?
I would absolutely love to be Atte Kalpinen right now, not just because he's Finnish and he has a fun name, but because he is in the best strategy position right now, I think. He was the driver who was able to bring it to the hour, almost past the hour, I think, by a couple seconds. I'm sure MSI Esports and Biela Team Euronics, they both have strategies that work with not being able to make it to the full hour. They both think that their 7-stint strategies will be the way to go, but just in my mind coming into this race, I want to be the driver who's doing one less stop, who's able to make it to the full hour. And I think Williams Esports BenQ and Atte Kalpinen are in the best position in third right now.
It's definitely a pretty strong strategy last round for Koana to hit that hour. They went from almost nowhere to a second place. Really strong points, only 2 points away from the championship leader then. Obviously, given the point structure, 21st, 18, 16, etc., it goes down to, I think, points to 15th place or so. Of course, you can get on the website and all of the regulations, standings, schedule is all there. I'm also going to highly recommend you follow 24-Hour Series Esports on Twitter or Facebook or your whatever. Post plenty of stuff and links to the website. Relentless traffic for our GT3 leaders, coming across a gaggle of GT4s here. mix in a couple 992s as well, and this is where races of this style are won and lost, because if you're reckless and get penalised in this traffic, that's your chances of winning over. But if you, every time you come across traffic, go, no, I'm just going to wait for the next straight, you're going to lose too much time. So the balance, the timing, the positioning, all super critical. It looks like Lamella's done it pretty well, because there is then a little bit of gap now to him, and second and third then come through in one flash of light.
That's why we love endurance racing. That's why we run the races. To quote Sean Heckman, that's why we tune in, because it's won and lost in these complicated situations here, in these gaggles of traffic, where you're not only lapping slower cars in one class, you might be lapping slower cars in 3 different classes at some point, and it seems like it never lets up, and it really doesn't in a 6-hour race. You've just got to find a hole that you can take advantage of, and that's where your track position is made. You can't just hang back, like you said. If you wait for everybody to find the most optimal place to get by, if you wait for the straights like Atte Kauppinen right here, you're going to be losing full seconds. And then you saw right ahead, you saw Sven Haase send it 3 wide on 2 GT4s and make it right through, while Atte still has to make all those positions behind him.
Couple TCR cars up, slot through the middle here for your Biela 46 and Sven Haase, and just no such luck for the pursuing Porsche. They're too wide in front of him. Try to pick and choose how he can work his way through here. Easily chop the nose on one of the few Vantage GT4s. Now on the next GT4, no problems, but then a 992 car, tough to get past on the Ullmann straight. Through this section here, you've really got to dive it down the inside of Le Mans, use your cornering speed and your braking advantage, but he doesn't do it, he backs up. Wow, are we already seeing an attempt at the fuel saving here again from Kauppinen? Just rolling out of the throttle in these places. Would not surprise me to start seeing a lot more GT3 pit stops right about now, and in fact we are. Havu, Altis, RSR, Sebelt, BS Competition 89, so the Vanilla Taco in, and so's MSI from the lead now. Christian Lamella pits, Sven Haase carries on, Williams Esports carry on.
This is pretty... it's about 1 lap earlier than I would have expected for MSI Esports. I thought they would be able to go, when they came in, was about, what, an hour 58, or 4 hours 58. They came in, I gotta do the math in reverse, that's impossible to do live, but either way, it has been under an hour again, but it's been less under an hour than it was before. I feel like this has been a shorter stint on the second stint than it was on the first, so I think they're really committing to a 7-stint race here, so they can afford to shorten it up a little bit. While Biela, I think they're going to try and go a little bit longer, a couple extra laps to extend this stint as long as possible. And then, of course, Williams Esports BenQ, who have lost 4 seconds in traffic and have also lost time because they're trying to save. I think they're going to go to the top of the hour.
Yeah, the numbers that I see say 28 laps on the first stint for MSI. Now they've done 29. Biela did 29 on the first stint. Now they're looking at 30. No, now they're on lap 29 of their stint. So if this is the in-lap here for Sven Haase and Biela, it would not shock me. But again, they all had to do the full formation lap as well as idling on the grid. So this second stint being a little easier to stretch the fuel than the first is certainly a possibility. So look at how much space there suddenly is between... I'm still going to call them second and third. Remember when Kauppinen was just right underneath the rear wing?
Yeah, and that all came in traffic. We saw Sven Haase going 3 wide. He was sending some aggressive moves, but he wasn't over aggressive. He found the holes. He made moves that were going to work, that weren't going to take anybody out. He made it through, while Atte Kauppinen was just a little bit more conservative, got held up in some worse places. And then also we saw him through the last couple of corners saving fuel like you noticed. So that all kind of added up to a 4-second gap here. In the grand scheme of things, if he can do 1 less stop than his competitors, what's 4 seconds in in a 6-hour race. But yeah, that gap has really ballooned. The gap between the GT4s has not ballooned. We looked away from it for like a half an hour. Well, it's exactly the same as it was before. They're still separated by like 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, what more can you say then? The traffic not separating this duo, despite needing to weave around one way and the other to get through. Acidic Visceral it was, one of the contending 992 cars. I say that, leading 992 car. They're not far away from pit stops as well in that class. Neither should GT4. Maybe 10 minutes away. Let me have a look at this. Scrollsy. First stint was 29 laps, but of course slower laps for Dylan Scrivens, the leader. Now on lap 25 of this run. So maybe 5 more laps to go till it's pit stops for this group as well. Pit lane can be a busy place at Sebring.
There goes the Porsche 992 second place driver getting by this battle here. But if I'm Fordzilla, if I'm Reese Carroll here, I don't know when I want to take the lead, because I'm always happy to run behind a driver who I know I'm basically the same speed as or faster, because I know I can make the move eventually and I can just save fuel and sit back here for the moment. But eventually he's going to have to actually make the move, and he's also not going to want to wait until the last possible minute with like an hour to go. I wonder if he elects to maybe optimize a run at some point through the final corner, jump him right as they come into the pits, and then start to lead a little bit, but I don't know. But also the GT3 leader has just come in overall, and Williams Esports is going to go past the hour again.
Yeah, 30 laps on the stint for Sven Haase. That's Karppinen. Still got... Well, if he saves like he did in the first stint, he could go another 2 laps from here. But I don't think that's likely. I think you just look for that top of the hour. That's the target, that's the goalpost, and try to maximize your speed with that fuel in mind. Keep your eye then on more of that GT3 strategy as well, because we're approaching the stop where you definitely expect some tyre changes to be taking place. You might expect some driver changes then to also take place. But for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, that was a driver change, I think. Williams Esports Chill Blast, I'm not sure. Driver change over at BS Turner. And for the Biela car, I think that's still Sven Haase in the 46, right?
Looks like that on my screen. And also Sota Muto has gotten behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry. So that's a couple of driver changes. I have to imagine that Atte Karppinen will get out of the car here. It's been 2 full hours since the start of this race. Sven Haase took tires as well, we're hearing. So 4 tires for Sven Haase for Biela Racing Team. Here comes Williams Esports, Ben Q, and they're in. They're like 10 seconds short of the hour, though. They got to find those 10 seconds over the course of the next couple stints.
No, because it's not what the clock says when you enter pit lane. It's what the clock says when you exit pit lane.
That's true.
There's an hour, 1 minute on the clock when you enter, and then you leave with an hour on the clock. You've only got to make it to the checkered flag. So I think this is just about right.
They teach you better math in Australia, don't they?
Yeah. Certainly do. So is a driver change happening there? Atte Karppinen out, Marina Sarica in. Another one of those black stripe pro drivers as well. So certainly no weak link in that driver lineup so far from the Williams Esports BenQ car, and the strategy looks strong as well. With the driver change, expect to see a tyre change. We'll know in a second. You'll see them pop up on the jacks. You can see a lot of other cars following in as well. There's the 45 Biela car. They made the hour in the first stint. They've done it again. So they haven't had the same on-track pace as their teammates in the 46. But they're so far hitting a fuel target. Tyre change underway for Williams Esports BenQ. Then through to cycle and maybe take back the lead of the race. Where is this car, the 46 wheeler, going to be relative to Williams Esports BenQ. BenQ are rolling.
Koana didn't take tires, and they've actually jumped. They've jumped Williams Esports, and they've also jumped MSI. So Koana takes second overall here. Or at least they did for a second. I think they might have just thrown it off the road at turn 2.
You're kidding me.
Nah, they're still on. They just got past, though. False alarm.
Yeah. So, yet further divergence in the strategy. Initially, we had who makes it to the top of the hour, who doesn't. Now we've seen, after 2 hours, some teams changing tyres, the 46 being one of them. Some teams looking to triple stint their tyres in GT3.
And as there's driver changes, I think there's going to be a commentator change too. My stint has come to an end. It's been a pleasure here at Sebring. It's been a pleasure, David and Tyler, but I think it's time for Mr. Nolan J. Rempel to come in and take you home with David for the rest of the race.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Thanks so much for joining me. It's been great. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. We've got to take a minute now as we set up to bring in Nolan Rempel. Now, what is the effects of triple stinting those tyres? Let's have a look from the Koana perspective. What's the wheel work, or what are they doing to try to keep the grip underneath them? third stint on these tyres, trying to keep up as best he can. Whoa, a little off the track on the outside of turn 1, runs the MSI Esports car. Williams Esports BenQ just in behind, and Bela Racing Team Euronics enjoying one of the better leads they've had in a while, and they should have the tyre performance to back it up, even if they haven't had quite the same fuel economy. It's 2.8 seconds their lead. I'm joined by Nolan Rempel. Nolan, great to have you. 4 classes, 4 battles, and still 4 hours to go.
Hello, David, and thank you for having me on board here for the 24-hour series at Sebring. I've been kind of keeping on this one throughout the course of the morning, but it looks like it's been overall a very solid race so far, as we can clearly see a lot of these GT3 battles still shaking up. You know, when I first tuned in, all of our classes still an hour and a half deep. They were still having themselves with a fairly solid less than a second on all 4 classes. I think that, to me, it speaks volumes to the competition that you got in a field like this, and it does make for a very entertaining 6-hour race.
Looks like GT4 pit stops are on at the moment as well, just cycling themselves through, because you've got Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. Bit of a mouthful there, but they've gone a lap longer than just about everyone else that I can see. They are in now, but especially when compared to their rivals, Team Fordzilla, and I think SimRC have gone and short-filled at this stop just now as well. So they might end up being, at least temporarily, the leaders of the race if that's what happened. Well clear of Fordzilla by about 12 seconds, because they stopped for about 12 less seconds. Is it Vantage hours now?
That very well could be. I know the Aston Martin Vantage GT4 really has not the most liked car in the GT4 field. A lot of people have been using it just because it's new, but I have noticed pace-wise it does seem to be lacking. Most notably, I would think, in the IVRA HyperX Club Sport Series just yesterday, we saw the Aston Martin portion of their GT4 field really kind of faltering big time on the pace in comparison to some of the other GT4 machinery, like the Mercedes AMG as well as the McLaren 570S, but it's looking like the Aston Martin is doing some wonders here today as well, it seems, for drivers on the pace. So I guess it might be one of those cases of some drivers just knowing better where to put the car as opposed to just kind of throwing it around and hoping for the best.
So that is the pit stops done for GT4. SimRC do lead 7 seconds from Urano, but I think still owe us 10 or 15 seconds more fuel in that one. So they've gone to a split alternative strategy and taken the short fill on the early side, trying to maybe inflict the psychological damage, even if it's something they're going to have to pay back later on. The GT4s are definitely all headed to a 5-stop strategy, but with some wiggle room in it, so they might have gone for one of the shorter fills earlier on at SimRC. GT3 contenders, and it was all BMWs in the qualifying effectively, but come race time, these Porsches worked their way back up to the top. MSI Koana on their old tyres, Williams Esports BenQ.
At this point as well, you've been kind of tracking, as you mentioned, Williams Esports BenQ starting to reel in from 4th place. So it's a 3-way fight at the moment for that final podium position, and you got that BMW still pulling out a decent advantage in front of these guys as well, now up to just over 3 seconds in the Bela Racing Team Euronics number 46. BMW M4 GT3, as MSI Esports still leads the way in a 2-3-4 for the Porsche 911s from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And from there, you got another Porsche back down at 5th, but he is a good 11 seconds back, so it's looking like there's not going to be nobody except these 3 drivers to fight for those last podium positions for the next little while. And you have to wonder if maybe some of the GT4 traffic and, in fact, Cup traffic up the road might have a bit of a hand to play in how this fight takes hold.
And I think for Koana, given the tyres, it's just all about staying in touch here. Eventually, the pace difference is going to manifest itself, but they're doing very well for themselves so far to stay with MSI, Zani Algabe. Elsewhere in GT3, some surprising names fizzling forward. Relay Sim Racing started 14th of 18 on the grid, and now they run relatively high. I think that's 7th. RSI by Butt Kicker, another team, didn't qualify in the top 10, but are now running there. Said it at the time during qualifying, but I do think that GT3 is the category where you've got the biggest difference between the art of race pace and qualifying pace. For GT4, our best qualifiers are, you know, running up the front there. For TCR, relatively likewise. But GT3, the way that the different layouts of the cars, different weight distributions, different engine placements, just have a more significant difference in how they wear the tyres, how they work through the corners. Then we got two turbocharged front engine, front wheel drive cars for TCR. Now there's still differences. They are unique in their handling, but not so drastically different like a BMW M4 turbocharged front engine to the Porsche rear engined, very, very high revving. And I cast my eyes, Nolan, to the penalty sheet, and it's been busy, but not with any massive penalties. There's been a lot of 5-second penalties for contacts, blocking, etc. The largest penalty that's been dished out is for contacts. The penalty was for the 944, so in the 992 class. That's Wave Italy racing team and their contact with one of the GT4 cars, which was Team Fordzilla, I think. 466, Team Fordzilla? No, I'm reading that wrong. 457.
I mentioned the fact that there hasn't been too many of the big penalties, and I think that is very good, because that does mean that a lot of these drivers have been taking it fairly easy throughout the course of this race. We haven't been seeing anybody make any sort of bonsai moves just yet, but as you were actually mentioning during our little fan immersion just a little while ago, that last hour of these races can always kick things off in a hurry, and you know that might very well just happen here today in this one as well. I believe one of the first races I ever commentated back when this was the Neo Series was actually right here at Sebring, and we did have an absolutely wild last lap of the race. So I think there is definitely the potential for those moments to definitely pick up near the end of this race, and I have a feeling that we might be seeing more and more stricter penalties being handed down the further this race goes along, and as drivers start to get more desperate to make up moves. But you know, right now we're still only 43 minutes away from the halfway point in this race, so I feel like a lot of people at this point are just still wanting to take it nice and easy and not wanting to push the luck all too much, as holy cow, look at that big gaggle of lap traffic just up the road.
Still monitoring the second, third, fourth battle on board from the purple Williams Esports. Oh, hoping to find space down the inside to outbreak some TCRs on the way into Sunset Bend. Some of the GT4s run out pretty wide, so the inside line favourable for the GT3s. They cut their way through. the lead for Bela Racing Team getting cut down a little bit on that lap as they work their way through the traffic as well. There's still some pain for the pursuing Porsches, depending on where they catch some of these lap cars, but it does compress second, third, fourth a little bit here. And it's our leading 4 GT3s. And that's 4 cars running together underneath the bridge at Big Bend and down towards the hard braking zone at turn 7. There goes Bela, followed by Sani Algabe, followed by Jonas Varner, followed by Marina Sirica. So some drivers in from the start, some drivers fresh into their first stint. Not immediately apparent that that's making a whole lot of difference, but it definitely could for Jonas Varner. Going to be getting towards 3 hours behind the wheel. Likewise for Sven Haase leading the way. In fact, his lead gap gets a bit more taken out of it, down to underneath a second now. Crazy thing, Jonas Varner on those 3 stint old tyres is also reeling in your leader Sven Haase and his new tyres. Out of Le Mans they go, and all the GT3 cars hop into the overtaking lane. That's what it looks like. And trying to clear as many GT4s as they can before Sunset Bend. Wide line in from the GT4s, and the GT3s all outbrake down the inside, use their extra downforce, extra grip, rotate at the apex and pick up the throttle. Another lap done.
Running our way down through turn numbers 1 and up through the kink at 2. MSI Esports still hanging on to that 3rd place, and now has caught race leader up in the Bela Racing Team Euronics BMW, trying to work his way around that lap traffic. Just goes to show how much of a game lap traffic can play here at Sebring. You catch with the wrong place, you're going to find yourself in a world of trouble here. MSI Esports looking to lunge to the inside, thinking about the move, and I think attempted it, but couldn't brake late enough. The BMW stays out in front, but it's now a 4-way fight here for the race lead, with the top 4 separated by less than a second right now.
Yeah, it's on. Here they all come. 1, 2, 3, 4 in GT3. Different drivers, different cars, different strategies. But Sven Haase is just, for some reason, not looking super comfortable. He's had the pace on everyone else at times. He's got the fresh tyres. He qualified this thing on pole. Is there an urgency about the fuel? Where has the pace gone? Because there's nothing obvious that should be slowing him down. We don't see any damage. He's not on old tyres. Should be pulling away here. But he's not. It's 1.5 seconds to cover 4 cars. MSI Esports Danny Algabe right back into that slipstream again. Not far off his rear wing. Corona Gaming, Jonas Varner. Marina Sirica just trying to stay in touch as well. Could all, once again, come down to the traffic. They've had a clear run of things for a little bit, but here it comes again.
Working our way back through number 1, and right as we catch one of those other Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, notice that the MSI Esports just actually lifted and coasted down into turn number 3. So potentially that 14 car trying to save a little bit of fuel here on this stint, maybe make something happen a little bit later, but going to get checked up behind the 911 Cup car. That's only going to lose him out on time later on. We'll cross back to the inside, and he's got an opponent right behind him. That will be the Corona Gaming Porsche 911, driven at the moment by Jonas Warner, running down in that 3rd position, trying to stay close to the 14 as we file our way back around up towards turn number 7.
Yeah, Algabe in second did look to the inside of turn 5 on some of the lapped cars, but That's tough to do. That was the source of some of the contact and maybe one of the penalties that we saw as well earlier on between some different cars. So it can be tempting to try to lunge to the inside of 5. Very rarely does it work, and it didn't work, but with no contacts for Algarve that time. More traffic through Le Mans. Bit of a balk on the exit there for Sven Harter, and that has super compromised his run onto the straight here. It's almost going to cost him half a second or so. Tried to set up for the exit, couldn't do it, and yeah, it costs him quite dearly. Wild through Sunset as the cars buck and bounce through there. Got to be very careful to correctly pronounce that. Koana trying to look almost 3 wide down the inside of some of the traffic. They try to switch lanes as they get on by 992 of ATRS.
Running back down through turn 2 and up towards the Gurney Bend, and once again the iRacing Team Euronics has been caught. The BMW going up against the Porsche, a pair then of German manufacturers, trying to see if we can once again have ourselves a battle. But again, Donny Algarve for MSI Esports backs out. He is definitely saving fuel here at the moment. If he was attempting to actually go for the overtake, he would have made that pass a long time ago at this point, but he is deliberately lifted and coasting just to sit behind in the draft. That MSI Esports Porsche is absolutely saving fuel right now, David.
Certainly, like it was one of the big strategy talking points, one of the deciding points at Spa. It looks like GT3 fuel economy is what separates podiums from top 10s today at Sebring. Still so very little to separate our GT3 leaders, and I'm just continually impressed by the ability of Koana to still be able to match the pace of a lot of those around them here. I would have expected they should probably be losing half a second or so, but look at them now, quite a ways into this stint. They're still right there.
Very much so, as this battle, I imagine, continued to remain close until the next round of pit stops takes hold out of Sunset Bend, back down the front straightaway. We continue the race further into the evening. Currently sitting about 5:30 p.m. in sim time. You can already see now those headlights on the front of these GT3 cars start to become that little bit more prominent now as we continue to slowly roll our way through tonight's 6-hour endurance race. And listen closely at the Algarve here as he makes the run up towards the hairpin. I'm willing to bet he's going to lift out again just before the braking zone to conserve just that little bit of extra fuel. Not this time. They wanted to get up and by the MSI Esports Hyundai Elantra TCI right behind him now.
It's a Veloster, not an Elantra, but I'll forgive
yes.
that. They're both new and shiny, and pretty much a similar drivetrain in them. I think, well, interesting for these top 4. They've got quite a lot in hand over 5th place as it goes at the moment. One category down in 992. So William Chadwick from Team Fordzilla, he joins us. How are you finding Sebring? How's the car around here? You maybe don't have the same suspension tunability as a GT3, and it is mighty bumpy.
Oh, I always prefer the Cup these days. Yeah, it's been all right, to be honest. The conditions are pretty okay for Sebring. It can often get quite hot around here, but it's not too hot today. I'm just a bit frustrated with one of my own errors in the first stint, but we have really good pace when it gets clean air, but it's traffic giving and taking, and no mics in the car, so just got to see where we end up towards the end of this race, really.
And don't worry, we did show it on broadcast.
Thank you. I appreciate it, yeah. No, it wasn't my finest moment, but, you know, we all make mistakes, so...
Tell us then, in a broader sense across all the categories, about the sort of driver lineups, we do see a couple of teams that just like to have one driver in for the first half of the race, change, and then put the second driver in. Obviously, that's not what you guys are going for.
I think that it depends how you view your fastest driver round on round. I think it's the, for me, the most logical step you could do, depending on stints, is at least in Cup, is 2 hours for one. Well, it's like 2 hours 20, 2 hours 20, 2 hours 20 for another driver, and then like 1:20 to the end for the fastest driver of your two. In GT3 it'll be different, because obviously those don't quite go the hour, and also you might be considering double stinted tires, like double stinting in P Cup. I think Havu did it earlier, but it's like, it's not possible really. The tires just get worn way too much, even in these conditions. The way the tire reacts is a bit abrasive on this surface, but it's every track, it's the same. So yeah, TCR and GT4, I imagine they do similar to an hour. So yeah, again, you can change tires at the same time in TCR and GT4, so there's no reason why you can't just do 1 hour for a driver. So again, could be a similar strategy to Cup with TCR and GT4.
So much of a muchness about tyres. What about fuel then? You guys obviously run a little longer than the GT3 cars. Has it still got to be a 5-stopper?
I think there is the possibility to turn it into a 4, but it's not very easy, and we don't. I have a love and hate relationship with fuel strategies, because it feels like always when I do a fuel strategy, we'll end up crashing, or something will happen that means that the fuel strategy was useless. And then whenever I don't do it, it ends up being important. But you know, in terms of fuel at the minute, we're not doing too bad. You know, Mike's starting to get the hammer down, starting to try and catch Urano. We're definitely within the fight for a podium in our class. Other cars do have a slight fuel advantage, but I don't imagine it'll matter too much, and it'll just really come down to whoever's got a clean car and is running fast towards the end.
Do you wave when you pass your GT4 teammates?
Oh, absolutely. Why not? You give them a little wave, blow them a kiss as well. Looking very beautiful, that car, I think. But the Porsche looks better. I still think the Porsche looks better. Yeah, maybe give them a little wave. I'm not sure. What would you do?
I reckon that wave that bus drivers do for each other. Just a little, yeah, hey.
We don't have any horns though, so it'd be really nice if we could have like a little beepy horn and we could just beep at each other. But that's unfortunately not something which is available in iRacing, which is saddening to say the least.
What kind of horn? Like a kid's bicycle clown horn, like a little ahooga?
No, like a really loud one, just to scare all the other drivers. I wish I could have used it at the start to stop me losing third place, because I got boxed in. So if I'd hit the horn, I think it would have improved the situation, to be honest.
All right. So obviously, you're looking like you're going to follow that strategy you laid out. Another stint after this for Mike, and then you might be back in.
Yeah, so about hour 20 at the end, something like that, 1 hour 20, maybe a little bit more, 1 hour 30, and then I'm just going to be going flat out to try and get whatever we can. It'd be nice to get on the podium to get those 24-hour esports tickets, as we had a rather terrible round first time out, so we'll see what we can do.
That's a prize that I guess we haven't talked about a whole lot on this coverage, but there is real race tickets up for grabs. Where would you go? I'm probably a little geographically disadvantaged as well in terms of my Creventic options.
You're going to put me on the spot here, because I definitely haven't looked at the calendar, but I'm going to say Spa, because they must go to Spa, and that's not too far. Or if there's an English round, maybe do that, but Belgium's not too far from England, so probably Spa.
Right. Dubai's out of the picture then, is it?
I think I'd need to be on business class to go to Dubai, and I'm not sure who will pay for business class for me. I'm a bit too. I'm not quite high enough up yet. I need to. No, exactly. No, not a chance.
Right. Well, best of luck there then, and no doubt we'll be keeping an eye on it. There's some GT3 action going on at the tippy top of the field as well. Thanks for joining us, Will.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Have a nice rest of commentary.
What a guy. So what's going on in GT3 then? Great little dive into the strategy and everything taking place in 992 for our leaders. Well, Bila Racing Team Euronics are no longer the leaders. MSI Esports through. Gosh, I was worried for a second there about Williams Esports BenQ, but they have gotten through on Koana Gaming as well. So it's all changed inside of your otherwise inseparable top four.
Yeah, it was the Cunningham corner. Dandy Elgerbe finally made the pass. He just dove it right to the inside, and there was a small bit of a door rub between the two of them, but they managed to still get through it all safe and sound. So it was quite the pass, though, for MSI Esports, who will now lead your GT3 field as Sven Haas continues to now run back in that second place. We could see William Esports BenQ starting to get just that little bit more antsy right behind them now in that third position as they're trying to close on up, but they've still got some extra GT3 lap traffic the way. With one of the other BMWs currently sitting back in 15th place. That is the BS Competition number 89 car that is currently hampering Moreno Sirica's attempts to close on up to the top two.
Bit of dust in the air on the exit of turn 5 then as well. Work their way down to the big braking zone. And ETTCR drop back in line there as they're entitled to do. Nose to tail for your leaders as well. Sven Haas would mighty like that lead back, I think.
It's a good scrap we're having at the moment here for the GT3 race lead for sure, but you can even see that BMW now started to fall back, so I think the Euronics 46 has been starting to stumble a little bit in pace now that he's burned up a lot of that stuff earlier on. MSI Esports, though, has been saving fuel for a couple of laps, and now they're able to push as one of the Velosters is going to get up in the way of Sven Haas, who's going to make the move around to the right-hand side and then cut it back in hard for Le Mans to try to get a good run all the way down the Ullman straight towards Sunset Bend, but already MSI Esports pulling out a second in just the lap and a half since they took that race lead away. It looks like MSI Esports wants to take this gap and run with it.
Got a sense that maybe Koana are finally starting to hit the cliff of their tyres as well. They sat in third for a long time, and if I hadn't told you, you might have thought they had the same age tyres as everyone on around them. Well, now they've dropped back a little bit, especially compared to the pace that MSI are putting on up front. They've kind of unleashed something at this point. What was 1.5 seconds for all the leaders is a little closer to 3 or 4 now, maybe. There's something funny going on for the lead in GT4 as well, because I think we did see some of those short splashes come in early there, and that gives Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports 20 seconds over Fordzilla, but I'm pretty sure the Fordzilla car is carrying more fuel, is going to have some shorter stops later in the race, so they were inseparable for the longest time. Fate, and by fate I mean strategy, might just bring them back together later on. Over a second lead for MSI, so yeah, they might have seen a fuel number that they liked or just decided now's the time to bolt.
All the other gaps so far have been really spacing out in your other classes. You've got 13, almost 14 seconds now in the 992 category. In GT4s, it's 20 seconds, 8 seconds for TCR, but still 1.3 seconds down here in your GT3 category. Speaking of that Cup class, battle for second is on between Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC Cup and the Apex Racing Academy 998. So 2 more drivers trying to now do battle with one another as we will run down through the Gurney Bend, and these cars have a little bit more of a drafting advantage than some of the other cars in their class might do down these straightaways, down to 1/4 of a second, but Mads Johansson not going to be making a move in the 998. He's going to tuck it in line behind Marvin Strell and continue to just kind of lie in wait and Might try to see if he can pressure that 975 into an error.
That is the real benefit to having 4 classes in this category, is there is always something. If GT3 cars aren't battling, when does that happen though? 992, great little battle here over second and third. TCR has still got its strategy to play out amongst the leaders. Definitely think something similar happened there with Pure Sims taking a little less fuel than SimRC. So just keep an eye on the way that gap trends between those two. And then it's a great opportunity we have to be able to have a little chat with one of our GT4 leaders as well. Dylan Scrivens joins us from Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports. What's going on with the strategy in GT4 then generally? Paint us the big picture.
Go as long as you can on 1 tank of fuel, pretty much. It's as simple as that.
You managed to split yourself from the rest of the field with that ethos in the previous round of pit stops.
Yeah, and again the same, I think. We went 29 laps the first stint and then managed 30 in the second. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Talk of the GT4, of course, is always that it's predominantly these Mercedes AMG GT4s with a very, very light dusting of Aston Martin Vantages. For yourselves at Urano, I know you have some reasons that might lean you towards a Mercedes over other manufacturers, but what was the consideration in car choice for you guys for this season?
I think for us the consideration was that in GT3 there was no choice of the Mercedes, and we wanted to at least represent Merc in one way or another in this series, and so we ended up choosing the GT4 class to race in, alongside the Porsche Cup as well.
Certainly working out for you guys at the moment. Tell us about being meat in a traffic sandwich though. I mean, the first hour, just brutally crazy. It always is in these races, and it calms down a little bit, but it never fully goes away.
Yeah, I had a couple of hairy moments in the first couple of hours, but I like to think it's as simple as cooperating as much as possible with the other classes, be them slower or faster. I see a lot of other drivers tend to not like to lift or move offline, and a lot of incidents are generated from that. So something I tend to try and do is definitely cooperate as much as possible and just make it as easy as possible for everyone involved, and that tends to work 95% of the time.
So how long is Europe going to be in the car for? We're going to see you again towards the end. Is that the driver stint strategy, sort of go A, B, A?
I think so, yeah. I think he'll be in for a couple of hours, and then I'll probably get back in, and then the last stint either I'll stay in or we'll get back in. It doesn't really make much difference in GT4, since the driver swap, or since we always change tyres, we can driver swap whenever we want. So, yeah, it's whoever's feeling it.
You certainly got some flexibility in that regard. By the time you do get back in, whenever that may be, certainly a great chance and likelihood that it'll be very dark out there, and it certainly gets darker than Daytona and some other tracks around here. You do get those reflectors, but you would have practiced for running in the day, running in the night.
I've done a very limited amount of night running, but I don't tend to have much of a problem with that. Usually, if I jump from day to night, I'm on pace within 2 or 3 laps, so I'm not too worried in that regard.
And as far as the headlight flashing button goes, that hasn't been worn out for you guys just yet?
Not yet. It might get a couple more uses, but it's still working.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, best of luck for you guys, leading the way at the moment. I give it a solid chance we chat again before the end of the day.
That would be the preferred outcome. Yeah, we'll see.
For you. There we go. So, a bit of insight into some of our drivers and teams from 992 from GT4. A little bit of sort of own class traffic to navigate there. Did you up the light, Nolan? But other than that, they are the class leader with the most time in their back pocket. Class leader with the least time in their back pocket is your GT3 leader. And we're watching what is going on in TCR. SimRC now 8.5 seconds off the lead, and with Team Hoisingfeld in their mirrors.
Haven't touched in on that TCR fight in some time, so it's good that we'll be seeing a little bit more of the slower classes so far today. As mentioned, Team Hoisingfeld trying to reel in SimRC for that second position. The 176 and the 148 do battle with one another. It is Veloster versus Civic, as they've got a couple of cup cars working their way around the outside line as they approach Cunningham Bend. Now, these cars can utilize that draft to a great extent. I remember when the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge went here for Race Spot TV Friday Night Prime Time, and the touring cars were all the rage on that race, and looks like it's the same here tonight as Fabian Siegman still trying to push right up to the back end of Corrington Guinness in the 176. So far, Guinness has been weathering the pressure that Hoisingfeld has been putting on him fairly well, and Siegman is, I think, might have to try to find his way through the hard way.
Definitely saw some pretty active body language from the SimRC car. They went wide a little earlier in this lap. It's moving around plenty at this stage. I've been trying to get an idea on the last pit stops for Pure Sims, for SimRC and for Team Hoisingfeld, and my numbers are all jumbled up. I got nothing there, but what I did manage to confirm is no penalties for any of our leading three here. In fact, there's only been one TCR car that's been penalised. Every other class has had 4 or 5 little slaps across the wrist. So allegedly TCR behaving themselves. But it is tough for them to dive bomb a GT3, so that doesn't seem to happen that often.
And so far, SimRC still out in front of Hoisingfeld, under 0.2 of a second. Though as another cup car works its way through. Sorry, this is one of the GT3 cars working its way by. And at the moment, once you get really within about 1/10.5, that's when you'll be able to realistically think about a dive up the inside of these touring cars. Of course, they're able to just brake so late in comparison to some of the other classes here in these corners that they can honestly make it a little bit of a challenge to get a run down into a corner. You really have to try to more capitalize on the exits and try to get a blast down the straightaway, so you'll already have that upper hand. If you're not already alongside, you're not really going to be able to initiate one without forcing you both off wide and over into the grass.
There's your overall leader just in the background, a shot as well, half a second ahead of Biola Racing Team Euronics. Williams Esports, BenQ and Koana Gaming really started to sink away. So things could be about to get a little interesting for our TCR competitors. Hoping that it's all done, dusted and settled before Sunset Bend. And MSI Esports, Danny Algabay gets past. Sven Haase, 0.3 of a second back, will of course also squeak on by. No dramas at all there, but now you've got to look 4 seconds backwards to find Marino Sarica, and then another 3 seconds behind him to find Koana Gaming, who have just started to hit that wall on the tyres, it would seem. Their pace dropping away now. It was all there at the start of this third stint, but it seems like the best before on those tyres is 2.5 stints. There's a TCR leader just up the road there in the form of the Pure Sims. TCR, they are extending the gap to SimRC as well. I thought that maybe they took a little bit short on the fuel to get themselves the track position at Pure Sims, but it's worked out really well for them because it's gone from 7 seconds, 8 seconds, it's 9-ish seconds now. So even if they do have to pay back some of that, they should still come out ahead.
Still got that GT3 lead battle tight as ever, and I'm not quite sure what the pit numbers are looking like, but do you reckon that when the pit stop window does roll around, we could potentially see Sven Haas for Euronics jump back in front of MSI Esports if they can just get that little bit further into the pits? Or do you reckon the gap to the next pit one might be long enough that Elgarve still has the chance to extend the gap out to where it would kind of be a moot point?
Seems like these two are still gonna fall short of the hour, though it's possible Biela continue to extend. I still think I want to be Williams Esports BenQ. Even if their pace has faded a little bit, I feel very confident that they're going to make it to the halfway point of this race before their next pit stop comes along. Koana Gaming, we going to have to wait and see there as well. They certainly looked really good at the start of this stint. Now it's faded just a little bit. More GT3 cars on pit lane again now. Williams Esports, Chill Blast, BS Turner, the Taco car, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC come in, so that is an absolute commitment to a 6-stop, 7-stint strategy from those cars. The Havu Porsche as well.
And at the moment, the Porsche still holding strong up in front, but has not been able to really build out that gap in the slightest at the moment. I think some of that lap traffic might be helping the BMW stay a bit closer, and I'm about to see some more of that lap traffic get in the way in the form of one of the touring cars, and I believe that's one of the Mercedes GT4s as well. Just up the road, catch them at the worst point right at the exit of Tower Bend. That's a bad spot to get held up by lap traffic, is right when you need to be on the power corner exit. But they're going to go side by side, and that's going to only hold up the Euronics BMW. So blessing in disguise there for MSI Esports, as they'll be able to hunt their way through. Building that gap up now to just under a second, but the BMW still very much within the drafting range and still has that potential to close down and in and get that spot back before too long if he wants to go for it.
Last lap for our leading two, as they are going to stay out for one more. It was in the 157s. It was 59s for Williams Esports, BenQ and Koana Gaming. So suddenly, almost like a light switch, a big gulf in the pace and performance from our leading two to the rest. Expect pit lane to continue to be busy for the next 8 minutes 50 seconds.
Getting by some more of that TCR lap traffic as Sven Haas continues to try to chip away at the MSI Esports lead gap. At the moment, I think it's just a problem of all these lap cars are always being caught at some of the most inopportune moments for the Euronics BMW, and that's allowed MSI Esports to kind of keep this gap, because I do think the BMW overall is just a little bit quicker, but MSI Esports is kind of lucked out on where they catch some of that lap traffic. But sooner or later, the luck is going to run out. Stats just won't allow you to get lucky all the time in a race that is 6 hours long. We are approaching that halfway point, so there could be the potential for Danny Elgerbay to try to get a little bit more luck before we get to that final pit window. Now a bit of Cup 992 traffic just up the road from your overall GT3 race leaders, and looks as though MSI Esports going to make quick work of the pairing.
Yep, Apex Racing Academy, one of them there, and then pit in for MSI. It's Team 75 by Bernhard 992. Also up there, so I think that was the second and third place fight in that class. So our GT3 lead battle go past until pit lane calls. One more lap at least for Biela. Certainly a couple more laps for the cars now second and third. Koana Gaming and Williams Esports BenQ. There's almost 4 different strategies for our top 4 cars now as well. Biela is somewhere in the middle on fuel between Williams Esports and MSI, but they're all on the same tyre strategy. Then there's Koana on the super extended tyre strategy and sort of the same fuel strategy as Williams Esports BenQ. So a couple of variables, 4 different spots on the chart. So when will Biela have to blink? The GSR Lamborghini in the lane, BS Competition 89 in the lane. Is this an in-lap for our race leaders?
You still got Biela Racing Team Euronics right up now behind one of the Porsche 911 Cup cars, getting really checked up here. Not quite sure who that is. I think that's the Wave Italy Racing Team 944 though, as Biela Racing is going to go through, and not going to be the most happy with that one. William Esports BenQ still sitting back there in the second position, and MSI Esports I believe is still sitting kind of around, is still hanging around inside the top 10. I believe going to be close to 5th place if I'm looking at the standing boards here correctly on my end of things. So they're still in a decent position, and I think they might just be able to cycle through to the race lead unless Van Haas can really luck out on having some lap traffic get in the way of the MSI Esports GT3, and he himself gets himself a clean track, which at the moment, there's nobody in front of him.
MSI definitely should have got through the lane pretty quick, and it's just all about counting the stops to the end of the race now, knowing that they're going to still have one more than Koana, than Williams Esports BenQ, then a couple of other cars like the Biela 45, like Relay Sim Racing. Those are both a little further down at the moment, but when they say the stop at the end of this race, expect to see them pop up a little bit.
Still waiting to see when the rest of your GT3 field is going to come down to the pit road, or I should say the last remaining cars that we have yet to come on down into pit road, as a good chunk of them have already made their way down and in, working around one of the Aston Martin GT4s, and now going to pick off the Veloster touring car for Impulse Racing as well, driven by Miguel Freitas of the 122. Does the 46 pit in this time around? Catch up one of the Velosters? He will not, staying out for another rotation as MSI Esports secures themselves in that 5th position. We still wait for them. William Esports BenQ, Koana Gaming, and the Apex Racing Academy 98 car to all make their way into the lane.
Not far away from TCR pit window as well. They sort of average 90-minute stints. got a little bit of flexibility to that as well, I think. So when we get to that halfway point of the race in about 3 minutes, some of them could pit and cover off. I think the likes of SimRC might look to return the favour to Pure Sims in terms of the shorter fill as well. Aspar in the lane of TCR. Still a little while after that, then we expect to see 992 and GT4. So this is a solid stint then for the number 46. Is it enough to get them back to the top of the hour?
Just
Stenhouse
over.
has driven every lap of the race so far in that car, so I would imagine the next stop is also likely to be a driver change. So I guess we could see him go 4 stints and then hand over to someone else to finish.
And of course, it would be, I believe, Patrick Heinrich who would jump into the Biella Racing Team Euronics car. Is the only driver at the moment that is actually booked to run that car. We're going to find out here, though. Sven Haas will make the jump into pit road and immediately pulls over to the right-hand side into his pit box, so stopping really, really early.
No, that's the penalty box.
Oh, is it? Okay.
10 seconds for contact with 148, which has got to be a TCR car. Do we see
I was
that?
going to say, that was a really aggressive entry.
Yeah, the Team Hoistingfeld car. Okay. So that's a quite costly 10 seconds in the grand scheme of things for Biella. They are going to get that driver change. Sven Haas out. Patrick Heinrich in, like you said. He was the driver on standby. I mean, this is also going to be a tyre change. Watch this space, I guess. 40 seconds to fuel one of these GT3 cars from fumes to the top. No. Okay. That is an odd little strategy for Biella Racing Team, but it is fuel only and Patrick Heinrich in. Now, MSI will of course have already gone past, given the 10-second penalty. Now wait on, when are we going to see those other cars that were part of our top 4? Williams Esports, BenQ, Koana Gaming, obviously still going. You see them at the top of your timing column there. Likely an in-lap for those two outfits, and you can see exactly where the tyres have gone for Koana. They've lost 8 seconds to Williams Esports, BenQ across this stint.
And so you can see drivers still continue to cycle their way around, and Koana Gaming will take the GT3 race lead on track, but certainly not the net race lead, as Williams Esports BenQ will find their way down and into the lane. I think it's safe to say that Danny Elgabe is secured at least against the Biella Racing Team Euronics number 46 car as a result of their lengthy 10-second penalty, as they've now got the Euronics 45 car right behind them. So it was the 46 that MSI Esports were battling, but now they've got their sister car, the 45, tucked right behind them as well. But
should be about to pit. Yes, indeed they are. Williams Esports BenQ on the lane, but Koana Gaming yet to stop. They've got another lap. That's interesting. Yet more separation to the strategy, so they'll get scored as leading. They're heading towards a hefty stop. Johannes Svanner has driven since the start. Those tyres have been on since the start, more than 3 hours ago. So I think everything is going to get a change at the next stop. It'll drop them a little further away from the leaders than they were in this stint. then you'll see that cream rise again over the next 3 hours. So I think we've seen a stop from everyone in GT3 except Koana. Seeing a stop from a handful of the TCR cars. I think Hoisingvelds are almost back out. Sim RC have already stopped. There they are, Hoisingveld on the jacks. Pure Sims on the jacks. And Sim RC have already been through. Here comes Koana. Some GT4 cars in the background there as well. So it is a busy place. Hoisingveld almost done. Almost ready to go. Oh, it's going to be Pure Sims.
And Pure Sims off and away. And they will take their 116 Honda Civic out in front. I can't say I'm totally surprised. They had almost a 10-second lead when they entered pit road. So to say, I think it was safe to say that they were going to be the first ones out of pit road as well, bar a penalty. Team Hoisingveld, though, a little bit behind.
Dropped off the jacks first, didn't they? So they must have only taken 2 tyres relative to 4. I mean, even when you can change all 4, sometimes it is preferable to only change the front tyres on the TCR car. It can be like a preference thing. I know. GT3 all shakes out now. MSI lead the way. You think MSI have got to be committed to a 6-stop strategy in this one, though, and a lot of the other cars around them that also looked like they were headed for that have sort of realigned to the 5-stop strategy. The Beeler 46 are key amongst them. Koana and Williams Esports BenQ were already headed for 5 stops, and seen how much further Koana have been able to go as well in this, so they're with great confidence, I think, not needing that extra splash and dash that MSI Esports, your GT3 leaders, might just need at the end of this one.
So your GT3 leaders will still keep eyes on them as MSI Esports has put his way back up into the race lead. 5 seconds clear of Williams Esports BenQ. That fight for second place in the Cup class is starting to get closer. I guess the 992 class, excuse me, is starting to get close as well, as Apex Racing Academy and Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC starting to close into about 6.5 tenths of a second. As we continue to work our way up through Gurney Bend for what is these guys the 90th time of today, and that means I'm guessing probably around 180-ish laps or so by the end of the race for these guys. You know, as we are just past halfway, might be a little bit short of that 180 lap mark. Marvin Strel, though, still in control of his 975 and still trying to charge after Mads Johansson at the Apex Racing Academy 998.
My calculator's predicting 83 more laps for the leader, so that's 174 for GT3. 992 leader is already 3 laps down on the overall, so subtract 6 or 7, so probably 168. I think 168 laps or so for your 992 winner. We'll find out. Sure is still looking good for Visceral, though. 15-16 second lead over this group, over this battle. The only team game to try to double stint the tyres first time around, Havu, didn't seem to get a whole lot of performance out of it. I think I see Maniti have gone and tried that on the most recent stint. Not sure it's helping them out greatly. certainly we heard from William Chadwick, it didn't seem like the way to go in his opinion and their team's measurement and performance.
And still got guys trying to work their way through as well, back down into the tight hairpin. Once more, your Cup cars are still racing hard with each other, and they've still got some of that GT3 traffic right behind them trying to find their way through. And tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see these 992 battles continue to shake up as we get deeper and deeper into the race tonight. We are now into that second half of the race as well, which makes me kind of think that we're close to the point where we're going to be seeing teams starting to gamble that little bit more on some of their pit strategies and trying to maybe set themselves up for that final stint. You know, the first half is fairly simple, right? I mean, it's, you know, you run till the tank is just about empty, come on in, get tires, get fuel. Now, though, you can start to play around a little bit with that strategy, see if you can get the upper hand on your opponents for that final push to the line.
Getting darker, getting cooler out on track. We started with a track temperature at 32 or 33 Celsius. I think it's down to 24 now. Much cooler, much nicer for tyres. Sunset, I don't think it's going to be that far away as well. The sunset time should be what the real Sebring sunset time is. Did I see it? Yeah, that is a lot of smoke on pit lane coming from someone. Someone's engine has said goodbye enough. Looks like a 992. We definitely will be in the darkness by the end of this race though. And that means fireworks. There's a couple of tracks on iRacing that set off fireworks in the dark. It's Movano SRC. And that has had a significant rear impact, and that's where the engine is, and it doesn't seem in best condition. So what has happened there? A lot of dirt tracks on iRacing set off fireworks. Daytona, I think, does it as well if you have a night race there on the oval or on the road course.
So this will be an interesting run then here as we continue to get our way deeper into this race. You mentioned, of course, the really big rear end impact for Esteban Movano. I think we're going to get that replay now. Oh, huge contact with, I thought it was one of the GT3s, and he backed it right into the concrete blocks, and no wonder like he's got major damage.
Maybe the Apex Racing Academy GT3 car, which is Gail Valero, the number 98. I'll be awful if I'm wrong, but I think that's the car it looked like. Yep.
Ouch. You hear the impact right there. I don't think it blew the motor immediately, though. I think because correct me if I'm wrong, but well, I think
he came around to the pit lane under his own power, but smoking.
I have a feeling, because those engines, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the 992s are rear engine cars, are they not?
Yep.
Yeah, that'll do it. That would be a hit direct to the engine then, when you hit that wall. Square.
Yeah, we saw very, very early one of the TCR cars end up in that same wall there. Similarly, someone was trying to get down the inside of them into that braking zone, just gave them a tap under brakes, sent them spinning around, and they weren't able to turn away from the wall or stop in time.
I do believe that might have netted a 30-second penalty for that incident for the Apex Racing Academy GT3 car that they will have to serve within the next hour and a half. And considering that penalty was handed down for an incident that occurred about 4 minutes ago, I'm willing to bet that what we had just seen is exactly the reason why we have that penalty now being handed out. That is unfortunate for Apex Racing, but I think in that instance, it's a bit of a fair one. I mean, when you have that much lap traffic, you got to be prepared to slow down a little bit more than you typically would.
Yeah, it was a bit messy. Sort of dove in there expecting the inside line to open up, but it wasn't open when they committed to it. This is a gaggle 3 wide, 2 deep, as they crossed the line, chopping and changing. And yeah, some of your best placed cars involved in this. 45. Oh, Sim RC get helps around. They mash the throttle, and they're going to get facing the right way, but that was a pretty hefty impact to them.
A really hefty impact for sure. That's going to be, I would imagine, worrisome, because some of these cars can be so sensitive to damage. Like you barely can even tell there's any damage on it, but it's enough to hamper your speed so much. And that RSR by butt kicker. Porsche is going to have to try to navigate through some of this traffic. It's got one of the Lamborghinis behind. We haven't seen the Lamborghinis play too much of a factor in this race, but he is currently fighting down for 11th in the German sim racing IPR by ACV Machine. Daniel Sommer behind the number 24 car as he tries to run down Manuel Troncoso. Apologies if I just butchered that name of the number 69. So Lamborghini here versus Porsche as we exit through Tower in the run down the Flying Fortress straight towards Bishop and Gendabian.
Traffic always a huge talking point. Sim RC contending for the win, potentially lost a little bit of time through all of that. You see Pure Sims are about to get gobbled up in this line of traffic as well.
Lot of it's a bit of a traffic jam of lap traffic down that front straightaway here as we'll continue to see these guys trying to work their way through. This is working out for the German sim racing machine though. Oh, we're gonna go 3 wide. That's gonna be tight. The Mercedes-AMG GT4 kind of getting pushed around a little bit as it will be RSR by Buttkicker to now tuck up right behind the Yellow Racing Team Euronics number 45 car. All these guys fighting for that last spot inside the top 10 with under 3 hours left to go. Out through Gurney Bend towards the hairpin. Will we see a look from RSR? He's certainly close enough. He can have a look if he wanted to, but he's going to back off. Not desperate enough yet to try to stick that up the inside. Guarantee though, if this was maybe 2 hours later, he absolutely would have gone for that move into the hairpin.
Shadows getting long, not far away from the sunset, from the darkness at Sebring. The lone Lamborghini still in and amongst here.
The Lamborghini still trying to close up from behind as well as we pick our way back down the pit straight into turn number 1, the long sweeping left-hand turn. We catch more GT4 traffic. It's 3 different manufacturers all going for that same spot, the last spot within the top 10, but so far the Euronics 45 continuing to weather the constantly growing pressure from behind, put up by Manuel Troncoso. You've got Lucas Justad over in the BMW right in front of them, passing another one of the Mercedes GT4s. And unfortunately, for our side, they're going to be side by side with that lap traffic down into the hairpin. That's not going to leave them with the most optimal line, but still don't lose all that much speed. They should still be able to have an easy time trying to close up to that BMW if they could just get a little bit more lucky with some of the lap traffic up the road with where this BMW catches them. How about third place in...
Yeah, with the most strategy divergence, and Williams Esports Chill Blast, the car we hadn't seen a whole lot of in the last hour, the last stint or so. Suddenly, they're here with the number 46. Previously, one of your race leaders, well, they had to serve that 10-second penalty. Find themselves in third. Williams Esports Chill Blast are all over them.
There's a look to the inside. Williams Esports Chill Blast going to lunge to the inside of the Euronics 46. Going for third, you saw there, Patrick Heinrich tried to cross him over, but Sotomuto continued to hang on, and that number 5 Porsche is now going to be put up into the final podium position. That was a textbook overtake there. Made the look and just dove it straight into the hairpin. Took that spot with ease, and now already starting to build a bit of a gap up over Biella Racing Team Euronics' number 46 entry. And good thing, too, because here comes more Cup car lap traffic.
Yeah, and the number 5 teammates to the second place running car. Not sure that the number 5 is quite to the same fuel strategy as some of the other leaders, and here's a great example of the straight line speed difference. A 992 Cup car in front, out dragging the GT3 until right at the braking zone when the GT3 is able to gobble them up. Bit of a challenge for the 46 as well to negotiate their way through.
Sotomuto really working through this lap traffic in about the best way possible. He is really establishing that gap between himself and the Euronics 46 car, and that is what has allowed him now build up over a second gap on the BMW M4 GT3, as we will see the Porsche 911 GT3 car started to take off up towards the rest of the lap cars up the road from them. It's a solid battle that we had there for third place, and we know it's not going to be quite over just yet. We're just going to, I think, have to wait until that Porsche encounters another batch of unlucky lap traffic, and we know already, David, that that is going to happen eventually. How many times have we already seen that, you know, in these first 3.5 hours or so? We're going to be seeing it so much more in the last 2.5 as well.
Well, it never ends, does it? We started with a very, very healthy field indeed of, that's not right, 59 cars. I would suggest at least 49 are still running. 5.5 kilometers around here at Sebring. So every 100 meters or so, if they were evenly spaced, you'd come across one. Well, they're not. Occasionally you get a couple clear kilometers and then an absolute gaggle of traffic. Looking at GT4, of course, dominated by these Mercedes AMG GT4s. I cannot help but see the Formula One safety car when I look at these things. Of course, GT4 cars tend to be quite closely related to their road-going counterparts, far more closely than GT3. You see, well, first of all, in the Mercedes case, it's the road-going power plant in the GT4, rather than the carried over old GT3 6.2 litre. These are the 4 litre twin turbo V8, and the body panels, the aerodynamics far closer to the road going car than GT3 cars, which sprout some very big splitters, fender flares, aerodynamic flicks, and of course very commonly those radiator vents are very generously proportioned. SCK Racing an SRC Movano Corsa. We saw pretty heartbreaking scenes for the Movano Corsa car in the slightly faster division, but for them in GT4, this is where they find themselves. Both of them got interesting little coloured stripes across the back, if you look actually. Some angles will show that they've got the rainbow stripe sash across the rear between the tail lights for one, and the SRC Movano stripe across the back on the other. There's those headlights we spoke about. They work. Getting past, I think it's the Hardpoint Delta car.
And we're going to continue to slowly work our way through as you see Team Fordzilla throwing their Porsche up the inside as we continue to observe some of these battles in your GT3 category. This one for that third position. Fraser Williamson for SRC Movano Corsa still trying to close in on Dominique Siku for SCK Racing. So you ride on board with the Movano driver.
Yeah, let's take a lap or two on board here in the GT4 podium fight with Fraser Williamson, commonly known as a prototype driver, finds himself amongst the GT equipment this time. There you have it, Fraser Williamson for SRC Movano Corsa, moving up into third right as we joined him. GT4 cars still quite a while away from their next pit stop. In the case of the cars we were looking at, still another 20 laps or so, quite a while. Fraser up into third. Doesn't have to look too far up the road to find Pure Sims in second either, mind you, but the leaders, Urano in that class, well, they've built out quite a handy little gap for themselves. Same is looking true for your leaders in 992, Azatec Sim Sports Visceral. No one seems to have a match for what they're capable of. In TCR, we're waiting to see, is a Pure Sims short fuel need to get paid back, or have they really got the pace and the measure of Sim RC? And in GT3, Nolan Rempel, I still feel like it's any of 5 teams' game.
I agree with you on that one, and it's all really going to depend on how the strategy will shake up later on in this race. Currently, MSI Esports is the driver to beat up there at the front of this field, clear by 7.5 seconds from William Esports BenQ, but you've still got the Chill Blast car as well as Euronix's 46 entry, who was up there fighting for the lead with MSI Esports until they got themselves a 10-second penalty. They now sit over 30 seconds out with BS Turner down in 5th place as well. So you've still got those top 5 drivers separated by around 35 seconds, give or take, between them at the moment. So there is still very much the potential for these drivers to be able to fight hard with one another. It's only going to take that one really big issue before we'll find ourselves having a bit of a rough ride throughout the remainder of the race tonight. But battles are going strong. Everything's been clean so far. Hopefully it stays that way.
So MSI Esports lead the way with Danny Elgabe, his teammate Christian Lamella, doing a lot of the early work. What they've got is the lead, is time in their back pocket, but not fuel. They've come up a little short of the hour every stint so far, compared to Williams Esports BenQ, maybe even compared to the Biela 46, and also compared to Koana Gaming. Lucas Muller took over from Jonas Svana in that number 7 car. Fastest car in GT3 last lap was the 2nd place Williams Esports BenQ, though, with a 157.7, and the only car I can cast my eyeballs across in the 57s at that point. Traffic, of course, gives and takes, and is maybe taking a little bit from MSI at the moment. But when your main rival is 8 seconds behind you, you know every time you lap a TCR car, a 992 car, it's someone that they're, the next lap or the lap after, going to have to do similar for.
Hey, that's the one good thing about lap traffic. It really is a great equalizer when it comes to multi-class racing like this, because you know that while, yes, it's frustrating to work your way through it, at the same time, you will be able to find yourself with a good run after the fact as well. So these guys will be able to continue to slowly pick their way through. By now, it's just a product of the race. Everybody is strung out so far across the entire racetrack. And right, did you hear that? MSI Esports once again put it in that clutch, started to save fuel by lifting, coasting into some of the tighter corners.
Very, very interesting. Once again, a speed straight line comparison. The 992 versus the GT3 is going to have to outbrake down here at turn 7. Quite a difference in braking markers between the two styles of car. Is Koana, are they under some pressure now? There is Apex Racing Academy, the 98. Going through quite quickly. Turn 1. There you have it for Apex Racing Academy. Their BMW. By far and away, the strength of the Koana car has been their pace on the 2nd and the 3rd stint, not their pace in the 1st stint. That's Certainly a difference of priorities.
Oh, for sure, and I think that's what these guys are now starting to see as well, as you've got Kawana working for the inside of Apex Racing Academy. Valero still holding on to the 98, and Mueller still running that number 7 car. They just did swap hands early this lap for the 7th position down towards turn 1. But now catching the Mercedes at a bad point will allow Mueller to close that gap in as we continue to work our way further into the race tonight. That's a bit of a risky line there that Valero took. He really kind of tempted fate with how close he got to the grass on the left-hand side. I think you and I are both very much aware of what happens when a GT3 car so much as looks at grass wrong in the braking zones of a tight corner.
Yeah, not good. Very destabilizing for these cars that are otherwise a pretty stable platform. ABS, traction control, plenty of downforce on. I wonder if Lucas Muller in the Koana Gaming car is aware of the 30-second penalty still looming over the number 98. It hasn't been served yet. It'll wait till their next pit stop. But we did see the incident for which a 30-second penalty was given to Apex Racing Academy. If that factored at all into how they navigated the battle. There's also a penalty that's come through, interesting to me. 5 seconds, so not a massive penalty, but it is for the currently second place TCR car SimRC. What are the notes on that? For contact with a GT3 with RSR by butt kicker. Interesting. Don't think that is an incident we saw. It's just a 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for SimRC, but they are in this battle sort of back and forth, I feel, with Pure Sims, and that's not what they needed.
I have a feeling in that case it might be a case of maybe they just didn't get out of the way in time and they just kind of rubbed doors a little bit. That wouldn't be surprising if that was all it was. Clearly wasn't a full spin, or it would have been much higher, like when we saw the Cup 992 car get absolutely sent over in towards I think it was Cunningham on that last time around, as now you've still got this fight for 7th. Started to split up a little bit as that BMW, with all that speed underneath it, started to pull away, and Mercedes lap traffic at a bad point. The Porsche is going to lose a couple of tenths here, trapped as they run through Le Mans to the Oldman Straight. And the road to Sunset Bend with the sunset in their eyes. The 7 car is going to be tucking in behind, and the BMW starts to continue to pull away further up in front. Last time around, it was about 0.8 of a second separated with the line. This time around, it's going to be over a second.
Yeah, don't know about the fuel strategy for Apex Racing Academy. I'll have a look at that one in a second, but we definitely know for Koana, no one has gone longer on fuel than them. That could be factoring into their pace, even given they've got new tyres at the moment. Some battles elsewhere in GT3 as well. Teammates to, oh hello, that's not quite the optimal line. Teammates to our pole sitters, number 45 Bela Racing Team and Relay Sim Racing Team are down here in 11th and 12th at the moment. RSR by butt kicker, I think, has gotten around them and is stretching a little bit of a lead. There is that RSR car, fittingly a Porsche. It's now broken a second away from these two. Two of the cars also trying to follow the fuel-saving game, cut out an extra pit stop if they can. Relay Sim Racing, long-time masters of that sort of thing as well. And it was Hofbauer who, in the opening stint. So oh, okay.
Oh, that was the penalty for 5 seconds.
Good work from Tyler Maxon to find that one. That's... in my head, I was wondering, okay, it's a GT3 car and a TCR, and they've given a penalty to the TCR. Typically, that means some relatively bizarre actions. But yeah, that'd maybe do it.
Yeah, you turn in on somebody as they're trying to lap you. Yeah, that'll absolutely, but especially in tight traffic like that. I will say, though, save on that SimRC TCR. That was, he shot that car sideways, but mashed the throttle and got it rolling right away again.
There's the headlights getting dark enough around the circuit. The high beams illuminate on everyone, and we see that the endurance lights are not installed on the GSR Lamborghini. Now, I'm not sure they will need them that desperately. But there you go. First official sign of darkness. Reflectors on the cones, reflectors around the track. Certainly have some lights on the pit buildings, but not necessarily everywhere else. Come a little bit later. Well, Relay Sim Racing there in their BMW, not necessarily on the attack, but behind them, a couple of cars stacking up. There's GSRC, and the Lamborghini.
I believe the lone Lamborghini had two. I've only ever seen that one, unless there have been more out there, but they have since been knocked out of competition.
Nope. Only one registered, only one we've seen all season. It is a unique beast. Sort of the GT3 BOP baseline. It's at no added weight, no reduced fuel, no reduced power. BMW carrying just a tiny bit of extra weight. Porsche carrying quite a chunk of extra weight and a little reduction to the fuel capacity. Well, it's still doing very, very well for itself in the hands of some of the Porsche teams as far as fuel economy and stint length is concerned, because we've seen Williams Esports BenQ manage some great stint lengths, and of course Koana likewise.
Those Porsches have really been on top of it so far today, but don't rule out those BMWs just yet. If they can get back up there and fight for the race lead, they do have the potential to have some pretty good scraps among themselves. Riley Sim Racing headed up by Timon Willems at the moment, still trying to keep it out in front of Daniel Sommer. The 83 and the 24 battle up with each other. Mercedes GT4 lap traffic, they're going to have to work around, and I find this interesting because you saw Sommer close up a fair bit in the middle of the Sunset Bend as the more sleek Lamborghini body cut through the air, but once they hit the straightaway, there was just no straight line speed left for Sommer. I think the BMW's just got more power down the straights than the Lamborghini does, because the Lambo doesn't seem to be capable of fighting in the draft there.
Certainly seemed the BMW had more straight line speed than Porsches in the qualifying.
Do they have more power on the engines? It surprised me. I'll dig into that a little bit. I'll see what the results say.
Closest cars for position on track at the minute. We know things are going to close up in GT3 when the next round of pit stop comes around. We know that similar could happen in 992, and I'm still curious about what's happening in TCR, because I swear it looked like a shorter stop for Pure Sims, but they have made good on it since then, extending their lead from 7 seconds to 9 seconds to 11, and now a looming penalty over SimRC. We're a Hoisingveld then amongst the TCR competition. They're another 10 seconds behind SimRC, so unless there's catastrophe, I don't think this looks like it's going to drop SimRC out of that second place, but it might well take away their chance at fighting Pure Sims for the win there.
SMRC was in a penalty that they really did not need. That being said, they're still 11 seconds back from the Pure Sims Esports 116 as well. So I think it was pretty safe to say that they weren't going to be able to fight for the lead anytime soon. So it's not like this is going to ruin their chances at winning this race either. They're still going to be, I'd imagine, kind of around the same. But they will have to worry about Team Hoytenfeld, because don't forget, it's not just the city in the penalty box you have to wait for, but you also have to spend a little bit of extra precious tense getting back up to pit road speed before you go back into your pit stall for your pit stop proper. So you are going to have to kind of exercise caution and discipline on the throttle and brake pedals, as they'll be looking to serve that penalty when they come down to pit road next. I did get the confirmation, by the way, on our GT3 discussion as to the horsepower. The BMW and the Lamborghini do have the same amount of base horsepower, provided there aren't any sort of engine restrictions in play for this race. So my new guess is that the Lamborghini is just using a higher downforce setup.
Yeah, well, the only engine restriction separate to the regular baseline BOP is 0.5% of power taken off the Porsche 911 GT3R. So it's got 99.5% of its regular power. It's such a small little minute difference. It's realistically maybe 2 or 3 horsepower off what's otherwise 500-ish and change horsepower. Hey, Challenge Bathurst is coming up again later in the year, when GT3 cars are allowed to time attack with air restrictors removed. Christopher Mees managed a 159. Mees? I think it was, a couple of years ago. So if you've got an unrestricted GT3 you'd like to lend me in November, my emails are open.
You go on the hunt for that. I'll stick with my half-working AI racing over here.
Touchy little moment between 992s and the Maniti. No, not the Maniti TCR, it's the Carbon. They find their headlight flasher. Is there anyone out there who hasn't pressed that button at least once in this race? I'd be surprised.
The G992 battle we got on the screens is for 22nd overall. I believe it's about 9th place in your field of Porsche Cup 911 GT3 992s. It is Alexander Lortzen for ATRS Esports in the 914, followed closely behind by Marcos Saavedra for Eros Rincon and IRS 985. These guys separated by about 0.6 of a second, and pushing wide out of Sunset Bend is going to be Lortzen, that time by the 914, losing a bit of time to the 985 as we hit it back down the pit straight and dive it down into turn number 1. Again, washing wide and clipping the gravel. Going to lose another 10th or so there, but Saavedra not forcing the issue just yet. He'll tuck it in line still as we hit turn 3.
It's darker and darker. Still some light in the sky, but the headlights, the other elements around the circuit starting to shine brighter. Some light in the stands, some light on the signs, plenty of lights across the bridge gantries as well. Interesting battle here. It does appear that both of these cars did fuel only at the last stop, so a matter of who's holding onto the tyres in the remaining grip best. Only a slip angle, probably some busy hands on the wheel as well.
I think catching up to the Medici Racing Black 978 for Kiana Bushman. Now right up the road, it looks like they might actually be. So Medici Racing might be having their hands full here before too long. Last time around, actually, ATRs was 0.3 of a second quicker than the 978, and that could be troublesome for Keanu Bushman if he wants to try to keep that 978 up in his current positioning for when his teammate Maxime Marriott gets back into the car.
Yeah, especially if the numbers on the pit stop times are accurate and he's got newer, better tyres than the guys behind who, if not catching him or matching his speed. 2.6 that lap for Bushman, 2.3 for Lauritsen, 2.4 for Saavedra, so just slightly quicker than the Manizzi.
And running wide over into the grass there on the exit of, I believe that was turn 5, not going to help matters either as we hit the Gurney Bend down towards the hairpin. Lauritsen having to negotiate lap traffic. Not a good opportunity. Oh, he's locked up and he's too deep. The 914 going to lose all of that momentum, and that's going to allow for Marcos Saavedra to now reel in the 914 right up in front of him. That was just a hazard of trying to brake too late, trying to take the same line, and was lucky not to go off track or spin in the round, but he'll have to reset, try that one again. That's just cut Keanu Bushman a huge break.
Yeah, probably the longest distance braking zone on the lap around here. You go from 6th gear almost down to 1st at times in these cars. So it is a big, big stop. Likelihood of a lockup very high, especially as you go offline or try to navigate that traffic. GT3 pit stop times, your leader in MSI Esports, Christian Lamella. Well, it was Algabe driving. It looks like it's going to be Lamella now. He opens the window. Everyone else runs at least one lap longer. But between now and the next 10 minutes, expect to get busy there. So Lamella is going to get a new set of tyres.
New set of tires off on the jacks and away as check back in on this cup battle. The 979 of Henry Saltman for Havu. Currently trying to fend off the Williams Esports 995 driven up by Will Tregurtha. This is the fight for 18th place overall and P number 5 in your 992 field. And currently, he's got to be really worried about Tregurtha, who's been steadily closed in. In fact, Tregurtha, 1.1 seconds quicker that last time by. Not tenths, but over a whole second.
Havu once again trying to double stint tyres. And based on those numbers, you wonder how effective it's being for them at this point. Cheeky little slide on every change of direction. When you look for the minutiae of the body language, of the slip angles of the car, it's doing a lot underneath them. There is MSI back out on track after their pit stop. They're slotted already ahead of Relay Sim Racing, who are still going to stop shortly. Again, got to wait a couple laps to see everyone else's stops, to see relatively where MSI sit, though they do sit a little short on fuel compared to a lot of their key rivals.
And I believe that is one of the that's Riley Sim Racing BMW tucked in right behind them. The 83 car continuing to try to pull his way further up into the field. You see more GT3 traffic down and into pit road. Just a little ways behind these guys, and Timon Wilms giving Christian Lamella a run for his money here, as Lamella's still getting back to grips with the car in the updated conditions here since the last time he was in. Around Sebring BMW really applying pressure, but it is worth noting we have still yet to see that 83 car pit as well, so these guys are not actually racing for on-track position.
Nope, not yet, they're not. But as they sit, they've both got 2 more pit stops to get to the end. So, sure, there's just one little splash coming for MSI. Pressure still right on the Havu 979. Apex Academy GT3 just in there, but then you've only got to see 4/10 till Williams Esports closing up. They went from 1.1 seconds previous time around to only half a second quicker last lap. What's it going to look like this time?
Run to the background there.
Such a massive difference of braking performance. Havu to Williams Esports. Williams Esports almost wanted to follow the GT3 car through, weren't able to do so, but they've closed the gap down to nothing. And Nolan, there was some other excitement.
And we had one of the, looked like it was one of the Mercedes-AMG GT4s. Might have been the hard point by Sport 499 that had spun out right in the background. We'd actually seen him sideways rejoining at the Le Mans curve. No contact from it looks like anybody else. So once again, nobody between Tregurtha and Sulman, save for about half a car length.
Yep. Henry Sulman, he doesn't have the traction off the corners. He doesn't seem to have the braking either. And Tregurtha, unconventional little look down the inside of Tower. Can he get it done? He'll just squeak on by. You don't see many moves happen there. You look to turn 1, you look to the hairpin at 7, maybe. But when you got that much more grip, he didn't want to wait. He got good drive off the previous corner. Just plain out braked him there. That's the difference in the tyres.
And that was down to the Tower Bend. That's one of the more sections of the track where when you see a pass there, kind of more think, well, what were you thinking when you made that move? But if you can make it clean, anywhere on the track is realistically fair game. Henry Solomon already starting to lose back. You can tell just with this high-speed corner how much more grip Tregurtha has, is able to get on the power that much sooner. The Williams Esports 995 breaks into the top 5 in the 992 category, and now set to run away with that gap. I have a feeling here that the double stint for Salman and Havu has not paid off.
More GT3 pit callers. Pole sitters number 46, Villa Racing Team Euronics in. I think Patrick Heinrich is going to stay there, potentially. Also had Apex Racing Academy through. Well, they've just served their penalty. Now they're coming to their pit stall. Williams Esports BenQ, keep going. Koana Gaming, go back through up in a second. It all comes back around. Looking again at 992, Aztec SimSports Visceral. What a handy lead that they've got. And then you find Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC here in the 3rd place. Urano Esports Heineken Media in 4th. Really quick last lap from Urano as well in this class. Looks like they were the fastest in class last lap. Faster than the leaders, faster than everyone else. By the GT4 that had a bit of a wobble on the exit. If you don't have a bit of a wobble across the bumps at Sunset Bend, I question your commitment.
It's one of those corners where if you haven't felt like you're about to just lose your marbles, you're not pushing it hard enough through there. And turn 1 is very much the same way. The only way you're doing it right is if it feels like you're about to go flying off the racetrack. And it's one of the reasons why Sebring is such a well-loved racetrack among both fans and drivers alike. It really does invite you to be daring. Every time you get a corner, even that little bit more right, it practically screams out for you to take just that little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. Turn 1 is like that, Sunset Bend is like that. I would even dare to say Tower and Cunningham Bend are both like that as well. And even the couple of kinks that lead up through the Collier Curve in the run towards Tower are like that as well. It's such a fascinating racetrack, and it is such a challenging one as well. It's a true test of driver's skill if you're able to wrangle a car around here for 6 hours.
Well, the Movano Corsa GT4 absolutely flying. We caught them previously. They were in 4th place. They look to have recently worked their way around Pure Sims, I think. We definitely saw them earlier.
Seconds in GT4 under a second and closing as SRC Movano Corsa has been losing a little bit of time back to Pure Sims. And Fraser Williamson jumping on the brakes to allow a Porsche 911 GT3R through right as that car comes down to pit road. So that was a needless cost in time for SRC Movano Corsa. That allows Eric Grove for Pure Sims' 417 to start to close up just that little bit more. He reeled in about a 1/10 and a half down there as a result of that through the Sunset Bend. Now sitting around 0.8 of a second as Williamson once more able to kind of start to extend that gap through turn 1, but I think Grove is now close enough that he could just follow in the line that Williamson is driving and take some pointers here.
It's SCK Racing. We saw SRC Movano racing earlier. They've gotten away from them to the tune of about 9 seconds, and that's when they got to Pure Sims and I think past them as well. Still a very nice little lead for Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. Yuptolite still driving at the minute, I think. 1 or 2 laps away from stopping, especially Movano, I think 2 laps away from stopping. We've seen all of our GT3 field through, just waiting on the 45 Biela and Relay Sim Racing, who are just completing their service. But it's the outlap for Williams Esports BenQ, still in second, and for Koana Gaming back. Oh, I was going to say back up into third, but I think they're in 4th, having, slotted in just behind the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. So that number 5 suddenly right back up in there and amongst it too, and just 2.5 seconds for the lead gap. Oh, big drift.
Yeah, no kidding. I was about to mention. That's sliding way out wide. I don't think that was quite intentional. That was just him getting unsettled over one of those really big bumps that we were just talking about right at the apex. The number of times we've seen drivers get upset there and go fully around. Well, it's a number that stretches out longer than my arm. It is definitely one of the hardest corners you can get out there, not just on this track, but also, I would dare say, in all of North America, just due to how challenging it is. It's almost like a triple apex corner. You have to apex the first part, then the second, then the third, and all the while you're still trying to take as wide of a line as possible to just carry up all the speed. SRC Movano Corsa has caught up to Nathan Ames in SimRC's TCR, still with that penalty looming over their heads, along with another Mercedes-AMG just up the road, the 463 for Undercut Racing Team White, driven by Stéphane Lagarce at the moment in the 463 car, but Williamson trying to lap now another driver in that GT4 category.
it's sure plenty bumpy through Sunset Bend. I had an experience where one lap I was just half a car wider than I think I'd gone through there every other time. I managed to find a particular sequence of maybe 3 bumps that managed to match the suspension of the car, and each one just added more bounce to the car successively until it culminated with the car just landing, smacking the whole under tray against the concrete, and I felt that in my spine, no doubt. Sure, it's bumpy every lap, but there's just one time I found one bump to hit just wrong and I could almost get airborne. It was crazy. We see a pit stop there. GT4, like we said, SRC Movano Corsa, right on cue, right on schedule for Fraser Williamson. That's when we would have expected him. Probably a couple more laps till we see some others, and then maybe a few laps after that. Remembering that Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, the leaders, I think the second stint through, managed to go a whole lap longer than anyone else. They stood alone there.
And still nose to tail down the stretch out of Gurney Bend in towards the hairpin turn. Out of the hairpin, side by side with a bit of lap traffic here. This is where it's going to get all sorts of dicey at the moment as drivers still trying to work their way through. Eric Rove in the Pierce Sims machine trying to lap by one of your GT3 cars. That is the MSI Esports overall race leader at the moment, separated by just 2 seconds as he's got a whole heap of lap traffic behind them. That is what MSI Esports needed right now. They needed to get themselves up to that lead, and they needed themselves to put a huge chunk of lap traffic between themselves and William Esports BenQ, because look at that gap. It has grown from about a second and now up to 2.5 in just the span of a half a lap, just because of how much lap traffic there is that the 55 just can't work your way through, because he has to pick the cars off one at a time.
Yeah, in those couple of little sequences where it's tough to get around multiple cars at once, sure, as a GT3 you could pass a handful of cars down the straight here or down the pit straight, but in that little twisty bit before Tower, really challenging to get through for quite a bit of time. You find yourself just having to wait till the next corner and wait till the straight before you're able to get around, so it has, as you say, put a handy little bit of time between MSI Esports and Williams Esports BenQ, the 55. What it doesn't change is we still think that MSI will be headed to one more pit stop than the 55, and there is no amount of splash and dash that you can get done in 3 seconds, so they still need to keep extending that if MSI Esports are going to win.
Yeah, MSI Esports has got to see if they can get themselves that little bit more, and I have to think that's why they're doing so much clutch and coasters to try to see if they can put themselves a little bit further up towards a position where they might be able to make it on just the one stop from here to the end. Christian Lamella still in control of that number 14 car. He does have a lap behind him. That is, I believe, the BS Turner number 96. Sorry, no, actually, excuse me, that's actually Will Tregurtha in the Williams Esports 95 at the moment. That is tucked in line behind him. The GT3Rs and the 992s, they have a tendency to look somewhat similar. The way I tell them apart, I'm going to be brutally honest here, is the tail lights. You know, the 992's got the one all the way across. The GT3R doesn't have such a luxury.
No, different wing mounts, different running lights. That's mainly it. Different vents on the nose as well.
Goes back to an old adage made by a certain British trio about how, you know, Porsche 911s have a tendency to look eerily similar to one another.
It's not copy and paste if you call it tradition.
We'll go with that. I can get behind that logic.
Had another round of GT4 stops as well. SCK Racing are on their outlap in 4th, rejoining just behind SRC Movano Corsa. Still waiting on Pure Sims and Mercedes-AMG Team Urano. 5-Star Motorsport just leaving the lane right now. They're in 7th in class. Oh no, they're in 9th in class now. And updated as they left the lane.
It's always a question of where's the next really big problem going to come from. As actually, speaking of problems, a couple of penalties have recently been handed down. One of them, the 499 hard point by Delta Sport machine for a major contact incident. It was failing to leave room for the 96 BS Turner machine, which was exiting pit road. That netted Hardpoint a 30-second penalty and another 10-second penalty for the number 24 car for the German Series scene in IPR by ACV Lamborghini. After he caused contact, actually with the Hardpoint by Delta Sport GT4. So it seems like...
not your day, it's not your day.
As I say, the 499 has not had a good day, it would seem. Either he's being penalized for incidents caused, or they're being hit by other people that are also getting penalized for it. It's one of the two, it seems.
One other thing we've not been so on top of keeping you updated about is the track limits. They're a little more self-enforcing around here than they were at Spa, so I don't think anyone's too close to the 50 off tracks. We get a warning on the race control sheet at 25. Car 944 was the first to use up half of their allocation, but as, we're well past the halfway point of the race and very few teams have used half of their off track. So everyone on track, if you will, to have no problems with that.
On board with Martin Strell in his 992 car for Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. Currently running, or in a battle for third place with Urano Esports just in front of him as they exit Le Mans Bend down the Ullman Straight and hightail it back down towards Sunset Bend, where the sun has very much set over the Sebring International Raceway.
Urano have gotten through recently. Remember, they were in 4th and they were the fastest running car in class, so they've got a real amount of speed. So those bumps right underneath the bridge that are the worst. Yeah, so then next up the road to second, I don't think is out of the question. Apex Racing Academy, have I got this right? Are only about 10 seconds further up in second place.
It looks that way. Matt is checking out. Apex Racing is just coming through Gurney Bend now, and they're going underneath the Mobile One Bridge as we speak. In fact, you just saw them exit bottom of the screen right before the other race leader, or the other third and fourth place runners came into shot. And right there, second car of the road. Not that green and black car, but the one in front of them. That's 9 and 8. Right there, that first one that just went left to right, that is your second place runner. So yeah, about 10 seconds. That checks out.
Apex Racing Academy have picked up the pace too as well, matching Urano. I think the tyres are about done for Visceral Esports. They're probably about to... They are pitting from the lead. So, yeah, their pace kind of reached its best and dropped off. Still a very solid lead. Vince Peters brought the car in, and now he hands over to Anders Dahl in that leading car.
Back down the Ullman straight, and Rano continues to be in a decent position up in third. The last time by at the start-finish line, they ran a 2:01.8, and their opponents behind them ran a 2:02.3. But considering the fact that gap has not really changed anything this lap, I'm willing to bet the lap times this time are going to be much closer. There it is, a 2:01.6 for Marvin Strell and Team 75, and it was a 2:01.7 for Daniel Alves Lorenco in Urano Esports. So I have a feeling that 911 car is to be having a hard time here with the 16, as they are now catching lap traffic. That is Eero Tuomainen and the Havu 979 right in front of them now, that they're going to have to try to work their way past to see if they can continue their bid to chase down the second place runner in 992.
Right on cue. I reckon we might be able to have a word with the co-driver. No, did he disappear? What's he doing down there, Henry Selman from the 979?
He wants to talk to the Classic IndyCar Series crew, it looks like.
I'm not sure that they're going to have a lot to say to him. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see.
Oh!
Pretty tough little battle here. Door-to-door kind of stuff, but they are being lapped. There is the drama of trying to pass in this tower section you saw off the road. For Team 75.
It looks like the 979 there almost looks like he's trying to race these guys. Like, he is not really moving aside for them. And considering this is like a battle for that last podium position, you'd think he'd be eager to kind of get out of the way of this thing, but he is only holding up everybody in this field so far. And Marvin Strell trying to see if he can get back by him, and he has flashed the headlights, understandably so, trying to get by furiously, making that peek to the inside. I would be surprised if Tuomainen didn't give it to him here, and it looks like he will. But the 975 has lost so much time as a result.
Yeah, it's the toughest traffic is always the cars that are the same as yours. I mean, sure, he's a little bit quicker, and when he did get close enough, show the nose, no resistance given, all fair there. But yeah, it wasn't a red carpet rolled out, that's for sure. Let's see if we've got the co-driver from that car on the line. Hello, Henry?
Hello.
First of all, favorite pizza?
I guess from Koti Pizza. Maybe New York Monster.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. Your co-driver's got a bit to bite off and chew here, being lapped. Tell us then about the tyre strategy. I mean, we always admire you guys' willingness to do something different to what everyone else is doing. If you had your time again, would you still try these double stints?
Yeah, I think at least on my stint before, after I pitted, I think we were about P10 in the real situation, and after my stint we were P6, 2 seconds off P5, so I think we gained quite a lot. So we're happy with our strategy.
Certainly might have to wait to see it pay dividends, see where you guys are at the end. What's the feeling then for the driver on the second stint of the tyres? Obviously, it's less grip in a car that already doesn't have a lot of downforce or any assists.
Our setup was really good throughout the stint. It chewed up a bit more often on the rears, but not much. It was pretty okay until like two laps before the pit, as the rears just totally gave up, and actually we had to stop one lap earlier with the meatball flag with 1% left rear tire. So, but still it was pretty drivable. It was only like 2 seconds off the optimum pace still. So it's on a really good balance overall.
So in the hibernation, and then you guys have re-emerged from the cave as Havu, what's the biggest difference for you and your teammates compared to being inertia like in previous seasons?
Of course, it's there's a lot
pizza?
yeah, a lot more pizza, but otherwise, of course, it's the bigger esports organization behind us. It gives us some tools that we didn't have before, and also we have got some new talent joining on the team with the new backing. So I think it gives us a really good solid base to start building our name even bigger.
Your teammates shared the strategy calculations for the GT3 last round. Is it as complicated with as many things crossed out and as many numbers for the 992?
No, we didn't use any paper at all this time, so it was pretty solid right from the start. We knew that we will try to double right from the start if it's just possible, and now that the 992 with the full fuel tank, it runs so much over 1 hour, so it gives a lot of headroom for different strategies. So trying to run shorter stints on the second one to make sure that tires last.
And are you gonna drive again?
No, Eero is gonna drive until the finish, so he'll be on the wheel until the checkered flag falls.
You give him some encouraging finish words, I assume. Best of luck to you guys. Anyone new to thank as Havu?
Of course, our supporters, our sponsors. It's been glad that you have been noticing some of them, and also isot kiitokset fanilaumalle, että on aina mukana. So big thanks to the fanilauma, the crazy girls who always support us, especially Matthias.
Delightful. I see a couple of them in the chat as well. Thanks for joining us, Henry, and yeah, best of luck to yourself in your tournament.
Yeah, thanks.
Not a bad conversationalist for a Finn.
I've had my share of kind of short interview answers when it comes to the Finnish community, quite literally going after the Kimi Räikkönen style of things. So this one was more of an American variant. It was
I could make him laugh. I knew we were like, that's like the Finnish equivalent of, like, you know, giving your friend a hug. That's.
Well, I mean, for me,
out there.
For me, it was like I asked the guy, "Do you have anybody you want to thank?" Nah. All right, good talk. We'll move on. It was one of those. It's interesting though whenever we get to speak to our good friends in the Finnish community, and yeah, really good conversation there. We learned his favorite pizza. David, I'm not sure I know what your favorite pizza is, as a matter of fact.
I gotta look at the website again.
Oh.
But I've been told
there's a website.
They got one with the reindeer on it. I'll get you the link in 1 second, Nolan, and you can look at this menu and tell me.
Oh, fun.
tell you what, you can save €2 on the Tropicana pineapple pizza at the moment, so that's on special, which is nice.
You're trying to stir up something furious inside me by even mentioning pineapple on pizza.
Not loading the pictures for me this time around, but
just at a base glance over, I think I would probably go for, and again, apologies if I butchered this, the Hamastari for €14.90.
Okay, all right.
See a lot of meat on it. That's what's attracting me here.
I mean, there's some very interesting ones between Americana, Berlusconi, burger pizza, kebab pizza, one you mentioned. I think Quattro Stagioni. That looks good. It's
I changed my mind. I'm going for Tupla pepperoni. I'm not sure if they ship out here to Canada though on the West Coast. I think it's a bit far.
Now, you may have noticed while we were talking with Henry Selman of Havu 979, did encounter a little technical issue with our coverage. So if you're missing the timing column and some of the other graphics, apologies. That machine has been kicked, thrown down a flight of stairs, furiously berated, but will be back, hopefully when it reboots in a little second. Hey, right on time, there's some of it.
Have we tried percussive maintenance?
I can only imagine. I can only imagine. When all else fails, you know, you've got to resort to whatever hammer or implement is lying around. That was unfortunately something a little out of our control. We were endeavouring to bring it back. But yeah, any of these pizzas where the name is in Italian, I reckon are a safe bet.
Still got a lot of action on the racetrack as well. We're looking at the German sim racing Lamborghini. That is crossing start-finish line now. Should be an interesting race for them. Remember, the GSR by IPR machine does have a 10-second time penalty that they have been issued, not yet served. They will have to do so on their next round of pit stops. So they are not going to be able to hang around behind the RSR by Butt Kicker 69 Porsche, driven by Sean Campbell at the moment for very long. And even more unfortunately, it looks like they'll also lose the spot to Apex Racing Academy's 98 BMW, driven at the moment by Stanley Deslandes, as they are only about 4 seconds behind them as well. So this is a bit unfortunate then for German sim racing, as they're going to definitely be dropping out of the top 10 with this next round of stops.
Hang on, I clicked out of the I clicked out of the pizza menu. You can get Ben & Jerry's delivered as well from Cotti Pizza. Okay, and I've got to think about what ice cream as well. Approaching final TCR stops as well, it should be said, with the 90-minute fuel tank range from those cars. We've only seen the final stop from Impulse Racing, Zenith Esports, Carbon Sim Sport. Still waiting on your leaders, Pure Sims, SimRC, Hoisingwelt, etc. What brought Pure Sims and SimRC back together? Because it's underneath the second for your TCR lead there as well.
I wonder if some of the lap traffic might be playing a hand in this one. I'll take a look at the lap times, though, that Steam Ledger's been running, see if anything's...
Please do, yeah. I was about to see what it is at the end of this lap as well, but they're still a while away. From that.
I think they've been running kind of mid to high 2-minute 12s and low 2-minute 13s for the last little while for Steam Ledger. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. He hasn't gone off track anywhere. But Nathan Ames, meanwhile, has been running very low 12-second times as well. So he's been actually consistently about 3 to 4 to even 0.5 a second quicker every single lap. So far, Ames' slowest lap has been a 2-minute 12.915. That was on lap 108. He's now on lap 120. His opponent, though, his slowest lap, meanwhile, has been all the way up at the 2:14s. That was all the way back on lap 96. So Steam Ledger just doesn't have the pace at the moment. That is what's allowed SimRC to close in this gap. And at the moment, Ames is looking like he wants to go for the race lead here, and he very well could take it.
Yeah, about to finish this lap. 2.6. Please update for the timing. Yeah, 2:12.8 for your leader. 2:12.6. Again, just a couple tenths faster from SimRC. So they seem to have just a little more pace right now. Still one more stop to go for both. For SimRC, for Pure Sims.
It's a solid run so far the SimRC is having as they're looking to secure the TCR race lead by the time we get around to the next run of pit stops, and I would think maybe a half hour-ish. Kind of just go around the top of the hour by pit stop windows. That's what I'm used to typically the pit stop windows being at the moment, as Ames is now right up to the back bumper of Steen Ledger. Under half a second between these two. I would expect a move, honestly, down the open straight here to Sunset Bend this time around.
Could happen. Tough to tell in this light. Do get the appearance of maybe the Pure Sims car bouncing around a little bit more off the apex curbs, off some of the bumps as well. Here we go. SERIES Esports pits from third, I think it was. So these guys are going a little deeper into the race than a lot of the other people in class. Minidi Racing Blue also making their final stop. Relatively straightforward strategy for TCR. They can make a little over 90 minutes. Becomes a pretty straightforward 3-stop. Again, there is Pure Sims wobbling around. I think SimRC are doing the same, and they're both going to pit on the same lap as well. A race on to pit entry for your leading pair. Let's have a look. There's the penalty for SimRC. So they serve that and then have to find their crew. That might be just what Pure Sims need. No penalties for Pure Sims that I can tell.
Only a 5-second penalty, luckily, for SimRC. Not nearly to the extent of the 30-second penalty that Hardpoint by Delta Sport is going to have to serve later on when they come down for their pit stop. There has been no further action, by the way, on the incident that happened about 10 minutes ago between the 79 and the 491 that I think we touched up on really, really briefly. So deemed not big enough to leave any sort of action for that one, which you like to see. Things happen. Not everything has to be anybody's fault. Sometimes it's just that. It's just an accident. It's nobody's fault. Something both drivers could have probably done differently to avoid, and we'll go on from there. So SimRC keeps Nathan Ames in the car. Pure Sims still keeps Steen Ledger. Now, if the driving pace is going to continue like this, while SimRC is going to be at a disadvantage now to the pits, he's going to be back up there before too long.
Yeah, we'll wait and see on that one. Obviously, that penalty just, separating them as they were getting close. So they return first and second on track. And about 5 seconds apart, a little more, because you need to, as you said, come to a stop, wait 5 seconds, get back going again. The ramp up and down costs time, not just the stationary time. Here in GT4 SCK Racing, once again doing battle with SRC Movano Corsa. But there has been a driver swap for both cars, so it's not Fraser Williamson. It's Lorenzo Manfredotti in the Movano Corsa SRC car, and Florian Kruger in SCK. Again, I find myself looking at the pit stop times, scratching my head, how did SCK get back in front of SRC Movano Corsa? Because I don't see any obvious discrepancy that would have accounted for that, yet here we are.
The one explanation that I can think of for this would be SCK is just that much more aggressive on the pit entry. Like, they're that much more daring on the brakes and trying to really push the limit of what they can get away with before they slide through their pit stall.
Yeah, and I think they pitted a lap apart, so exactly who caught traffic when, where, how could be a pretty big deal. Apparently, Movano had an incident.
Well, that'll do it.
I would think so.
What was the incident in question? Because it must have been major if Movano lost a spot in the pits as a result of it.
Great question. Likely something that cost them 5 to 10 seconds. So, the likelihood of a spin or something.
I had a N16 on lap 119, so I'm willing to bet that was what the problem was. That was when they were right behind the Pure Sims Mercedes as well. Taking a quick once over. You're right, it was a spin. At the hairpin, it was contact with them, and the the Pure Sims, it's this one right here. A little bit of door-to-door contact with Pure Sims sent the Mercedes around. That's where they lost all of that time, and that will be kind of all she wrote on that one. That incident has not yet been marked for review by Race Control, but I have a feeling that we'll be up there before long. That is unfortunate to see for Movano. Now they have to try to work their way back up by SCK, which they are still tucked right behind, as got the RSR by butt kicker. Porsche 911 GT3R work its way through. Lorenzo Manfredotti currently sits at the car for SSM Movano Corsa, the 439. Florian Kruger up at the 430 machine. Down out of Gurney Bend into the tight hairpin, the 439. Still tucked in line, but starting to falter just that little bit in overall pace. I wonder if now we're seeing the Mercedes AMG GT4 starting to lose that little bit of pace with Manfredotti. Remember, he will have damage as a result of all of that mess with the Pure Sims car. Most notably on the left-hand side, you can see part of the taillight has been knocked out of commission there as a result of that hit. So Mike struggling damage-wise with pace.
Like a lot of people I know, it looks just a little better in the dark, so that helps. Makes it difficult though to spot exactly where and how severe the damage might be, because it is dark, dark, dark now. Not a hint of light in the sky. It's all about the car headlights and a few little places around. You get a bit of extra light off, say, the RVs look pretty well illuminated. A bunch of the bridges and the signboards with lights on them. There's second place, GT3 just getting through. That lead gap out to 10 seconds now. Still not enough to afford MSI Esports a splash and dash towards the end though.
There's the Pure Sims Esports machine, the 417 just up the road of Jordan Johnson being a bit held up by, it looks like that's the Impulse Racing touring car. It might be the 122. About to be a three-way scrap here for second, third, and fourth in your GT4 category.
Certainly will be. They're motoring up on a Pure Sims by almost half a second. Last lap, Florian Kruger pulled there. Everyone in GT4 though heading towards their final pit stop, and looks like Pure Sims are carrying a little bit more fuel right now, and therefore will have a shorter final stop, if I read that correctly. Over in 992, our Finnish friends of Havu, well, they back in their strategy, so it's good tyres right now for Eero Toiminen. He's on the attack against Fordzilla. Had a little bit of a peak there, nowhere near close enough. Sixth and seventh, they're quite a way behind fifth place, who I think is, yeah, 30 seconds up the road, so it says, from Fordzilla. William Chadwick back in the car.
Yep, 3 tenths, make that 4 tenths of a second now separate fifth and sixth place. William Chadwick, we talked to him earlier, having a decent night for these guys. They're plus 3 spots for these are the race tonight, but Havu even better. They're up 10, started overall 29th, now running 19th overall. And now Havu, the draft down the front straightaway, going to be under fire by the 7 of Kawana Gaming, trying to find his way through in the GT3 class. That's going to force Eero Tuomainen to break a bit earlier and lose a little bit of time up to Chadwick as well in the Team Fordzilla 966, and still having to let through GT3 traffic, the ever-persistent struggles of multi-class racing when you're right behind somebody is when those lap cars get up to you and you got to let them through.
My monolingual English-speaking mind really wanted to pronounce it as Eero Toiminen, but I'm gratified to know it's a lot closer to Eero, which is a way cooler racing driver name. And he's on the attack here against William Chadwick. Chadwick carrying more fuel, so the car will be heavier. And he had a nasty little slide trying to pick up the throttle there in the right-hander as well.
Still keeping tight with him though. Between 3 and 4 tenths of a second separating these guys. And it's going to keep these guys in solid function as well, as they continue to try to work to fight it out with the draft.
Again, maybe just looking at the inside line in a couple places. Forced a little bit by the car positioning. Now this was a couple laps ago. Just a problem for the number 5 Williams Esports Chill Blast. That was one of those cars that spent the first half of the race entirely anonymous and then popped into the top 5, maybe into podium contention. So I've been trying to keep an eye on them. But that's what happens for them 10 laps ago, so maybe 20 minutes ago even, for Williams Esports Chilled Last. Really can't pin that on anyone but themselves, just placing the car wrong in the dark. Right on board with Havik, Fordzilla super close to squeezing the TCR car. Asper one, I think it is.
I mentioned earlier on about how we both know the hazards of touching that grass when you're in the braking zone, a heavy braking zone at that, and I think that 5 car just found that out perfectly for themselves, so that is just unfortunate for them. Hopefully they'll be back up more, though, throughout the latter portions of the season. Still on board, though, with the 979, excuse me, as we continue to thunder our way down the Ullman Straight, right behind William Chapman. We see a look to the inside this time of the wheel. Team Fordzilla covers him off, though. That was a bit naughty there from Team Fordzilla. Havu was very much had the nose in, and they were forced to back out, or they both would have found themselves crashing into Sunset Bend.
Look to the inside, super narrow approach for Havu. Track on this version really opens up wide just before the turn in for one. Narrower entry again on turn 6. A good drive off of there. Super important if you want to overtake the hard braking zone down here. Bearing down on a TCR car looks like it could be Impulse. Yay, I'm right this time, because it could have been one of any of the numerous Veloster N TCRs.
And meanwhile, while all this has been going on, the 24 car, the German Sim Racing Lamborghini, has another 15-second penalty they have to serve, this time for not leaving racing room. The penalty has been upgraded to the 15 seconds due to it being a repeat incident. So day goes from bad to worse for German Sim Racing's number 24 Lamborghini entry, as this battle between these cup cars will continue on as we thunder our way down through Bishop and again to be in towards Le Mans, as I believe that is MSI Esports currently sitting in pit road. Your former race leaders are going to be taking service with just over an hour left to go. Move this time by for Iro Tuomanen. Don't think so. The 979 Havu car still going to try to get a tighter apex to get the run down the pit straight into turn 1. Chadwick taking a bit more of a defensive line. Havu's going to try to attack, maybe try to scare Chadwick out wide. It's almost going to work, but Chadwick slams that door shut before they can get the nose in.
Still heating up. The pressure may be ready to boil over in this one. Both of them finding plenty of the exit curb in turn 5, as you're likely to do. Shortest line around turn 6 at the big bend. Little run underneath the bridge, big braking zone. Havu having a look way down the inside. Do they get it stopped? Do they make the corner? No, they don't. Oh. They skate off into the grass. Not even close, unfortunately.
Way too deep and just running straight away, and that will now be even more time lost. The 979 going to have to try to scramble that back. Race is not over yet, though. Still have just over an hour left to go. William Chadwick has the chance here to still seal this deal, meanwhile, as he can continue to fight on for 6th place in your 992 field.
Number 46 previously served their penalty, now ranging up on the back of Koana Gaming, Lucas Muller. second and third. Bieler Racing took tyres last stop. Koana Gaming took them stop previous. Feels the need to defend in towards turn number 1. Bieler have a huge amount of speed around the outside. You've got to give them room there, and if you do, they can carry more speed. Again, it's going to be the outside for the next one. Really brave stuff from Patrick Heinrich, but he gets up into second. Biggest question mark for Bieler is, do they make it to the top of this hour on the fuel? And if they do, they're in a fantastic position. We've already seen the pit stop from MSI Esports, previously your GT3 leader. So Williams Esports, Ben Q goes through into the lead. Bieler into second, Koana into third.
Some great stuff. You don't often see Passmer on the outside line. I think Muller's lifting coast into turn 1 definitely helped with that one, as we will now work our way steadily through the last hour and 8.5 minutes or so of the race. Catching back up to lap traffic, I think Heinrich in the Euronics 46 not saving fuel like the Porsche behind him is. So he's going to very easily be able to pull away with that gap for third place unless something really major happens to him up the road.
I think the team that looks the best out of this is Williams Esports BenQ. They've got fuel to get them to the top of the hour, and look at that, 46 seconds over Bieler and Koana. So almost looking like the team to stop. Depends what the 55 needs to do on tyres though, I guess.
And number 9 car already on his lonesome down in turn number 1, and he's actually starting to put the clutch in and goes all the way back in the turn 2 kink there before even the left-hander. So Lucas Muller is really trying to save fuel. You don't often see fuel mileage play a very big role in endurance races like this. Usually it's fairly cut and dry, but so far I haven't seen a lot of the Porsches in particular trying to stretch the tanks, and I wonder if maybe that little bit of a fuel tank restrictor that you mentioned earlier on might be having a hand to play in that, because I'm not noticing any of the GT3 cars having to do this, only the leading group of Porsches.
Still seems like the best move for them though. The winning move. Muller not able to match the single lap pace of Heinrich, or indeed I'd say Kalpinen, the lead of this one at the minute. We know though the strength for that car tends to be that sort of end of the second, start of the third stint relative to everyone around them who gets through the tyres just a little quicker. Ooh, I see what they've done. That's a slowdown there for Koana Gaming. They cut too much of the curb. Tough to see in the dark, but that is why they pulled to one side on the exit. Not full throttle. Just a costly little error. The track limits, of course, are the yellow lines and the curbs through this section. The temptation, particularly that left-hand curb right there that they're going over, the temptation is to cut a little too much of that one, and you'll get automatically found out for that one if you cut it.
Yeah, that would certainly do it, wouldn't it? So that is unfortunate for all of these drivers, as we will now pick our way through some more of the slower traffic. This is the battle for second here in GT4 on the screens. 0.3 of a second separating SCK Racing from Pure Sims Esports. Mentioned before that Pure Sims wasn't necessarily safe at the 417, and that is still very much the case. Number 5 BMW will work his way by. That only allows Florian Kruger to close in that little bit more in the Rainbow 430 Mercedes-AMG GT4. Now, where is SRC Movano Corsa? They are still a couple seconds back the road now. So SRC Movano has not been able to get on the jump as well as I think they might like, making this now a two-car train in the battle for second in your GT4 field.
Window to get to the end on the final stop is probably open for GT4 right here. No takers just yet. First up, probably currently 6th place running CSRA by Entropic.
Coming around through Bishop Bend, down to Gendabian, and out through Le Mans. The tight right-hander, oh, but Kruger just misses the apex, and Jordan Johnson for Pure Sims will get that upper hand down the pit straight. And even though you've got this advantage, we even talked about this in the Club Sport race yesterday, the GT4s just don't have that much draftability with each other. Like, it's almost negligible. You have to rely on getting better momentum off of the corners because the draft of these cars just, it does next to nothing. It's so difficult to get a good drafting run here. And Florian Kruger definitely finding that out here time as he continues to struggle to claw his way up to the 417.
Leader a long way ahead. 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Oh, so close. Lorenzo Manfredotti was quicker than 2nd and 3rd last lap as well. He's just a little back off these guys. Gets complicated with the traffic, but Florian Kruger is mighty close. Oh, there's contact. They're both going to end up in the wall. Oh, looping over. Apex
Still
Racing Academy
flipping.
barely dodge it as well. Contact with the Maniti TCR 3 wide. Ends in disaster on the big bend, and it ends in disaster for Pure Sims. Put that car straight on the back of the truck and send it to the scrapper.
That has got to be one of the biggest flips I think I have ever seen in a GT4 car pull off. 3 wide just doesn't tend to work, and that's just a hazard of trying to unlap or lap cars when you're trying to have, you know, 2 different classes lapping each other.
Okay, so Pure Sims, middle of the road.
Count the flips here.
Maniti, stay close because the GT3 car is barreling on the both of them. It's not their fault, but I think the Maniti TCR wasn't completely aware that it was about to be a 3 wide situation.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that one. And
if Pure Sims are further to the left to not make contact with the Maniti car, then they were going to get hit by the GT3.
I counted 9 total rolls for the Pure Sims. Oh boy, hang on. This is going to be a wild ride. Just going right into the tire barriers. And over and over and over, just non-stop. That car rolled for quite a distance. Like that, he started the flip before the bridge, went all the way underneath it, and then a good distance after that as well.
Was lucky he didn't end up in the hotel swimming pool.
Yeah, no kidding.
So this from Maniti, it's not pretty for them either. I think it was Relay Sim Racing that were the GT3 coming along there as well. Maniti are right on the white line on the right hand side of the circuit as they come through Big Bend. And the corner ends and they start tracking a little more to the middle. Again, leaving plenty of space to the left for one car, but not quite enough for two, which is what there ended up being. Heartbreak for Pure Sims either way, as their chances of, a podium disappear like that.
Yeah, for sure. That is so unfortunate for the Maniti TCR, and we'll have to see what race control thinks about that whole mess. As in fact, I think they're already kind of on top of it, as they have already marked it and they are in the process of looking at that incident as we speak. So we'll get a chance to see what their viewing on that one is going to be. I don't know. It's a tough one to call. You got three classes trying to lap each other. It's not the widest portion of the circuit, and it'll be interesting to see how this could play into the overall impact of this race.
We're into the final hour. Your GT3 leaders pit. Still waiting on Koana Gaming for their final stop, for Bela Racing Team Euronics 45 for their final stop. Have had the final stop from Bela 46. I think they'll make it from there. You damn well try your best, that's for sure. So in a minute we'll get a very clear picture. What's the status to the end? MSI Esports GT3 will go through to the lead when it's all done, but with the caveat of one more stop, one more splash and dash hanging over their head. Are they quick enough? Do they have enough time?
Still got all your GT3 cars still trying to get a run here, as we'll see if MSI Esports can continue to work their way through and secure themselves the race win. I think we're just waiting now on Willie Esports BenQ to come on down and in, and Koana Gaming might find themselves in the same boat here as well. It'll be interesting to see how that final round of pit stops will develop on up here.
So for the number 75, they're also a little off strategy. And they're going to have one more splash and dash to go, working their way through the traffic, battling with the Havu 79. Let's ride on board with this Porsche vs Porsche GT3 battle. There we are. Karim was still trying to hunt down Havut in the GT3 class, and a great view at how difficult it is for the GT3 cars to get around the 992 cars. Really have to outbrake them into the corners to be able to make it work, because they lack the straight line speed of the more slippery One Mate Cup cars. Everyone now within the final hour, of course. It's only a handful of GT3 cars that need one more stop. Your leader, MSI Esports, is one of them. Behind them, Williams Esports BenQ, only 8 seconds back, should be good to get to the end. Same for Bila Racing Team 46. And Koana Gaming find themselves in 4th. That was the battle of 5th and 6th we were watching. Else is new as well. GT4 teams have mostly, no, it's a bit of a split there. Some of them have made their final stops to get to the end. SCK Racing, as you can see, are on the pit lane right now. Still one more stop for Mercedes-AMG Team Urano, for 5 Star Motorsports, for Undercut Racing, a hard point. Both of them jump into the lane as I say it. So we'll get an idea on the picture for that shortly. In TCR, very confident in saying everyone fueled to get to the end. There's drama. There's drama on the Ullman Straight GT4 car around. Who is sitting there? Oh, it's Fraser Williamson and it's SRC Movano Corsa, losing time, losing positions. What has happened?
You don't have to see a car. I was going to say, you don't have to see a car sideways right there. I'm willing to bet, though, maybe got a bit unsettled out of Le Mans, or he was in the middle of a bunch of traffic, could have gotten some help as well, because he was kind of in a big group of cars when this happened. But I think overall, he was lucky that nobody actually hit him. He immediately backed it up towards the wall to make sure nobody would get into him. Going to take a look at the replay here on this one as Williamson exits Le Mans, and I think it was by himself. Oh, and he did collect the BMW Euronics number 45, but it wasn't any fault of the Euronics BMW. He was just trying to avoid an already spinning Williamson. Let's be honest, if Williamson hadn't been hit there, he was going to nose it straight into the wall anyway.
I think if anything, it straightened him up a little bit maybe there, didn't it? Often, incidents in that corner can happen. You go out too wide and lose control on the grass. He lost that quite early, maybe against the apex curb in that one. It's pretty significant as well, considering that involved currently 3rd place running GT3, that my numbers and my understanding of the strategy would project might well finish 2nd, although they are a minute behind MSI, and MSI only need a splash and dash, so might be battling over 3rd with Koana, who definitely closed in after that. TCR, I was saying, everyone has made their final stops, and it's led by Pure Sims. But their lead is slowly being eroded again by SimRC. I think it was at 7 seconds. It's at 5 now. So it kind of moves at about the same speed as Continental Drift, but it's measurable which direction it's going. Drivers there is Steen Ledger for Pure Sims, and it's still Nathan Ames for SimRC, trying to keep the hunt alive. Team Hoisingfeld's Marcel Tai in 3rd place, and they were quite a bit closer earlier on, and they've dropped a little bit over the hours since. MSI TCR in 4th and Impulse in 5th. Slightly confusingly, the MSI TCR is in the livery that they used to run for a long time in the colours, and the GT3 is a sort of newer colour. They don't really match. That's off the track for the TCR leader at turn number 1. Oh, and it looks super wide. Tyres are dirty into turn number 3 as well. It's lost about a second to that, and I think critically, with the 45 minutes to go, the pressure as well might have just cracked a little bit of his belief. Prior to that, you would have said, well, I think Pure Sims can hold on in this final stint. But a mistake like that just ratchets up the pressure a little more.
Last time by, Nathan Ames was another 0.3 of a second faster than Pure Sims. But remember, the only reason why SimRC isn't right up there with him is because he had that 5-second penalty that he had to serve under his last pit box. Interesting to note, by the way, remember that big wreck with the Pure Sims GT4? Race Control has deemed no further action on that incident, not because of anybody's fault, but because both cars are retired, so attempting to do anything else it's just a moot point. You can't decide to give a time penalty to somebody that's out of the race.
Interesting. Sure, there's 3 parties that might have seen that 3 different ways as it unfolded. Though I understand Pure Sims GT4 might have seen it 9 different ways by the end. So in terms of pit stops, what's left to play out? Well, that rice cracker didn't go where I thought when I ate it earlier. There's still a bunch of pit stops to play out for 992. But after that, it's a pretty old-fashioned square race to the end, especially TCR, like we mentioned. Look at that gap now, underneath 4 seconds. Steen Ledger returns to the scene of the crime in turn number 1. A little more respectful of the track limits that time around. You can see in the background the Honda headlights of SimRC as they continue the hunt. Although they get swamped in a little bit of traffic that will then line up for Pure Sims.
It was a 2:12.3 last time by for SimRC, and for Pure Sims, it was a 2:13.4, so they lost a second that time around, but I think it's pretty obvious why they lost that second. It was in that mistake in turn number 1. They didn't just run wide. They did get a little bit unsettled on the turn 1 bumps right down near the apex, and that's what kind of forced them wide. So, well, I guess through fault of their own, but you know, it's not like they were running that wide intentionally. They were trying to just get any sort of advantage. But I think that shows that the pressure is starting to get to the Pure Sims cars up there as they continue to struggle to work their way through the Sebring International Raceway and trying to hang on to the lead. Steve Ledger has got to really put together a perfect stint almost, because Nathan Ames can see the Pure Sims car in the distance, and he's hungry for that TCR lead.
Flashback to that incident we saw for SRC Movano Corsa in GT4. There must have been a little more damage than we expected, because that car's been on the pit lane for a moment now, I think. I could be seeing wrong information on that one, but might have been significant suspension damage. The kind of hit that you get away with if it's on the door. If it's at one of the corners, can, you know, ruin your suspension in a way that is very performance inhibiting and very difficult to repair. So we'll see exactly on that one. Across the line again, cap at 3.8, so steady that lap between Pure Sims and SimRC. The cars on your screen battling for the TCR win. As far as TCR goes, Pure Sims looking to go back-to-back and continue their championship lead. For SimRC, they finished 5th last time out, so if they can get to the lead, they can start putting together a championship charge. It gets just a little bit more difficult if you let Pure Sims get out to 2 consecutive wins to kick off the season. Similar thing to be said in GT4, where Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports currently, fingers crossed for them, tracking for consecutive wins. Well, in 992, definitely the form team is Asetek SimSport Visceral, and they finished 3rd at Spa 4 weeks ago in a race that was won by Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. GT3. Can MSI Esports go back to back? My napkin numbers say no, but if they can keep pushing, you never say never. How much time? What's the loss of a pit lane transit here? It's about 25 seconds. So if you say MSI Esports then just need to top off 10 seconds of fuel, they'd want to be 35 seconds ahead of Williams Esports BenQ based on those very rough kind of estimated numbers. They don't have that right now.
40 minutes remaining as Nathan Ames, this time by at the line, 2:11.9. It's a fairly good lap. 4/10 quicker than Steen Ledger's 12.3. So
Way
Nathan,
quicker than my personal best around here, which I think is like a 2:45.
I think mine was like a 2:17 in the touring cars. I totally did not have the racing line up when I set that lap as well. Yeah, so both of these drivers still working well. Oh, Ames a bit wide though. Out through the exit of turn number 5 towards the Gurney Bend. That's not going to do him any favors either. The problem that I think Ames has at the moment is he is absolutely gaining on the ledge, and he will catch him eventually. I don't think he's gaining fast enough though at this rate.
I think it's just enough, just chipping away at it. They've got 15 more laps, give or take, in this class. It's 3 seconds. Anything could happen. It's not that hard to find 2 seconds. So, yeah, you only need to keep finding 2 or 3 tenths a lap. And then, if you're fortunate, a little bit of traffic that goes in your favor, you know, might give you a second, and then you're down at, you know, 2 tenths here being enough. Car's super skatey on his way into the corners on the brakes, and then a little pushy when you open up the throttle on the way out, but such is the way. There's the 992 leader. Well, will be soon when everyone else stops. Azatec SimSports Visceral. Just pace head and shoulders above anyone else today, it looked like. Pretty equal at the line that time then, I reckon, Nolan.
2:12.029 for Ames. Pure Sims, oh, even a couple hundredths quicker at 12:07. So 2/100ths of a second quicker. Oh, sorry, no, 5/100ths of a second slower for the Pure Sims car. So Ames still closing, but not nearly enough anymore. It's going to be really close between these two when they get to the line. I would not be surprised if we saw this battle come down to within about a second or so of each other. Potentially lower once you can catch that draft. I think that's the crucial thing in the moment for Nathan Ames. He has to get close enough to where he can link up to the back of the draft with Steen Ledger down the long straights. Once he can do that, it's going to be smooth sailing.
Yeah, you see that the gap is 3.5 seconds one car to the next, but the reality is you've got to close 2.5 seconds, because once you get within 1 second, the rest kind of does itself. The slipstream, the rubber banding will come in and do the rest. So with that understanding, it's not too much work, but it's just you've got to keep chipping away at it. Got to keep hoping that your tyres are a little fresher. They do some long runs on them, given the almost 100-litre fuel tank for these cars, and then they're missing 250 horsepower, give or take, relative to the GT3 cars, so the same amount of fuel just goes that much longer. They're kind of missing 2 cylinders and a litre compared to a BMW GT3.
And now with a couple of Cup and GT3 traffics around them, I think Steam Ledger will be able to let them through without much fuss here off of the final corner, and he will be able to do so this time by the line. 2:11.9. Ledger's picking up the pace. Ames a 12.2, so that time by Pure Sims 3/10 faster. I think Ledger's finally found the groove that the SimRC group has been running and is now actually extending his lead as of that last time by.
The racing is hotting up, but the race track is cooling down. It's down at 24 Celsius now, and I note that that lap just then from Steam Ledger, the team's personal best, and 100th of a second away from being the fastest lap of the race in the TCR class as well. So they are finding more grip, more performance in these conditions right now in the nighttime than they had hotter track temperatures right at the start in the middle of the afternoon. What was the pole time in TCR, Nolan? Do you know?
2:13.043 was the pole time for TCR.
So they're seconds quicker than that now, aren't they?
But I think that is more due in part to the fact that the track has cooled significantly as the sun has gone down, which does make it that much faster. That's a very common sight with endurance races, isn't it? You see a lot of the fast times being hit as the sun goes down and the track cools off. The track gets more grippy. I guarantee if we had qualifying in the darkness, we would be seeing lap times probably almost rivaling the 2-minute 10s for the TCRs.
Yeah, just interesting. After 5.5 hours, they are lapping quicker than they were able to do in the qualifying session. Your leading GT4 makes their final pit stop, and Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports are quite comfortably going to rejoin, still in the lead after this one. You've Delight, I think, getting back in. So that's interesting. Unless he got in at one of the previous stops, I'm pretty sure he's just grabbed that. Traffic now again for our TCR lead fight.
Traffic started to build up as whole. The Pure Sims car having a bit of a close shave there with Sean Campbell and the RSR by butt kicker GT3 as he worked his way through and kind of swiped across the nose. It is a bit risky to pull in front of a TCR in a hard braking zone like that, because remember, the stopping distances for the touring cars are so much shorter, primarily because of the speed differences, but also because those cars are front wheel drive, so they can get away with braking so much later than anybody else. So at some points where the GT3s will be braking for the harder, longer braking zones, the touring cars will still be accelerating. So it's so difficult to try to judge that properly. I'm going to once again refer back to the Club Sport when we had an accident there between one of the Cup cars and a touring car that made that exact same mistake over at Fuji down into turn number 1. But Steam Ledger was on point there. He was able to slow the car down before he got into the at the back bumper of the RSR car of Sean Campbell, and this time around on the line, the last time by, it was once again another 3/10 gain for Steam Ledger. This time around, 2:12.798. That could basically qualify as a 12.8 and a 12.4 for Nathan Ames. So almost 4/10 gain for Ames, but the damage might be done.
It just needs one stroke of good luck, and SimRC are right back in it though. That's how I look at this. The pace very equal to both. Advantage Pure Sims in the track position, but it is not a comfortable, straightforward margin.
Pearson still holding the touring car race lead, and at the moment this is really the only class lead battle in question as we continue to have these guys work their way through. 29.5 minutes left on the clock, just under a half an hour. I think, though, at this point, Steam Ledger has got a gap that is too big to be able to surmount in what little time he's going to have. MSI Esports has very much locked up the GT3 lead for now, barring anything happening, by 11.3 seconds. Apex Racing Academy's got the 992 lead by 7.4. The GT4 lead, though, is really where it's pretty much all sorted as it is. The Mercedes AMG team, Urano Esports, 40 seconds clear of SCK Racing. That's almost insurmountable, even if you had an hour and a half left, let alone a half hour.
Yeah, that's very generous. And let's be clear, Apex Racing Academy at the front of 992 still need one more stop. MSI Esports still need one more stop. The biggest question has got to be there in GT3. Where does it slot MSI? I think it just moves them back one spot because they've got a minute to third place. That is more than enough time to get through the lane for what will be a pretty straightforward splash in the last 15-20 minutes. So coming up in a bit for your GT3 leaders, and you always want to win. You want to win every race, especially if you feel like you had the car or the performance or the setup or the drivers to be able to win. It's frustrating if you don't, but for MSI, I mean, second would keep them in the lead of the championship. That extend their lead over Havu and Koana Gaming. Would not be the worst result for MSI to finish second. They've got a bit of traffic. This is where they've got to use their better brakes to get around the 992 cars.
Still waiting for these last few minutes to tick away, and I'm trying to kind of cycle through the field, see if there's any other battles we got going on at the moment. There actually is this one between 7th and 8th place in your GT3 field. Stanley Deslin for Apex Racing Academy going side by side with Andreas Fink for Riley Sim Racing at the moment. The pair of BMWs in the run up through Bishop and down towards Get to Be, and that's going to be tight. You can't go side by side through here for too long, but they're going to make contact door to door. The 98 still on the inside for Le Mans. They've been side by side for about 4 corners. Now into the grass goes the 83 as we hit the Ullman Straight in the sprint down to Sunset Bend. The 83 and the 98 still in a heads-up drag race. Have you ever seen something like this? It's been a while in this race. Mentioned that last hour is when it all kicks off. Sure enough, it's kicking off in GT3 for these spots right outside the top 10. Deslins is going to take up the 7th position, but Fink trying to chase him down.
Inside line working out for Apex Racing Academy. Got to be careful. Back there was where they made some of the contact they got penalised for earlier. They fought back well since that penalty. Now up into 7th place, working yet more traffic, and it helps them out a little more than it helps out Relay. What a battle that they just had on that lap, though, because They both set a lap time at around 2 minutes, so they lost about 2 seconds each of them. Go side by side by side by side, corner, corner, corner. Works out in the end for Apex Racing Academy, but it's not something you can do every lap and not suffer. Now looking to get down the inside at Tower Bend. Put a car between themselves and their rival. Last stop. At the end, Relay could be in a better spot.
Oh, heads up! One of the Mercedes going around out of Sunset Bend.
Undercut, I think.
It was.
Floor.
We just saw it there alongside with the BMW and turned it in too tight, got unsettled over the bumps, and was really lucky not to get run over by the Cup cars or the GT3s that came flying up on it from behind.
We're starting to see a handful of these Mercedes GT4s start to look a little bit looser. There's no contact from anywhere else. They're just on a tighter line than normal, squeezed a little bit. More steering lock, reacts to the bumps, and the rear gives way, not dissimilar to how it did for Fraser Williamson in the SRC Movano car many laps ago, a couple of corners earlier around the lap. Up front in TCR, since we last looked, more than a second has come out of this gap. SimRC eroding Pure Sim's lead. Pit stops, strategy out of the window. It's a straight fight to the end in the touring cars. And SimRC, bit by bit, still chipping away at Steen Ledger's lead in the Pure Sims Honda. It is a Honda vs Honda straight fight. The slight power reduction to the Veloster might come into question a tiny bit, but certainly in Pure Sims and SimRC, we've got two teams who were very strong, very competitive in TCR, whether they were driving the Honda, whether they were driving the Audi in seasons past. It's not unreasonable to say that this is two teams who just are performing in the moment on the stage, whatever car that they would be in.
Two seconds now separating Steen Ledger from Nathan Ames. Last lap by. Ledger again pulled out a couple of tenths, but it is significantly lower than where it was about 10 minutes ago, where it was about 3.4 seconds. So the gap is slowly coming down as this smoke up the road. And I think the Apex Racing Academy BMW just had a small off over at turn number 4.
Dust in the air is not an uncommon sight in that part of the track, let's be honest.
You are very much correct on that one, as he whatever the case, the incident in question, if there was one, is gone for now. Meanwhile, Apex handed down for the number 79 car, that would be the Havu 79, for making contact with the 430, that would be the SCK Racing GT4.
Is that something we saw at the time, or has it happened away from our eyes? That was about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, around there. Timestamp on that is about 5 hours 20. That would have been, yeah, 20, actually, yeah, about 20 minutes ago.
There's a GMT timestamp on the on the incident as well. That makes it exactly 25 minutes ago for that one. I think your GT3 leaders have got about 2 more laps. The lap that they've just completed, Christian Lamella lost quite a bit of time. So the lead dissolving a little bit. Remember, it was 11 seconds. Now it's under 5. What is going on for the leading GT3?
MSI Esports still has the overall race lead by 4.7 seconds. That gap has also been steadily dropping. In fact, the last lap alone, Williams Esports BenQ had a 1:59.9. MSI Esports was a 2:01.6, so about 2.5 seconds slower. So that gap is also not totally safe just yet, as we have just under 19 minutes to go. Do you reckon Christian Lamella can put together, Adi Kapunen for Williams Esports BenQ? Do you think he can put together a few good laps and catch up here to the MSI Esports GT3 of Lamella before the end of this race?
It's a totally moot point anyway. They were already in a winning position in the 55 with the car ahead needing a pit stop. So be it by 20 seconds, be it by 25 seconds, be it by 30 seconds, doesn't matter greatly. It is interesting to see that it continues to close down. Watching the leading car at the moment, trying to put a lap on relay. Previously did have relay a lap down, and were then trying to put the Apex Racing Academy car a lap down, and that's where they've lost the time. I haven't seen the incident, but I'm about to. So, the rear Let's Go tags Apex Racing Academy. Relay get their lap back just there in that moment. It just all starts, no rear grip on the MSI car. And the car-to-car contact there, the bumper of the 14 got the rear suspension of the 98, and rather asymmetrical damage. MSI TCR has to take a bit of avoiding action there, and there's more going on in the background. Action aplenty at Le Mans corner. Which BMW was that? Was that Relay taking a trip?
That was Riley Sim Racing that just lost a bit of control and they went wide. No contact or anybody else. They just lost the back end as they started to enter Le Mans as a product of people really trying to push hard and take up some last spots in these dying minutes of the 6-hour race. Into pit road is going to be MSI Esports. Christian Lamella couldn't hang on to the race lead.
Well, yeah, he's out of fuel, so this is the lap I suggested he was going to pit regardless. Williams Esports BenQ go through into the lead. It's all about the gap to third and fourth. Before that, MSI still had a minute on Biela Racing Team and then another 5 seconds on Koana Gaming. So 15 seconds of fuel rolling already. MSI are going to get back out in second place. It's Kalpinen through to the lead. For MSI though, they've loaded a bit more fuel into that car to get them to the end. They're already struggling with the tyres somewhat. Oh, we go to the TCR lead, and SimRC might be a little put out by that dive from one of the Havu cars. But it's down to 1.6 seconds. GT3 is going to come down to who's still got tyres under them at the end of this race. So we know Koana, experts at managing them. Bila Racing, how are they going to go? MSI Esports, do we already see signs of trouble for them? Will they hold on with a 30-second gap? Traffic, it gives, it takes. Right now it seems like it's taking from SimRC.
Second and a half now in the battle for the TCRs, and this is what I was talking about earlier. This is what Nathan Ames needed. He's now going to be within drafting distance when you get to the Ullman Straight. It's not going to be much, but it might be just enough to start to pull him up to the back end of Steen Ledger. He just needs to have that little bit of a toe, and then this will be smooth sailing for Nathan Ames. I thought for a moment way earlier that Pure Sims might have this one secured about 15 minutes ago, and even I'm now starting to second guess that as Nathan Ames has closed in this gap. This is really going to be a win that Steve Ledger is going to have to fight his way out of if he wants to keep that TCR lead. Nathan Ames, though, he's going to do everything he can at this point to get by him.
That's 1.5 seconds. It's dissolving in a straight line. I wonder if the SimRC is naturally a slightly more slippery straight line car regardless. It's that early apex, slowing, turning, trying to then pick up the power late on for SimRC. How are the lap times tracking? Oh, they are flying. Previous laps are some of the quickest that have been done. The only thing stopping Pure Sims, and to some extent SimRC, of having lowered the fastest lap of the race is they've both been liberally using off tracks in some places. I can't tell you exactly where, but I'd have to guess maybe the exit of turn 1. The lead is well and truly under threat now from 1.5 seconds. It measures at 1.1.
That gap continuing to close, and in fact, Apex Racing Academy letting by the Euronics BMW right behind them. So 2 GT3s about to work their way through your top leading battle in TCR. Will this have an impact on anything? I think if Euronics catches Ledger at a bad point, this could be the break that Nathan Ames needs. He's going to let the second GT3 through right at a perfect opportunity to do so.
All equal and fair there so far. Gap still at 1.2 seconds as they then get a pretty nasty hop of the curb there from Steen Ledger. That is he certainly would feel under threat seeing that gap closing. He's moving around trying to pick up a slipstream off some of the GT3 cars if he can. Oh, that's cheeky from SimRC. Just, hey, it's 1 second, I'm here. Bit wide.
Nathan Ames, I mean, yeah, I was going to mention big problems into the Sunset Bend. He's going to lose a huge chunk of time.
It's like he couldn't get it in gear. What is going on? It just... Oh. I bet you he picked up a slowdown before the Ullman Straight. That's what the flash of the headlights was. It was, a little tongue-in-cheek. It was, on you go, you might just have this now. It's super fine lines there at Le Mans. Obviously, it's a lot of pavement there. The racetrack is the lines painted down and the curbs, you want to use as much as you can, but there is a limit somewhere where you're just a little too far across the curbs, and the limit's got to be somewhere, and it's so tempting to get right to that limit. And for SimRC, I believe that's what's happened. They're not out of fuel or anything, but an hour of work disappears in a quarter of a second. Let's have a look at 992 here. You've got ATRS going wide, and there was nothing bad there, but they just had a problem with their old tyres breaking traction on the way into the corner, sending them into a four-wheel drift.
Ten minutes left to go. It's going to be less than 5 laps in the 6 hours of Sebring and the 24 Hours Esports Series. What a ride it has been so far today as we continue to power through the remainder of this race. I feel so bad at the moment for Nathan Ames because he had such a good run early on, and he was really powering through the last 20 minutes, but every little bit of progress that he made up since he got that 5-second penalty on his last pit run over the last 40 minutes or so has just been completely undone from that one mistake.
And he's dropping back a little more as it goes. I wonder if he's broken his own spirit and belief on that one. GT3 could certainly get interesting for a couple of cars. I note that the Biela Racing Team Euronics are on their 27th lap. There is still 4 more to go at the end of this, and the longest stint they've managed all day is 30 laps. Koana have been able to do 31 at times. Williams Esports BenQ have done 30 almost every stint. It is going to be super touch and go for just a couple of cars in GT3 on fuel. Mainly just that Biela 46 though. They are only 5 seconds ahead of Koana Gaming, who are way more comfortable on the fuel. So if it's a splash and dash or some last minute soft pedaling for the 46, they could drop out of podium contention. GT4, they are not going to catch Mercedes-AMG Team Urano unless they can get an act of God. It's well documented, God doesn't visit Florida. Super tight line underneath the bridge at Sunset Bend, almost hugging the concrete wall. Is it the best line? Could be. There's 1,000 ways through that corner. What it is it's repeatable. It's so tough to know what the car is going to do on the bumps when you strike them slightly differently one lap to the other. Really creates variability that not many other corners of that kind of style or profile have. Every other circuit, every other corner, you enter at this speed, you know what the car's going to do, how it's going to do it. But for the bumps of Sebring, 1 millimeter further to the left, 1 millimeter further to the right, you seem to ride the merry-go-round in a different way. Putting a bit of lapped traffic a lap down there as well, and checking that the headlight flashes work. They do. Five minutes to go in this one. 3 more laps for the GT3 leader. and probably for most other classes as well. I note the pace is dropping off for Biela Racing Team Euronics, 46 in third. They're about to cross the line, and we'll see what it is on this lap as well. Is it another one? It's another 159, while Koana behind them managing 58. Oh, and then drop off again on that lap as well.
5 minutes left to go, as still the closest lead battle is that one in the TCRs, but you mentioned, of course, this GT4 fight still picking on up into the Ullman Straight and down the backstretch now. Urano Esports has such a gap over the rest of the GT4 field that he's not really in the same league, but that being said, he's about to get hooked here if he's not careful by one of the GT3 cars, and that would shrink down his 44-second lead real quick.
Close moment with Team 75, Bernhard by SimRC. Yeah, and that is GT3 spec car. Here's poor SimRC. Still 4 seconds in that TCR battle. There was just over 4 minutes when the overall leader crossed the line, so I think that's still 3 more laps. It is just going to go 1 lap longer by about 10 to 15 seconds. I wonder if that puts anyone in jeopardy. Shouldn't be a problem in 992 GT4 or TCR. It's just a couple of cars in GT3, the ones that had been really trying to make that difficult stretch to 1 hour stints, that now they're going to have to do an hour plus 1 lap.
Still trying to sort out some of the last fights left in the 6 hours of Sebring, with 3 minutes left on the clock. The 490 Urano Esports car still maintaining a very secure lead.
Unlike the first round, I don't see any penalties for our winners or our podium. They're going to carry over to be applied post-race. How they finish on the road is going to be our winners, is going to be our podium, it looks like. The only penalty that will get applied post-race, I can tell, that hasn't been served is the Havu 79, and they're in 8th in GT3 at the moment, and they're more than a minute ahead of the next car behind regardless. Williams Esports BenQ have crossed the line already, and so it is going to be 2 more laps in this race. And again, only just if they were 10 seconds slower, this would be a 1 lap shorter motor race, but that's how it goes with these timed races. How many laps it is depends how quick your leader is, and Williams Esports BenQ showing no signs of slowing up. They're still lapping in the 158s. The last lap for Biela Racing Team Euronics, 3 seconds slower than that, and I think they've realised how close they are on fuel. They've really dropped the speed. How much clutch is happening for this BMW? Can they make it without a splash? It is only a couple seconds behind them to Koana Gaming.
And Koana Gaming has so far had a fairly decent race, but they've been kind of been in an up and down situation with themselves so far today. But 13th to 4th, still not a bad result at all for the number 7 team, as Williams Esports BenQ gets set to come across the line. This time by will be the final lap. Next time around, or this time around, we'll be taking that final lap with 30 seconds left on the clock, unless he really hammers on the binders, which pretty sure he's not going to end up doing that. And 1 lap to go. This time by white flag is waving All William Esports Bank has to do is just keep that car pointed the right direction, and he's going to be smooth sailing.
Yeah, about 22 seconds left as he crossed that line to give us the final lap. And it starts the final lap for everyone that he's about to lap as well. What a race across the multiple classes. The fuel strategy playing out in GT3. A lot of on-the-fly adaptations in 992, I think, to how their tyres degraded in the changing temperatures on circuit from the hot afternoon into the cool evening. GT4, can anyone find pace to stop Mercedes AMG team Urano Esports? They're looking to go back-to-back. And what a fight we had in TCR. In the end, SimRC stumbling oh so close, just short of maybe being able to challenge Pure Sims. They've closed up in again, but not as close as they were before they exceeded the track limits and had to give up some time. As my cousin who did the voiceover says, cut the course, you have to slow up and give up the time gained. But it's all smooth sailing at the moment for the 59. Great start for them in this race with the fuel strategy. Really extending it, managing their tyres well, and it's going to give them a very generous little lead. Through Sunset Bend for Williams Esports BenQ. 7th place finishers in the opening round are going to become winners in round 2 at Sebring in the 24-hour Series Esports.
What a great run for that team. I mean, they had themselves a very well-deserved win at that, and coming around Sunset Bend will be the 490 of the Mercedes AMG Urano Esports team. They have held on to the lead by 45 seconds, and now Urano will become your GT4 winners in the 6 hours of Sebring. Right behind them, Pure Sims hang on by 2.7 seconds to take victory in TCR.
You'd forgive Steen Ledger if there was a moment there he thought he was under pressure, he thought the race win was gone from him, but under pressure of SimRC, who cracked and must finish second. Well-deserved donuts there for the team from Williams Esports BenQ. And in 992, well, your leaders there just escaped going a lap down. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th have already taken the checkered flag. Visceral Esports are going to go one lap longer by virtue of not being lapped by the overall leader yet when everyone else in class were. So Anders Dahl, no pressure. You get a little bit of a victory lap here for Visceral Esports, and a well-deserved one. Just like Urano in GT4, they looked like the one team that had it figured out today.
And they certainly did. I mean, they're going to show as being a lap clear, but I don't think that really puts into perspective just how close that really was for some time around the halfway point in this race. It was only a lap ahead because, again, virtue of they weren't lapped by the leader by the time that checkered flag flew. In actuality, I think it was about 17 seconds they got this win by, as they will now cross the start-finish line to officially take their 992 victory.
Fantastic. What a race Sebring puts on. Did we get the fireworks? We had plenty of fireworks. Fantastic. We had plenty of other places to look as well with our multiple class winners. This is our full results in GT3. Atse Kalpinen combines with his teammates in the Williams Esports BenQ 55 to take the win. In the end, 34 seconds clear of Christian Lamella and MSI Esports. That car, though, will still lead the championship with a 1st and a 2nd place to their name. Their season 22-23 of 24-hour Series Esports is off to a good start. 46, Patrick Heinrich. They couldn't convert the pole position. They convert it to a podium just ahead of Koana Gaming, who might still hold on to 2nd in the championship with that 4th place. Then it's the Euronics 45 We've got Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, Relay Sim Racing. Havu will still have some time applied post-race, but they had about a minute over GSR, IPR by ACV, so they'll probably hold on to that 8th place when the time gets added. 10th place rounded out by the number 69 RSR by Butt Kicker. And then Apex Racing Academy, Williams Esports Chill Blast. Unfortunate problems for them. We saw that car going backwards into the wall after they tagged the grass. Retirements for Arnage Competition, the BMW Team BS Turner Taco car, the other BS Competition vanilla car, Altus Esports, Sabalt Esports, and ASR Able, all retirements out of GT3. Looking across to 992, your winners there. The record book will forever say by a lap, and flat as Acetec Sim Sports Visceral, but they had plenty of time in hand on that one over Apex Racing Academy, Urano Esports, Heineken Media, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, Williams Esports, Oris Rincon, Manidi Racing, Sabalt Esports, Team Fordzilla, ATRS Esports, the 914, their sister car a little further down across the page. But behind the TCR leader, GT4 leader, I should say. Yeah, there we go. Havu, their tyre strategy, they tried to sell us on it. I'm not completely sold yet. There's the other ATRS Esports car, the 913. We've got Wave Italy Racing Team as a retirement, SRC Movano Corsa a retirement. We saw the smoke that came out of their engine. There's no putting that magic smoke back in a timely fashion. And Pure Sims Esports also retired from 992. GT4, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, can they be stopped? Back-to-back wins to start their season. The maximum points haul, 45 seconds ahead of SCK Racing. Sabalt Esports complete the podium, 15 seconds ahead of CSRA by Entropic. Got Fiercely Forward, Talk Freak Racing, 5-Star Motorsports, and then Hunkos Racing Esports trying to fly the wings, if you will, for Aston Martin. They finish 8th. SimRC ran higher than that, but are not inside the top 10 after the 6 hours are elapsed. Undercut Racing Team 9th, and that top 10 completed. Hard points by Delta Sport. It's pretty much retirements in the rest of GT4. Damage late on for Fraser Williamson and SRC Movano Corsa, and for Pure Sims, a sickening barrel roll. Retirements then, Impulse Racing, Team Fordzilla, Pure Sims Esports, and SimRC. In TCR, one of our closest, most fiercely fought categories, all the way down to the end, under immense SimRC pressure, Steen Ledger holds on to take a win and extend the Pure Sims Esports championship lead. For Nathan Ames, he was in it, he gave it all. A little mistake, a tiny overstepping of the boundaries set him back and stalled out his charge. Those two teams, absolutely the ones to watch in the form in TCR. It's the rest of the Hyundai field. Hoistingveldt, the best finisher for the Velosters. And you got MSI Esports, Impulse Racing, Carbon Sim Sport, Zenith Esports, and Maniti Racing. 30 laps down. Running at the finish could be a pretty important question. Same for Asper Team Esports. I think I saw them out there running late on in the race, but it looks like a complete retirement for Full Send Racing. That is our full field, all 4 categories for the 24-hour Series Esports. 6 hours of Sebring. Drivers standing by. Where are our TCR winners? Is that Ross McFarlane? Let's take a punt on it. Ross, congratulations there. Always a tough race at Sebring. The traffic, the bumps, the change from day to night. TCR was fierce.
It was indeed. That was a very long and interesting race. It was super close at the end there. I wasn't sure whether we would be fighting for the win or being passed and pulled away from, but at the end, Steen pulled out of the bag, and yeah, we managed to do it 2 for 2.
You had belief in Steen the whole way, right?
100%. Maybe when he was losing some time to Nathan, I thought things might change, but he pulled through. He did the job.
Fantastic. How do you see the state of play then in TCR? You're in the minority in the Honda, but at least between yourself and SimRC, you gave it a really, really strong showing in the performance stakes.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with us being, I think, what was there, 3 of us, 3 Hondas. Obviously, you know, it maybe is reflected a bit nicer by the people who are driving it. I think SimRC, us, and Aspar are quite strong teams, so we're going to be able to get the car closer to the top of the board. But I think around here, the car really played well. It's quite good over the big curves. It's not so good over the smaller bumps, putting the power down, but on the long run, it seemed to do very well here.
Fuel looks a pretty wide and flexible window in TCR as well. You're the category that makes the least pit stops. So when you're out of the driver's seat and you got the headset on, what's the focus with the strategy?
It is a pretty simple strategy in the end. I wasn't too focused on strategy today, unfortunately. We had to have a small last-minute change of strategy based on some hardware issues, some scheduling issues with other series. But yeah, it was pretty clear what we had to do. 2 doubles makes up that 6 hours, and the fuel just has to be managed pretty well. You maybe go 1 lap extra. Sometimes you get 2 laps extra, but the overcut is huge in TCR. If you can go a lap or 2 extra, you will gain a lot of time, and I think we saw that for parts of the race where people were gapping massively or falling back massively, and it makes a huge effect on the overall strategy of the race. So it's quite interesting to see. I missed some of Steen's stint, but my stint was pretty interesting, and it was interesting to see at the end there what almost became a battle, but yeah, we got it done.
Well, congratulations to the both of you. Congratulations to the team. Back-to-back wins. Extend that championship lead out a little bit, and it's a relatively short break before we go over to the next round at Kota.
Yep, Kota, very interesting track for TCR. It's a pretty good tyre destroyer, and I believe there's been a small change to the track on the iRacing service as well recently that may make things even more interesting. So we'll have to see how the tyre strats and the fuel strats work out there. But yeah, looking forward to that one. I do love that track. It makes some good racing.
Well done. You guys held up under some of the fiercest pressure we saw all race. Who's on the car?
Who's on the car?
Yeah, who would you like to thank?
Oh, of course. I'd love to thank Pure Sims once again. Great support. We put in a lot of practice for these sorts of events, and it's good to see the time and effort coming to fruition in the races. Big thanks to you guys for putting on another great broadcast. It's a lot of hours and a lot of time that goes on behind the scenes, and I think a lot of people don't see that, but it's a fantastic production, and we love to see our sport and our sim represented so well. And yeah, just thanks again to Steen. Solid job today, and we'll go again next time.
See you soon at Kota.
Cheers, guys.
One of our TCR winning drivers, Ross McFarlane, in combination with Steen Ledger. One step up at GT4. Looks like we've got both drivers from Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. I've spoken plenty with Dylan already, but well done, guys. Solid performance and the biggest winning margin of all 4 classes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. As I said earlier, I think the goal was to win, so I think we've done that pretty well.
Two teams remain undefeated in this season of 24-hour Series Esports. We were just speaking to one of them in TCR. The other is you guys. There's almost everyone in this Mercedes, so surely next round at Kota you can't be too worried. You just got to bring your game like this again and be right in it.
Yeah, I think definitely the idea is to carry on. I don't want to talk about perfect seasons or winning everything, but that would be really cool. But I don't know. I don't want to count my chickens before we get there. So yeah, we'll just try and keep up and do our best with the help of Konstantin and Youp, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yep, you were in the car for a relatively short stint at the end there. You what was the thoughts overall about the driver availability?
The driver availability. Well, I mean, I was in the end, I was quite short in the car, but that was kind of the plan from the start. We were just going to take it long every time, and then, you know, the final stint gets shorter and shorter. And Dylan kind of asked me, like, do you want to get back in or should I go on? And I was like, nah, let me drive the car again. It's fun. It's good fun. And the car felt really good. So yeah, I was just really happy to get back in there and bring it across the finish.
How did it taste lapping up that victory lap?
That was actually kind of hectic because I was being dragged through all kinds of Discord channels, and people are talking about the IMSA race going on as well, where we're doing really well. So, but yeah, I was just really happy. Good for the sponsors, good for Mercedes, and yeah, happy that we won it.
Yeah, congratulations to you guys, championship leaders, back-to-back wins there. While you're throwing out thanks, is there any more to pile on?
Definitely from our part, Seb Schmellenbach from the Urano team manager, and from the Mercedes side, definitely Jan Seyfarth for all the support.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see you guys again in 3 weeks at Kota.
Yep, see you there, mate. Thanks.
There we go. That is the GT4 winners. Keep ramping up the speed, and that'll move us to 992. And as Dahl then joins us from Visceral Esports, Asetek SimSports Visceral, I mean, really dominant performance almost from you guys in a category where we're used to the margins being a lot smaller.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite the race, I must say. Also a little bit special because I think my last win in Neo was like 2015. I've been trying every year ever since, so it felt very, very good to drive over the line first. Not sure where our pace came from. It was like suddenly we just took one position, and then after the pit stop we pulled away a little bit, and then our strategy, I mean, apparently we did our homework a little bit better. So yeah, perfect race.
I heard there were lots of different answers to that homework because it was a struggle to keep up at points. Who was double stinting tyres? Havu were the first to try it, didn't seem to work out for them. So right off the bat, no one was doing it, and then by the end many teams seemed like they wanted to try it in the cooler conditions. What was your take?
I mean, we actually didn't have the best preparation because Vince was doing IVRA yesterday and I was in Berlin all week, which is not where I live. Yeah, but then yesterday we just tried a little bit and discussed, and then we saw that it might be possible to maybe only change like 1 or 2 tires, and then when we saw the race, how little tire wear there was, we thought, okay, let's just double stint and take the risk, and it worked amazing. And also shout out to Vince, who just seemed to go faster and faster, even though there was no thread left on the tires.
Yeah, pretty equal driving share between both of you, so a real team effort as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very nice race.
look at the standings, you guys were third coming into this. You know, score Urano and Team 75 handsomely. You might well be championship leaders.
Yeah.
So who would you like to thank?
Azotec, our title sponsor. I hope they will soon bring us some merch. They are a really nice Danish brand.
Well, awesome. Thanks, Anders, and
Thank you.
congrats, Vince. And now our overall winners from GT3. Marino Sirica from Williams Esports joins us. He combined with Atte Kalpinen. For the winners overall, were you... at what point in the race did you think you could believe you could win?
I'd say halfway through the race, we understood that we were the only one actually making to the end without making the extra splash. I think only Bila was following us on the same strategy. Then they had the I don't know exactly what happened to them, but yeah, that was kind of the turning point. At that point, we also decided to kind of change the strategy. We were going through traffic just to avoid any possible issues in terms of penalty. So it was good.
Of course, a strong team is a combination of two good drivers, two drivers who can share the same setup maybe. Any particular things with the GT3 setup that you had to adjust from last round to here at Sebring?
I'd say that, I mean, I jumped in the GT3 for this race because I was supposed to do it in the Porsche Cup, and I was kind of struggling, especially with this car in low speed. This kind of understeer tendency in this car, but like we worked really well all together with the two GT3 teams worked really well together. We made a setup that basically was good for all four of us. So I guess it was quite strong in every single area, and I think proved it also on track because also the 5 car was up there. I think they could have fight for the podium as well. Yeah, I mean, Atte did an incredible job at the beginning. It was super good on fuel. That basically put us on a really good position for the rest of the race. And then, like I said before, the kind of midpoint of the race, we realized that we were actually fighting for the win with even a little bit of margin advantage on other cars.
So I'm sure at the end of that first stint, when you saw MSI also driving the Porsche pit 2 laps before you guys, that would have maybe caught you by surprise, but certainly signaled early that you might be able to not just outrace them, but out-strategize them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we thought, especially the first stint, by seeing their pace, we thought they were saving as well, or kind of copying the same strategy, but then they didn't, so that turned good for us. They kind of put under pressure in the, I think, penultimate stint, because they were quite fast. We were losing around half a second to a second per lap. But then I have to say, I think their setup was really strong on new tires, because then on the second stint, we were basically same pace or even catching them back a little bit, even if we were carrying a little bit more fuel than them, so we were a little bit heavier at the same time on track.
Well, fantastic results for you, for your teammate, for the team, and it's a pretty short turnaround till Kota, so we look forward to seeing you then. Do you know what car you'll be in, or if you'll even be on the grid yourself personally?
I don't know yet, but I'd enjoy another GT3 race like this, to be honest.
You'd pick any winning car, wouldn't you? Who would you like to thank?
Oh, all the team, everybody. Even the Porsche Cup car today, they helped a lot with the lapping procedure, I have to say. But literally everyone in the team, they deserve every single day, every single win, to be honest.
Awesome. Thanks for making the time to join us. Congratulations once again to yourself and to Atse.
Thank you, and see you next time.
Marino Sirica from Williams Esports BenQ joining us. That's everyone, and that's all from round 2 of 24-hour Series Esports. Thanks for joining us wherever you were watching, and you'll find in just 3 weeks' time the next round at Kota. The same channels, the same platforms, the same bat time as well. I've been David Haynes, joined by Nolan Rempel, joined by Joey Tebben, and produced by Tyler Maxson. What a fantastic strategy, wheel-to-wheel battle. Some championships for the wayside. For some teams, they are looking stronger than ever. Congratulations once again to our class winners in GT3 Williams Esports BenQ, in the 992 class Visceral Esports Acetec, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano in GT4, and Pure Sims holding off a charge late on to grab the TCR win. From me, from RaceBot, that's all. See you again soon.